It's week 1 and the Jags are on the road in Washington, and Carson Wentz is showing his bad side early on with a misplaced ball to the second-year corner out of Georgia, Tyson Campbell, who houses it for 6 points. On the next drive, it's deja vu from Wentz with a ballerina-type spin right to, you guessed it, Tyson Campbell again, and it led to this Christian Kirk touchdown from the hands of Trevor Lawrence for a 2-score lead. Carson Wentz then makes it a three-peat when he ruins a drive with a pick to Darius Williams. The Jags get stuffed on 4th and 1, however, and that leads to a Commander field goal. On the next drive, Trevor Lawrence is pressured, and he's stripped by Montez Sweat, and it's recovered by Chase Young. Foyesade Oluokun is done for the day. Great!
Oh, man!
Wentz finally throws a dime, and Scary Terry dives into the end zone for 6 for the Commanders. T-Law to Laviska Shenault gets us in Commander territory, and then a throw over to Christian Kirk gets another tutty on the board for the Jags. Lawrence gets a pass to a wide-open Evan Ingram, who eats field after the catch, which leads to James Robinson finding the end zone, and Travis Etienne adds the 2-point conversion. Scary Terry breaks free and finds Paydirt on a 23-yard throw from Carson Wentz. James Robinson answers with a garbage time touchdown, and your final is Jags 38, Commanders 17. Lawrence throws for 2 touchdowns. Robinson runs for 2 touchdowns. After the game, Josh Allen is praised for being a standout as he's quickly becoming a leader, and we need him to be with all the injuries so far. Brandon Scherff, Foyesade Oluokun, and the rookie Devin Lloyd are all down with injury. Allen needs a combined 3 sacks and tackles for loss in our next game to continue breaking out. And we find out that Tyson Campbell was awarded the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. Next up is our home opener against the rival Colts, and they were driving until Chad Muma smacks Jonathan Taylor in the next week for Calebon Chason to scoop it up. We picked up 3 there, and the Colts were on the move again until Andre Cisco rips the ball from John Ross, and Calebon Chason ends up falling on another one. But the Jags get nothing, allowing the Colts to drive down the field once more, and this time tie it with a field goal. T-Law hits the overpaid Christian Kirk to set up a nice strike to Evan Ingram for the game's first touchdown going into the half. And in the third quarter, it's a big run after the catch from John Ross, led to Jonathan Taylor's 7-yard touchdown run to tie it up. In the fourth quarter, with the Jags up 3, Matt Ryan throws it behind John Ross right to Shaq Griffin for a pick, but T-Law returns the favor.
You suck, you jackass.
And Bobby Okereke could go all the way to the house for the lead for the Colts. Then, in a desperation throw to Laviska Shenault, Lawrence is picked again, and the Jags fall at home to the Colts 17-13. When Evan Ingram is the only standout on your team, you know you had a bad game. After the loss, we get the first mock draft of the season, and we are projected to draft wide receiver Sidney Balmer out of Virginia, and he looks rather mediocre thus far. Unfortunately, Josh Allen doesn't break out, but we don't want him walking in free agency, so we start with a neutral offer, and he accepts it. A nice little hometown discount for a really good player, and that'll be one less headache in free agency. We then get another breakout chance, this time for Andre Cisco, who played well against the Colts, and we'll see, he's going to have to play well again to Marvin Jones Jr. Then the Texans end up taking the lead with a field goal on the next drive thanks to this bomb from Davis Mills to Brandon Cooks. Before halftime, however, Lawrence and Marvin Jones Jr. are able to continue the chemistry and get on the board to take a 14-10 lead. In the second half, Trevor Lawrence lets one go, and it drops right into the breadbasket of Christian Kirk, who gets it away and showboats into the end zone. Jags extend their lead to 2 scores. But then, Kareem Hunt, yes, he's a Texan now, runs Houston into field goal territory to get them within a score. Late in the fourth quarter, Lawrence is scrambling left when he's hit and he fumbles. The Texans recover, and after that, Brandon Cooks finds the end zone on a Davis Mills pass pass, followed by the 2-point conversion to Emmanuel Sanders, and we're all tied up at 21.
That's terrible.
After a very solid kickoff return from Jamal Agnew, one of the best in the business, Trevor Lawrence and Evan Ingram went to work with a couple of connections, leading to a Ryan Santoso chip shot game winner. Jags win it 24-21. Trevor Lawrence comes away with 3 touchdown passes in the win. After the game, we see that Calebon Chason is joining the list of injuries at linebacker. Wonderful.
Horse shit!
The Jags then travel to Indy for battle number 2 with the 4-1 Colts. The T-Law to Evan Ingram connection continues with a first drive touchdown, answering a previous Colts field goal to give the Jags the first quarter lead. Bobby Okereke then gets the best of Lawrence for the second straight matchup, and it leads to Matt Ryan finding Paris Campbell, who makes a terrific run after the grab to help Indy regain the lead. Colts driving, but Matt Ryan is picked off by Andre Cisco, who could go all the way, and he does for a pick 6. But the Colts to cap off this drive at the end of the half with a score from Matt Ryan to Michael Pittman Jr. Kiki Cutie grabs a pass from Matt Ryan, and he dives into the end zone to extend the Colt lead. Then, before the 2-minute warning, Jags down 7, Lawrence launches to Laviska Shenault, but it's tipped and it's intercepted. No way! And the Colts play keep away to defend their house with a 24-17 victory. Evan Ingram had 87 yards and a touchdown in the loss. After the game, the decision was made to have Travis Etienne be the new star in the Jaguar backfield. And with this being the final year on James Robinson's contract, he was shopped for a trade. And the Lions were willing to give up Amon-Ra St. Brown and some depth pieces as well. Tommy Kramer, who came over in the trade, was then released. And to replace Robinson at running back, we signed Jamal Williams, who the Lions had cut. Dumb, right?
Why do you do this? You're so stupid!
Then we had too many on roster, and we knew that Laquan Treadwell at wide receiver and strong safety Andrew Wingard just weren't going to be in our long-term plans. The Rams sent over strong safety Terrell Burgess, who can be a really nice building block on defense, and right tackle Ankrum, who would later be cut. The 2-4 Jaguars are back home to host the 1-5 Giants, who somehow have Sam Darnold, and they have him playing like an MVP caliber quarterback. He was certainly playing like a Jaguar MVP as he serves up a pick to Rayshon Jenkins that goes all the way back to the house for the game's first touchdown. The next drive, he threw one right to Andre Cisco that put the Jags in a great position. However, T-Law returned the favor with a pick to Blake Martinez, who kneels at the 1. What?
The hell was that?
Saquon Barkley then can't get out of the end zone, and the Jags lead 9-0 with that safety. Trevor Lawrence scrambles and sneaks into the corner of the end zone to extend the lead, but in the second half, he throws a red zone interception that just hurts. Giants fail after the gift pick as Darnold throws an arm punt over to Shaquille Griffin. And after that, Amon-Ra St. Brown finishes the drive with his first touchdown catch in a Jaguars uni. On the next drive, the Darnold bakery opens again with a pick by Darius Williams, his second of the game, that leads to Amon-Ra getting touchdown number 2 as the Jags roll at home 33-3. Amon-Ra St. Brown with 7 receptions, 66 yards, and 2 touchdowns in his Jaguar debut. Christian Kirk and Tyson Campbell then join the injury report as we've been a very banged up team all season long. Mock draft number 2 is out, and we're still projected to draft that wide receiver, Sidney Ballmer, who looks like a pretty nice deep threat, but I doubt we're going to be looking to draft a wideout this offseason with Christian Kirk, Laviska Shenault, and Amon-Ra St. Brown as our top projected 3 receivers next year. 6-1 Broncos are in town, and Evan Ingram makes a sweet grab from Trevor Lawrence, but it's all for naught as T-Law throws this pick on the very next play. Then Russ went cooking with a beautiful play fake and a toss to tight end Eric Seibert, and then a toss out to Melvin Gordon, who does the rest to give Denver a halftime lead. The second half kickoff is then taken by Jamal Agnew across the 20 as he makes a tough stiff arm to spring free past the 40, and he is off to the races to get the Jaguars on the board for once. Down 10 points, Trevor Lawrence under pressure. He gets it away, but it's cut off and intercepted by Pat Surtain II, and Denver capitalizes with a nice sideline throw to Cortland Sutton, who walks into the end zone to extend the lead again. Travis Etienne then sneaks into the end zone. Melvin Gordon is able to answer, and it is a 17-point game late when this throw from Lawrence draws an interference and allows a garbage time touchdown to Amon-Ra St. Brown, his third in 2 games. But it still amounts to a 31-21 win for the Broncos as they go to 7-1. Russell Wilson with 3 touchdowns in the game. Monday morning, right tackle Jawan Taylor signs a 2-year extension through 2024 for a total of $8.8 million. And more good news for the Jaguars is that the injury report is seeming smaller by the week. The 3-5 Jaguars have some tough challenges coming up as they host the Raiders and they visit the Chiefs into the bye week before hosting the Ravens and then visiting the Lions, whom, of course, we just traded with. So James Robinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jamal Williams will all face their former teams as key players in this matchup. With this tough stretch, can we put ourselves in position to not only meet our 4-game win goal, but also possibly be in the hunt for a playoff spot? The Las Vegas Raiders roll into Jacksonville, and neither quarterback was hot as Derek Carr throws a pick to Shaquille Griffin in the end zone, and Trevor Lawrence returns the favor by letting Jonathan Abram get the best of him. Then, blitzing pressure gets to T-Law, and he coughs up the football for Chandler Jones to fall on for the recovery. That led to this beautiful play-action play for Carr to hit his best bud, Devontae Adams, for 6. After a Jags field goal, Derek Carr yeets one on 3rd and 9, which ends up being an arm punt to Terrell Burgess. But the turnover bug was all around as Travis Etienne has it smacked away from him, and Jayon Brown recovers, which ends up leading to a short touchdown pass to Darren Waller. But that's not all. Order today and receive another pick. This one goes to Jayon Brown, setting up the Raiders for a Josh Jacobs screen to go for another touchdown. However, the extra point is blocked, and Andre Cisco scoops it up and houses it for 2 points for Jacksonville. Lawrence then finds his favorite goal line slant man, Amon-Ra St. Brown, for 6. The 2-point conversion is snuffed out by Trayvon Mullen. We've still got a 12-point game. Lawrence later steps up into the pocket and delivers a strike trying to lead a comeback, but it's an illegal forward pass, and the Jags will fall at home to Las Vegas 23-11. Amon-Ra St. Brown nearly 100 yards and a touchdown in the loss. Next up, it's a trip to Arrowhead Stadium to take on Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. Harrison Butker misses an early field goal attempt, but he's roughed, and it keeps the drive going as Juju Smith-Schuster gets them close for Travis Kelce to finish the drive with a score. Trevor Lawrence airs one out to Laviska Shenault, but it's batted around and it's picked off by the rookie Trent McDuffie. Jags D showed up, but McDuffie strikes again with another pick as the Jags were driving, but it's okay because Harrison Butker was just off all day today. Lucky for him, so was Trevor Lawrence as he throws yet another pick for his 3rd of the half, this time to L'Jarius Sneed. Then Mahomes starts moving the ball with throws to Juju Smith-Schuster, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, and Shaquille Griffin. Oh, wait.
Got him!
Still only down 7, the Jags went on a nice end-to-half drill with this beauty of a sideline bomb to Evan Ingram. This catch and run into the red zone by Evan Ingram, and this catch in the back of the end zone by Evan Ingram to tie the game right before the half. In the second half, the Jags open up with this nice run to the outside by Travis Etienne. A lovely catch by Amon-Ra St. Brown at the 1-yard line where Laviska Shenault will break open on an out route to give the Jaguars the lead for the first time in the game. Juju makes a great run after the catch to get Kansas City in the red zone, and a Mahomes pass to Mecole Hardman ties the ball game up. Driving late third quarter, T-Law goes back to his first half form as he's picked again by Trent McDuffie for the third time today. That was when Marquise Valdez-Scantling made one of the best plays I personally ever saw him make to get the Chiefs inside the 10, and the drive was later finished with a touchdown run by Jerick McKinnon. And KC led once again. T-Law has a man open late game, but an errant throw gets picked off for his 5th of the game, and the Jags leave Arrowhead with a disappointing 21-14 loss, thinking of what could have been. Marquise Valdez-Scantling had 139 yards, Evan Ingram with 148 and a touchdown. Crazy that he's our best receiver. After the loss, the injury list continues to grow. Losing Josh Allen for 3 weeks is going to be a huge loss for this defense.
Oh, no shit, Sherlock.
It's time for Focus Scouting, and we elect to learn more about tight end Sal Johnson out of Georgia to potentially replace Evan Ingram, whose contract's coming up, right tackle Caleb Batch out of Texas A&M, and right tackle James Harmon out of Georgia because our offensive line stinks and it needs help. Then we get word that Shaquille Griffin has a chance to speed up his development and emerge as a superstar in this league. Shaquille Griffin will attempt to upgrade his development against the visiting Baltimore Ravens, as he's played very well this season with 6 interceptions already. Jaguars had trouble with Jalen Hurts earlier in the season, but they were after Lamar early, stuffing him on this third down attempt. But as is typical this season thus far, Trevor Lawrence throws it right to the defense. He had an open man, too. Ravens offense does nothing, but Justin Tucker does nail a 65-yard field goal. Evan Ingram went to work, getting open to catch a long pass from Trevor Lawrence, setting up the offense to score a 1-yard touchdown to, what do you know, Evan Ingram. The Jags threaten again, but T-Law just isn't seeing the field well, bypassing another open receiver for a man in the opposite jersey. But Lamar Jackson returns the favor with an errant, inaccurate pass right into the hands of Terrell Burgess. And right before the half, T-Law gets one to Evan Ingram in traffic. He shrugs off of the defense, and he hits pay dirt to extend the Jaguar lead. Second half, Lawrence is gang tackled, and he loses the ball. Odafe Owe recovers, and it's Ravens football. That led to a Raven field goal, and the Ravens were driving in the fourth quarter when Lamar throws to Mark Andrews, who makes a great stiff arm, and then he fumbles it, and Foyesade Oluokun recovers for Jacksonville. But Travis Etienne leaves the ball on the ground as well. That one goes to Patrick Queen, and the Ravens are still alive. Lamar Jackson then has his best run of the day, along with one of his better throws of the day, to get the Ravens close enough for him to take it in himself and score right at the 2-minute warning. However, their 2-point conversion attempt was stuffed, and the Jags held that 2-point lead. Jaguars were being held scoreless in the second half, but this beautiful Jamal Agnew kickoff return set him up for an Amon-Ra St. Brown touchdown to put the Ravens away by a score of 21-12. Evan Ingram continues to shine for the offense with 63 yards and 2 touchdowns. The big win for the Jags, Shaquille Griffin is becoming a household name around the league as a superstar. Next up, Foyesade Oluokun has his shot against the Detroit Lions. In the game at Ford Field in Detroit, Jared Goff throws a beauty to DJ Chark, but Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker knock the Lions out of field goal range. Top Jaguars target, as I throw up in my mouth, Evan Ingram takes the ball all the way downfield to set up a Christian Kirk jet sweep for the touchdown to finish it off. Lions ball, but you know that superstar corner Shaq Griffin? Yeah, he said not in this house.
Not in my house.
Later on, Jamison Williams makes move after the catch, and he puts the offense in position so Jared Goff could get him a short touchdown pass to tie the game. A roughing the passer call on Sue, who's back with the Lions, allows the Jags to get close enough for Ingram to take the lead back for them. After 2 Lion field goals, former Lion Jamal Williams takes this screen in for a Jaguars touchdown to extend that lead to 8 points. Jags led by 11 when Goff threw an interception right to Tyson Campbell, and just when Jags fans got comfortable, here comes another pick 6 on T-Law's season. This time, it goes to Kirby Joseph. The lead was down to 3, but don't worry, because Jamal Agnew takes the ensuing kickoff all the way to the house, easily showboating in for the score to get the lead back to 10. Then, with the Lions driving to make it a game again, Foye Oluokun picks off Jared Goff to end the Lions' hopes and dreams. That pick results in another Evan Ingram touchdown, and the Jags will win it on the road 38-21. Aloakin played great. Jamison Williams played good for the Lions, but it's Evan Ingram again. 2 touchdowns and 122 yards. With his interception and general great play, Foye Aloakin also starts to become a household name and a superstar in the eyes of the league. Suddenly, the Jags defense is picking up a lot of steam. The Bengals are firm leader in the AFC North. Colts are the best team in the NFL right now, while we sit at 5-7. The Pats firmly lead the AFC East, and the Chargers are trying to hold off the Broncos in the West. In the NFC, the Packers will clinch the North relatively soon. Falcons are up 2 games on the Bucs and the Panthers, and the Cowboys have a good grasp on the East. And the West is a 3-way dogfight, of course, excluding the Seahawks. In the AFC picture, the Bills would be the 7th seed, which means that the Jags are going to be one of 6 teams that you might consider in the hunt, just 2 games off. They've positioned themselves to have a chance, but the road will be tough. Week 14 is against the Titans, and we're going to face them again in the final week of the year, Week 18. Week 17 is a shot at revenge for the Texans as we beat them on a last-second field goal in the first meeting. The Cowboys in Week 15, and they're always tough, and we should beat the Jets, but it's a road game, so who knows? The Jaguars head to Nashville to battle the Titans, and Ryan Tannehill was ready for Christmas, gifting a pick to Andre Cisco. After T-Law throws a beauty to Christian Kirk to get the Jags on the move, he ends the drive with this horrid pick under duress to Amani Hooker. Then it's King Henry time as he goes 30 yards untouched for a Titan tutty. And on the Titans' next possession, he rolls in from 7 yards out for another one.
Oh, come on!
T-Law went to work with a beautiful play fake and strike to Amon-Ra St. Brown to flip the field, and that led to this Christian Kirk sweep into the corner of the end zone to cut the lead in half. After a Titan punt, Jamal Williams gets the Jags in enemy territory, and Christian Kirk gets wide open at the Tennessee 5 to set up a field goal. Christian Kirk's second trip into the end zone allowed the Jags to take their first lead, and this gorgeous grab by the rookie Treylon Burks gave the Titans a chip shot tying field goal. Christian Kirk's rack yardage put Evan Ingram in position to be the red zone threat that the Jags have relied on all season, and they were on top again. In crunch time, Tannehill showed the playoff version of himself, trying to do too much and throwing an interception to Andre Cisco for the second time. However, after a Jaguars field goal, Tannehill throws an absolute dime to Robert Woods for a score, but the onside kick fails and the Jags add a field goal of their own. But they leave time for the Titans, and they have one final play on 4th and 9, and Tannehill throws it short of the sticks, causing the home crowd to just hate his guts, and the Jaguars to get a 30-24 road win despite Derrick Henry absolutely beasting on the ground. The Jaguars host the Cowboys with Dak Prescott having a great year, and he got off to that kind of start with touchdown passes to Michael Gallup and Dalton Schultz to get the boys up 14 points. Jags are driving when T-Law makes an awful decision, and he's picked off by Malik Hooker to effectively end the first half. Lawrence then shows some of that talent we all know he has, rolling out wide right and making a wild athletic throw downfield to Evan Ingram. Amazing play, but it only leads to 3 for Jacksonville. Cowboys line up for a field goal to get the lead back to 14, but Trey Herndon blocks it. Then, even though Christian Kirk looks to be open, Jaron Kearse cuts the Trevor Lawrence pass off for an interception.
God damn it!
This leads to the Jags defense completely losing Zeke Elliott as he makes it 21-3, and it was looking bad. Time ticking in the fourth quarter, and Lawrence is picked again by Malik Hooker, as it's just one of those days for this Jaguars offense. But that's when the tide turned as Shaquille Griffin picks off Dak Prescott, and he takes it all the way back to the house for a pick 6, and it's suddenly a 2-score game. Cowboys should have just eaten the clock at that point, but Dak instead goes for CeeDee Lamb, and he's picked off again. This time it's Darius Williams, and he takes it to the house for a second straight pick 6. Travis Etienne takes it in for the 2-point conversion, and it's a field goal game with 3 minutes left. A throw short of the sticks by Dak allows the Jags to take a timeout and get the football back, and Christian Kirk picks up a nice first down. Dan Arnold gets a first on a huge 4th and 4. Lawrence hits Christian Kirk off of a play fake down to the 16, leading to T-Law throwing his only touchdown pass of the day to Evan Ingram for the Jags' first lead of the day. The Hail Mary from Dak Prescott is knocked away, and the Jags complete a crazy home comeback win by a score of 25-21. And it's really thanks to their two amazing corners, Shaq Griffin and Darius Williams, who've had great seasons all year. Jags on the road versus the Jets, and Zach Wilson finds an open Corey Davis to set up a field goal. Then Lawrence opens the bakery early with a turnover in the form of a Sauce Gardner pick. That's okay, because the dog in Zach Williams is really just a chihuahua, not a pit bull, as he throws a pick right back to the Jags defense, or specifically Darius Williams, who's playing wonderfully these last couple of games. Jags offense was moving, and Lawrence found Dan Arnold, who took the ball inside the 5 and set up the staple Amon-Ra St. Brown slant for the lead. But the Jets wouldn't go down easy, as the Wilson-to-Wilson connection, Zach to Garrett, works, and the Jets regain the lead. Jags work it in enemy territory by the 2-minute warning, but Joe Schobert picks off a screen. Unreal.
Oh, somebody kill me, please!
Then Corey Davis has the defense lost in the sauce, and he extends the Jet lead to 10 points. But T-Law put together a great 1-minute drill and threw this beauty to Amon-Ra St. Brown to keep the game within 3 at the half. Travis Etienne is stuffed by the Jets D, no pause, on 4th down, and Zach Wilson takes advantage by throwing a 50-50 ball to Corey Davis, who comes down with it for a 10-point Jet lead once more. After a Jacksonville punt, Corey Davis has a big catch and run to set New York up for Zach Wilson to take off into the end zone and make this game a little bit of a rout. Joe Schobert grabs his second interception of the day off T-Law, and before you know it, the Jets lead at 37-14. This leads to a short slant touchdown to Amon-Ra St. Brown and a 2-point conversion for Travis Etienne. Late in the game, Lawrence throws a beauty in garbage time to Marvin Jones Jr. The onside kick is no good, and the Jets take down the Jaguars after all, 37-29, in a game that was much more of a blowout than the score would suggest. Davis Mills and the Texans get their shot at redemption against the Jaguars, this time at home. Evan Ingram was in his bag early with some nice catches, leading to a Jamal Williams short yardage touchdown run. Trevor Lawrence is hawked by the rookie Derek Stingley Jr. to prevent a likely scoring drive, but it's okay because Darius Williams gets the best of Davis Mills as well. That leads to an absolutely gorgeous throw from Lawrence to Etienne on a wheel route to take a 2-touchdown lead. What a throw!
That was beautiful.
A routine tackle ends up sending rookie Devin Lloyd to the locker room, and that does not look good. Then Ryan Santoso drills a 63-yard field goal, which would have tied the old record. Damn you, Justin Tucker. Not much time left in the half, but a fantastic scramble by Trevor Lawrence leads to another field goal by Ryan Santoso and a 20-0 halftime lead for the Jags. Amon-Ra St. Brown opened half number 2, hot with a catch down inside the 5 and a touchdown catch off his typical red zone slant route that's been a strength for the Jags offense all year. The Texans get on board with a field goal, but it doesn't faze Jacksonville as Travis Etienne takes it in from 40 yards out. Biggest run of the year for the Jags. Houston does get a Brevin Jordan touchdown throw from Davis Mills, but Trevor Lawrence equals it with a beauty of a throw to Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has rivaled Evan Ingram recently as the top offensive target. And the Jags finish off the win on the road 41-10, their biggest win margin of the year, and they send the Texans to 1-15. As suspected, Devin Lloyd's injury isn't friendly to us, and he'll be out for 4 weeks, which likely ends his season even if we were to sneak into the playoffs somehow. If we're going to even have a slim chance to sneak into the playoffs, we have to defend our turf against the rival Titans, whom we just beat by 6 in Nashville. The Titans rolled down the field early, and Robert Woods capped the drive off with 6. But the Jaguars answered with a drive of their own, finished by this sexy Evan Ingram touchdown grab to tie it. Late in the second, Titans lead 10-7 when Monty Rice picks off Trevor Lawrence, setting the Titans up for some more points. However, Tannehill finds the rookie Treylon Burks, who has it ripped from his grasp, scooped up by Trey Herndon, and taken all the way back to the house for a scoop and score for the lead. 14-10 Jags, and and the crowd was loving it.
Oh,
In the
kill
third,
him. Oh,
Evan
kill
Ingram
him.
grabs a pass
Oh.
from Trevor Lawrence for 6 to make it 21-10, and then Ryan Tannehill finds Shaquille Griffin, who takes the interception all the way to the house for the 18-point lead. Robert Woods then catches a touchdown pass for a score to get the Titan deficit down to 11. Trevor Lawrence goes on a long scramble, leading to a quick pass to Christian Kirk to extend that lead back out to 18. Tannehill tried to make something happen, but it's picked off by Shaq Griffin for the second time today and returned all the way back for 6 again. Tannehill would get a garbage time tutty, but the Jaguars would win it 42-24 anyway, making both teams 9-8 on the season. The season sweep of the Titans might give the Jags a chance, and it's all due to Shaq Griffin's 2 pick-6 scores. Final standings for the season: AFC, Bengals win the North at 12-5, with the Ravens missing the playoffs at 9-8. Pats win the East at 13-4, with the Bills missing the playoffs at 9-8. Chargers win the West at 13-4, with 2 wildcard teams, the Chiefs at 11-6 and the Broncos at 9-8. Could this mean we did it? We did! The Colts win the South at 14-3. They're going to get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, but we make a wild card at 9-8, knocking the 9-8 Titans out of the playoffs because of that season sweep. What a huge Week 18 win. In the NFC, the Packers will win the North and get the bye at 14-3. The Bucs win the South at 11-6. Falcons and Panthers are the wild cards at 10-7 and 9-8. Cowboys win the East at 11-6, and the Commanders will get a wild card spot at 10-7, and the Cardinals win the West at 10-7. It'll be a date with the Patriots at Gillette Stadium. An AFC wildcard game. Jaguars visit Mac Jones and the Patriots at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts. Mac Jones has had a fantastic season, and he'd look to continue it with a win in this wildcard round. His running backs were a huge help as Damian Harris moved the ball on the opening drive, setting up Ramondre Stevenson for the diving touchdown. The Jags offense couldn't get going early in the game, but on 3rd and 15, their defense can't get off the field with a 50-50 ball catch by Devontae Parker. But the good news for Jags fans is they do stuff Damian Harris on a 4th and short to take over on downs. So the Jags had a chance on that drive, but Matthew Judon does what he does best, get to the quarterback, and forces Jacksonville to take a Ryan Santoso field goal, making it 7-3. Patriots went right back to the Damian Harris run game before Mac Jones made a small play fake and got it to Jonnu Smith, who broke tackles of seemingly everyone on the defense en route to another Patriot touchdown. Ensuing kickoff, Jamal Agnew takes it, gets gang tackled, and loses the football. Pat's ball inside the red zone, and Evan Ingram is down. He's headed to the locker room holding his arm. Doesn't look good. Mac Jones then throws to his right, and Tyson Campbell picks it off. That's one way to prevent an early rout. But the Jags offense does nothing, and Jonnu Smith picks up a tough first down, and Damian Harris is again stuffed. This time, Bill elects to go with the field goal and extend that Patriot lead. Patriots defense continued getting good pressure on Trevor Lawrence, and Mac Jones had it easy in the pocket, hitting Kendrick Bourne, who was open, breaks a tackle down the left sideline, and is finally brought down inside the 5-yard line. Then it was Damian Harris on a short yardage score as the game went into the half, with the Patriots up 24-3. In the second half, things didn't change as Lawrence was still under duress and the Patriots' run game was still strong. But it was McCorkle Jones who would then heat up with this pretty pass to Nelson Agholor for another Patriots score. And yes, Eagles fans, Agholor held on to it. Another nice throw to Nelson Agholor later set up a play-action touchdown toss to Kendrick Bourne. And it was getting ugly. A good first down from T-Law to Amon-Ra St. Brown gave the Jags offense a little bit of life, but it was sucked right out on an attempt to get injured Evan Ingram the football with this interception by Adrian Phillips of the Pats defense. That Patriot drive would then end with a gorgeous Kendrick Bourne toe drag in the right corner of the end zone for yet another touchdown to make it 45-3. Lawrence throws a great pass to Amon-Ra again, but he's hit by 2 Pats, coughs it up right into a pile of Patriots, and you guessed it, That drive ended with another Pats score. Mac to Jonnu again. 4th down, and it's Trevor Lawrence to Travis Etienne, setting up another Ryan Santoso field goal for just a little bit of pride. But the onside kick was no good, and Damian Harris had not one, but 2 really nice runs, leading to the Pats kneeling near the end zone. Jaguars called some timeouts just to be a little annoying, but Bill Belichick didn't like it, and he elected to take a field goal as time expired to make the final 55-6, and this Jaguars team will not forget about it. Mac Jones ends the game with 5 touchdowns, and Damian Harris rushed for over 200 yards in this wild card win. The rest of the wild card round nearly saw all of the better seeds winning, with the exception of the Falcons upsetting the Cardinals 45-37. In the divisional round, far more upsets as the Bengals get a 35-21 road win over the Colts. Chargers beat the Pats in Foxborough 35-32, making Jags fans a little happy, and the Bucks beat the Cowboys in Dallas 38-35. The Packers are the only home winner over the lowest seed in the round, the Falcons, 37-31. Bengals then take down the Chargers in LA 38-31, and the Bucks win in Lambeau 31-24 in the conference championship, setting up a Bengals-Bucks Super Bowl. The Pro Bowl, the Jags only had 2 players in the game, tight end Evan Ingram and cornerback Shaquille Griffin. Seems like Darius Williams was snubbed after being number 2 in Best DB voting, and Ryan Santoso was snubbed after winning the Best Kicker award in the AFC. Tom Brady wins another Super Bowl MVP and Lombardi Trophy, this time over Joe Burrow and the Bengals, and Aaron Rodgers wins another league MVP. End-of-year stats, Trevor Lawrence finishes just shy of 4,000 yards with 34 touchdowns, 37 picks. Yikes. Travis Etienne finishes with 778 rushing yards, a 5 per carry average, and 4 touchdowns in only 15 games after the trade of James Robinson. Tight end Evan Ingram led the team in receptions, yards, and receiving touchdowns, but Amon-Ra St. Brown finished with 749 yards and 10 touchdowns, and I think he's going to be a very important player going forward for this team. Josh Allen led the team with 8.5 sacks, and the interceptions were out of control on this team, with Shaq Griffin's 10 interceptions and Darius Williams' 8. Next season, quarters is going to be increased to 10 minutes to make sure that we aren't the lowest offense by over 2,000 yards, and to make sure we aren't the best defense by 500 yards again. Some big retirements included Emmanuel Sanders, Devin McCourty, Joe Flacco, Ndamukong Suh, Chris Harris Jr., Jared Cook, Tom Brady, Joe Hayden, and Mark Ingram. There's not a lot of cap room to spend in the upcoming offseason, which will be streamed here on YouTube Wednesday night, August 31st at 8 p.m. Eastern. Do we find a way to keep our top target, Evan Ingram? Do we keep the man who had 2 blocked kicks in Trey Herndon? Do we keep the AFC's best kicker this year, Ryan Santoso? A neutral offer for Evan Ingram takes our cap down to $771,000, which I doubt he'll even accept. Herndon and Santoso can likely be afforded, but we'll have to see what you, the chat, thinks about this. The current mock drafts have the Jags selecting a cornerback, Mac Hazelton. Cool name out of Memphis, but I don't feel we need a corner right now. The way Griffin and Williams played, and even Tyson Campbell at times, I'd be looking for edge rusher instead, with the likely departure of Dwayne Smoot, and offensive line, which hasn't been good outside of Brandon Scherf all year. Right end Billy McLean out of UNC fits our scheme as a run stopper, and maybe he falls to us at pick 20. Or we go for power right tackle Caleb Batch to bolster the O-line. When looking at potential cuts, the more we hang on to Christian Kirk, the more we can save in the future. Plus, he's our technical top wide receiver and a good decoy to get Amon-Ra open. Cam Robinson can save $12.3 million, but it's hard to replace a decent tackle in this league. And the Jags were the franchise choice because first and foremost, I want to make Trevor Lawrence the star that everybody thinks he can be. But secondly, they have cap cap issues, and we're going to have to fight them. Now we can save $7.8 million by cutting Roy Robertson Harris, which we're going to likely do if we can find a suitable free agent replacement, or if we know who we want in the draft and it's at that position. The next available cut is Foyesade Aloakin, and we're not cutting the quarterback of this defense. Third reason I chose the Jaguars is to make sure Josh Allen was a Jaguar for a long time, and that's going to take some cap for a long time. We could cut Shaquille Griffin, but why? He had 10 picks this year. It's likely with our cap issues that this is his final year with us anyway. We might as well ride it out. Rayshawn Jenkins could save more money next season, but we can save $6.25 million this year. We do have Andre Sisco and Terrell Burgess, who were starting at both of our safety positions anyway. Today we're recapping the Jags offseason, and that can't be done without saying that this team was broke. If you don't like the way the offseason was handled, then you can blame chat. I gave them a lot of choices in last night's stream, which is on the channel in full in the Jaguars playlist and can be seen if you wish. Jamal Agnew saved us $4.75 million, and we released him before free agency even hit, as well as Roy Robertson Harris. He's another veteran cut that saved us $7.8 million in cap space. Shaquille Quarterman was shown the door for an extra $1 million in cap space, and Rayshawn Jenkins was not going to start over either of our young safeties, and he saved us $6.25 million in space, so he cleaned out his locker right away. But why stop there? Daniel Thomas was sent packing for another $1 million. The final cut was Chris Claybrooks, who saved us another $1 million schmackaroos. Suddenly, we had the money to bring back Evan Ingram, and chat was all over it. We offered him this 3-year deal worth a total of $33 million, and he accepted it to return to the team with T-Law, who provided him with a breakout season last year. Then tried a modest offer to kicker Ryan Santoso, the AFC's best kicker last year, but he wasn't interested, and he wanted to test the market. Now, with limited money, how do we improve this team? Well, chat wanted to trade Laviska Shenault, which made a lot of sense as the team really did that in real life anyway, but for what? The best offer out there was bringing in Odafe Owe from the Ravens, who we then turned around and moved to left outside linebacker as a scheme fit over there opposite Josh Allen on the right side. Then, number 1 overall pick a season ago, Trayvon Walker went from left outside linebacker to left down lineman as a scheme-fitting power rusher. Shaquille Griffin had a wonderful season, and he made it to Superstar X Factor. But we likely weren't re-signing him in the next offseason, and his value would never be as high as it is right now. So we had some interesting offers for him. Browns offered 23-year-old Greg Newsome II, who I felt we could turn into the next Shaquille Griffin pretty easily. And the Jets offered defensive end John Franklin Myers, who was still on the books for them for 3 seasons. And he could fit our right end position well as a well-rounded defensive end. So we traded Shaq Griffin to the Jets and brought in JFM to complete a very scary front 7. Free agency had some studs like Derwin James and Terry McLaurin who were interested in us. We didn't have the money to bring them into the squad, so to the bargain bin we went. And this recap is a little short. We brought in corner Marcus Peters for just 1 year to replace Shaq Griffin. Tyler Bass was signed as our new place kicker for the next 3 seasons. Drew Sample took a really cheap deal to back up Evan Ingram. And Tyrod Taylor is going to be the mentor that Trevor Lawrence might need in our locker room. Then it was time for Calebon Chaison's rookie 5th-year option. But we tried to trade him earlier, and we were somewhat unsuccessful, so we were definitely not going to take on a 5th year for however many millions that would be. So no thank you. Baker Mayfield became the new starter in Seattle with the Seahawks. Kareem Hunt is now the bell cow running back that the Dolphins have been needing. Scary Terry stays in the NFC East, and he goes to the rival Eagles in Philadelphia. Mike Gesicki goes home to New Jersey to play for the New York Giants, and Elton Jenkins is a Cardinal, but Mike McGlinchey is not a bad replacement for Green Bay. Jadeveon Clowney is a scary pickup for the Steeler defense, but guess what? So is Derwin James. Gosh, I hope we don't play Pittsburgh next season. In the draft, we were mocked cornerback Mac Hazelton. We needed offensive line, and we liked Caleb Batch and Landry Wofford, both at the tackle spot. Their skills looked nice. However, Caleb Batch ended up going to the Buffalo Bills as mocked at pick number 15, and we were suddenly forced to pivot. Chat really wanted us to get a deep threat wide receiver, so we took a look at Alex O'Neal from USC. He had an A deep route running with 4.29 40 time at the pro day. He looked good. And checking out offers, the best offer we had for our pick was moving down 5 spots with Atlanta to pick up an extra 3rd rounder for next season. Really wasn't worth it to us, and we decided to take that chance on Alex O'Neal, and he is looking awesome. 97 speed, 97 excel, hidden dev. Not a bad little option to pivot at all. Then we made a mistake and skipped right to our next pick, and my guy Landry Wofford is taking the exact pick right before us to Seattle. So again, we were forced to find another option, and we had some. Left end Terry Jones looked like he'd fit really well with us with a B block shed, power move, and tackling. Not to mention he was fast and strong in his physical combine and pro day outings. He wouldn't be a bad option. All the tools were there. Right tackle Eric Westbrook wasn't a fit for our tackle spot, but we had a starting guard spot open that he would fit right in at. And with his lower strength, he'd be fine there as he seemed to have good pass blocking stats. I happen to really like cornerback Joshua Bernard out of Oklahoma State. He had wonderful skills, but he wasn't the fastest at the combine. However, his agility and acceleration seemed like it could be there, and catching's really hard to find in a corner. Ultimately, though, the pick was Eric Westbrook, as this team just could not come away from this draft without improving the offensive line at all, and we got screwed so much on linemen already, we just had to. Hidden Dev was a lovely surprise for us there as well. I tried frantically to trade up with the Panthers, who weren't having it, and they took a wide receiver, but at the very next pick, the Colts took left end Terry Jones, and I was not happy that he went in division. So trade up try number 2 was with the Cardinals, and they weren't helping us out either. So we moved on, and a few picks later, there goes cornerback Joshua Bernard to the Cowboys, who I really thought could end up being a steal of the draft. Colts had another pick, and they took a wiener. Gotta make fun of your division rivals when you get a chance. And then it became our turn, and I was liking right end Nick Hurst a lot. And he ended up as a normal development, but look at them numbers. I like the strength on him. There'll be more on him later. We then were able to move up by getting the Dolphins pick, and we took a safety in RAZE who looked very athletic, but he had normal dev. We'll see what he is after the draft. Our next pick was a guy I had my eye on for a while in day 3 center Alex Santos. And he came up to not only look amazing athletically, but he was a hidden dev. So to me, that's a complete and utter win. Our final picks were 4 complete lucky dips, as my friend Param Crow would call them, 2 offensive linemen, a linebacker, and a tight end in the final 7th round. Alex O'Neal truly is everything we hoped he would be, and I'm excited to see him play as a potential day 1 starter. Eric Westbrook looks really nice, and we're going to have to move him over to left guard to fit in our scheme, but he looks really good. Nick Hurst was not only a 73 overall, and tagged as a day 1 starter in game that we took in the 3rd round, but he was the best right end in the class, and that means that channel member Dark Specta 16 is taking him over, getting him a 1 dev boost from normal to star, and bringing his overall up to 76 as a hell of a steal in the draft. The safety Reese is just a backup, but center Alex Santos will start as well. Really good draft, getting 4 potential impact players and 3 potential starters right away. We didn't have the pick for Caleb Batch, but I feel Westbrook to guard is better than Batch trying to start over Jawan Taylor. It actually fits us a little better and allows our offensive line to have 70s in every single spot, which is huge. Joshua Bernard was a hell of a corner, and he's going to be in Dallas. He's since been renamed to Vladimir Klink for franchise quarterback TKlink24, our channel member. Then there's the best safety in the class, Leon Hudson, who chat didn't really feel like was fast enough for us to select him in the first round, even if he did look pretty skilled. But he's now general manager Matthew Hackett, and he's been upgraded to an 83 X Factor. I mean, you pay $50 a month, you deserve to be an 83 X Factor in every freaking series we do here. Landry Wofford, who the Seahawks stole from us, ended up a 72 overall, and he looked like he would have been a great guard for us as well. Not so much a tackle with 83 strength, though. We signed the best undrafted free agent kicker to rename him after a long-time subscriber, and we expect Calvin Mentor to likely get signed off of our practice squad. In fact, we hope he does, so he can start somewhere. Then we found UDFA wide receiver Donovan Kelly, who is a star dev slot guy. And we allowed Matthew Hackett to have him as well and rename him to Isaiah Walker, or channel member perks at $50 a month. Next season, not only will we play that Steelers defense, but it's coming week number 1. Oof. We also get to welcome Laviska Shenault back to TIAA Bank Field as a Raven. We'll play the Panthers, who will likely have running back Marty Brown backing up Christian McCaffrey. The Colts have the best rookie quarterback, who is now channel member player Babatunde St. Roma, and we'll play him a lot. A subscriber present at the stream became a Rams corner, OJ Hernandez, so we'll go visit him. The Bucks have channel member wide receiver AJ Chambers. The Texans have a couple of prospects as well, with channel member tight end Christoph Hornsworth III and strong safety subscriber Jay Beast. And Matthew Hackett's free safety will get to welcome us into the ATL later in this season. Seahawks at Jaguars in the final preseason game, more on that later. New Seattle signal caller Baker Mayfield in his first throw of the day is intercepted by Andre Cisco and waltz back to the house for an early Jaguar lead. Next Seahawk possession, Baker gets it away to Noah Fant, who's getting tackled, and he coughs it up. Jags ball. That led to a pass from Trevor Lawrence to the rookie Alex O'Neal for a touchdown. T-Law then hit Christian Kirk for a touchdown over the middle of the field. Baker then baked an apple turnover for Marcus Peters, and Alex O'Neal made another tight touchdown grab to make it 28-zip. The Seahawks nabbed a field goal, and I know what you're thinking. As if that wasn't on all our minds, T-Law throws a pick, and Baker had a touchdown to Tyler Lockett to bring Seattle back within 18. A strip sack of Trevor Lawrence turned into a scoop and score for Taiwan Roby, and suddenly the worst fears are coming true. 2 Jags field goals later, Aaron Fuller scores another Seahawks tutty to make it a 10-point game. A bad interception thrown by Tyrod Taylor as the backups come in made way for a Will Disley touchdown. And it was getting close. Then a Tyrod Taylor pick six puts Seattle on top for the first time all game. And the Jags were about to be 28-3. However, Tyrod Taylor hit a beauty of a sideline pass to Bo Melton. Then he hit a huge 3rd and 8 pass over to Isaiah Walker. And he came right back to Bo Melton on the RPO with 7 seconds left to secure the win, 41-38. Now that game was played on all Madden sliders, and I thought we had something brewing, but we'll get to that. The roster was set, and there weren't any real surprises on offense except that we'll be carrying 6 wide receivers, keeping undrafted rookie free agent Isaiah Walker on the 53-man. On defense, we knew that it would shape up pretty much the way that it did. However, undrafted rookie right outside linebacker Muldrow will be making the team, probably the biggest surprise. That being said, it was time for the season opener at home versus the Steelers. I have never done this in my life of content creation, but there was absolutely no way I was accepting the absolute bullcrap that EA was throwing at me. So we're going to go back to All-Pro, where the team went 9-8 last season. We lost games, and we'll be staying there until EA fixes their damn game.
Like that's ever gonna happen.
Basically never. So, redo. After an opening Steeler field goal, the RPO is intercepted by Levi Wallace, stifling the Jacksonville drive. Kenny Pickett gets one over to George Pickens, who puts in work after the catch to get the Steelers in range for Pickett to get one over to Najee Harris in the end zone for the 10-point lead. Later on, Kenny two gloves to Pickens works again, setting up chip shot field goal, and it's 13-0 Steelers. Trevor Lawrence found Christian Kirk all alone for a big play that led to a Jaguar field goal after T-Law missed a wide open Alex O'Neal that could have probably gone for
You
6.
suck!
Before the half, no timeouts. Pickett hits Deontay Johnson, who is dragged down at the 1. No points before the half for Pittsburgh. Second half, Lawrence is hit by TJ Watt, and he loses the football. It's recovered by Cam Hayward. They fail to move the ball, and Travis Etienne with a powerful touchdown run to make it a ball game. After another defensive stop, Trevor Lawrence hit as he throws, but Evan Ingram makes a beautiful play to get the offense to the 2-yard line, making way for Travis Etienne to find pay dirt again and get the Jags their first lead of the ball game. Pickett's a Freiermuth for a first down, set up well. Pickett's a Freiermuth again for a touchdown, and the Jaguars' lead was very short-lived. However, Lawrence hits Alex O'Neal for a first down, and then he hits him again for another one. But on 3rd and 7, it's incomplete to Evan Ingram, knocked away, and the Jags settle for a tying field goal. Kenny Pickett facing a big 3rd and 4, and he tosses it right to Tyson Campbell, who takes it to the end zone for a pick 6. And the Jags would get on top 27-20. And then in desperation time, Kenny Pickett has Tyson Campbell say, "Again, don't mind if I do pick it," as he calls game for a season-opening win by a score of 30-20 in a game that was far closer than the score would suggest. Freiermuth had 128 and a touchdown on us, but the picks by Tyson Campbell said it all. T-Law and the Jaguars then host the Baltimore Ravens, and the Jags beat them last year. This time a tip catch from Jarvis Landry all the way to the house gives the Ravens a fantastic start in the ball game on the road. Lawrence then drops a dime right into Alex O'Neal, but he's hit quick, and it's ruled a fumble picked up by Patrick Queen. Alex O'Neal doesn't agree. No review, and Justin Tucker throws 3 more points on the board for Baltimore. After a Ravens punt, T-Law makes an awful decision, and Marlon Humphrey starts the other way. Credit to Trevor for running him down, though, and making a touchdown-saving tackle, ultimately forcing another field goal. Under pressure on 3rd down, and Lawrence makes a great throw to Alex O'Neal to keep the next drive alive, and then he got one into the end zone to Amon-Ra St. Brown for his first score of the season. A nice play action, an easy toss to Patrick Ricard all alone, resulted in 3 more Baltimore points. The Jags were threatening before the half. Lawrence under pressure, tries to get it to the end zone, and it was picked off by Bryce Callahan, ending the hopes of points there. And Lamar moved the offense to get 3 more from Justin Tucker before the half. After nice runs to open the half, Etienne is stuffed on 3rd and 1. And on 4th down, the Jags go for it, and Lawrence lets Etienne make a tough play to pick it up and keep that drive rolling. Etienne keeps it going, following blockers perfectly and setting up this Christian Kirk jet sweep into the corner of the end zone for a Jaguars touchdown to make it a 5-point ball game. After forcing this Ravens punt, Alex O'Neal takes it from the right to the left side of the field, makes a move backwards, and then starts forward up the left side all the way past the punter to sneak into the end zone. What a punt return by the rookie. In the 4th, chance to extend the lead, and Lawrence is intercepted going for it all, which resulted in the Ravens picking up a leading field goal. Facing a 3rd and 7, Lawrence holds onto it too long, and he's sacked by Okoronkwo. Conversely, Lamar completes a big 3rd down pass to his old reliable tight end Mark Andrews to allow the Ravens to get in victory formation and avenge their loss last season, but then they take a field goal as well, running up the score, and it's 25-21 the final. Ravens win on the road. Marlon Humphrey had a pick and a forced fumble. Third straight home game to open the season as it's the Panthers and rookie quarterback Andrew Cox rolling into town. Cox showed his right arm right away by hitting a 3rd and 19 to Nelson Aguilar for a first down, and then a huge 4th and 1 to keep the change moving to eventually find DJ Moore for an opening tutty. Evan Ingram gets wide open for an important 3rd down conversion. And then Trevor Lawrence floats one up to Travis Etienne, who gets position and makes the catch for a Jag score to tie it up. Then Andrew Cox throws right and gets cut off and picked off by ball hawk Marcus Peters, who takes it all the way back to the house, his specialty, for the Jaguars' first lead of the game. Later, a handoff to Nick Ralston goes for 6 points, and the Panthers are able to tie it up. Big 3rd and inches is converted in a big way by Etienne, and then he does it again later on a 3rd and 1, though it looked like a touchdown. But who cares, because he gets the tutty on the next play to regain the lead. The half winding down, Andrew Cox throws one across the middle, and Chad Muma comes up with an interception. The only thing to come out of that is this amazing punt by Logan Cook. What a punt! Second half, Etienne keeps his hot day going. Trevor Lawrence is burned by Jeremy Chin on a 50-50 ball to Evan Ingram. No points there. T-Law tries to get a short one to Alex O'Neal, and it's picked off by Xavier Woods. And there would be points eventually. Andrew Cox throws to his left, and he's intercepted by Darius Williams, returned all the way to the 4-yard line before being pushed out of bounds, setting up the points I was alluding to, which is an Alex O'Neal short scoring catch, the rookie playing well. On the next drive, Carolina gets all the way inside the 3-yard line, but is stuffed on 4th and goal. Panther defense steps up with great zone coverage and a Shaq Thompson interception that keeps him in the ball game. Andrew Cox then has a chance to be a hero, throwing a fadeaway pick to Terrell Burgess. And T-Law ends up returning the favor with this one to Dante Jackson as he takes a shot in the pocket. We've got pick tennis going on. Then the Jags defense put it to rest with sacks by Foye Oloakin and Trayvon Walker, setting up a 4th and 24 from the Panthers 3. Cox tosses one up to DJ Moore, who gets close to a first, but it's ruled a turnover on downs, and the Jags will run it down, take a field goal, and end it with a 31-14 home victory. Travis Etienne with over 200 all-purpose yards and a couple of TDs. Jags' first road game is in Buffalo on Monday Night Football. The Bills rolled right down the field, as you might expect, with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs hot to start, leading to a quick play-action touchdown pass to Tommy Tremble for the opening score. Trevor Lawrence on 3rd and 8 makes a great throw to Evan Ingram to keep the Jags moving, but Travis Etienne has a good run going when he loses the football. The Bills recover. Josh Allen starts making big 3rd down connections again, but then Marcus Peters does it again, and he could go all the way. Another Marcus Peters pick 6 on the season will tie the ball game. I don't complain about the picks in Madden just for me. Why is Josh Allen looking so silly on yet another pick on the next drive? It's Foye Oloakin going all the way for a 2nd pick 6 in a row. And the Jags now lead it. Then Allen makes a tight throw to the rookie wide receiver Kerr, who takes it down to the 6-yard line. He gets a quick pass over to tight end Anthony Ferkser to finish the tying drive. Trevor Lawrence comes back on the next drive with this dime to Evan Ingram on the run, down to the 4-yard line, setting up Travis Etienne for a short yardage touchdown. And on 3rd and 10, Josh Allen tosses it right, headed for Diggs, and it's intercepted by Darius Williams, leading to 3 points for the Jags and a 24-14 halftime lead. Lawrence and the Jags looking for more points, and he had a man, but it's pass interference leading to a 1st and goal at the 1, and this Etienne drive capping short yardage touchdown run. Jags D forces a punt to Alex O'Neal, who takes it right side. He follows his blockers, and he outruns a linebacker. Had one man to beat, and he did it for another Jaguar touchdown as it's a rout on the road in Buffalo. After 3 points from the Bills, Lawrence makes it too easy for Micah Hyde with a bad decision for another pick six in this ballgame. Third quarter winding down, Lawrence feels the pressure, rolls right with speed, and he just hoists up a long throw in the end zone for ETN, and he got it! ETN quickly becoming an elite pass-catching back on these long routes as the Jags lead 45-24. His short Bills touchdown pass from Josh Allen was followed by 2 Jag field goals, and at 48-31, Allen added this garbage time touchdown pass to end the game with a 48-38 home loss to our Jaguars, despite throwing for 500 yards and 4 touchdown passes. Jaguars get another road primetime matchup, this time on Sunday Night Football against the Cincinnati Bengals. Can't tell the story of this game without showing these. Burrow picked off by Marcus Peters. Guess that signing is going to work out for us. Later, Travis Etienne reaps the benefits with a short yardage touchdown. Burrow then picks up a big third down conversion to T. Higgins, and then he hits him again on 4th and goal to tie the ball game at 7. Later, Joe Burr hits Tyler Boyd, who is smacked into next week, putting the ball on the ground for Devin Lloyd. But later, T-Law misses Evan Ingram in space, and the Jags just settle for 3. Burrow then throws a tight pass that's intercepted, to everybody's surprise who plays this game, by Darius Williams, who could have scored if he didn't showboat at the end of the play, but it does give Travis Etienne another easy touchdown run. Burrow then driving the Bengals offense until he throws yet another pick, his second one to Marcus Peters, leading to the Jaguars throwing 3 more points on the scoreboard. Then, making up for his errors, Burrow hits T. Higgins for their second touchdown connection of the ballgame. Second half kickoff is then taken by Alex O'Neal up the right side with perfect blocking, and Evan Ingram adds that one extra block to spring him forward, and he's long gone like the days where Madden was a decent video game. Jags then get 2 points to make it an even 14-point ball game. Not long after, Burrow makes another awful decision as Tyson Campbell will reap the benefits of that one. And then the game decided that T-Law has to throw out of a sack even though he was winding up years ago, and it's picked by Chidobe Awuzie as the interception simulator continues. Late in the third, Hayden Hurst makes a grab in the end zone to get the game within 3 after the 2-point conversion going into the fourth quarter. Later, it's a 6-point game, and it's 3rd and 6, and Burrow does it again with yet another Marcus Peters interception. But Lawrence returned the favor with this pick on a pass headed towards Evan Ingram in the end zone for Awuzie's second one of the ball game. Then right away, it's Burrow to Darius Williams, and this time it's a touchdown pick 6. It hurts. The 2-point conversion, and this Marcus Peters record-tying 4th pick of the game ends this one 39-25, and if EA really thinks that franchise players want to see Joe Burrow throwing 7 picks in a ball game, they got some issues. 11 interceptions between the 2 quarterbacks in this game, and ETN runs for 197 and 2 touchdowns. The Jags will lose starting nose tackle Folorunso Fadukasi for 5 weeks, and that hurts, but just so you guys know, I've tried everything, all Madden, all pro. I've played Madden games for 28 years, and I've never had such a hard time messing with sliders and settings to try to get it right. I've had the interception slider at 0 for both sides, and nothing works. So we'll have the most fun we can and see how long that lasts. That's all we can do, fam. I appreciate y'all regardless. Colts coming in to visit the Jaguars, and they had a 3-0 lead until Travis Etienne, the left side of the field, for a 56-yard touchdown to put the Jags in front. Later on, Colts rookie quarterback Babatunde St. Roma is picked off by Darius Williams, who returns it into the red zone. Poor channel member quarterback, and Christian Kirk grabs the slant pass right from Trevor Lawrence to extend the lead 14-3. Colts driving, but on 3rd and goal from the 16, it's Marcus Peters picking off St. Roma this time, and he could go all the way to the house untouched like that dirty room of yours your mom's been begging you to clean. for a pick six, and it was looking bad to be a Colts fan. But the Colts did go on a nice drive, capped with a pass to Taj Gresham for a touchdown. And this poor throw from T-Law is intercepted by Julian Love and Howes to make it a 3-point ball game. Before the half, Lawrence threads the needle and finds Evan Ingram, who does some big boy work for the tutty to extend the lead back out to 10. Coming out of the break, second half kickoff, it's Alex O'Neal taking it right side with no one even close to stopping him, and he is off to the races for 6. But the Colts, more specifically Jonathan Taylor, put together a nice response with this monster run from 47 yards out for an Indianapolis touchdown. Next drive, Lawrence drops one right into ETN's hands into enemy territory, but then he gets beat by Julian Love across the middle for his second interception of the day. Colts do nothing, and the Jags are driving, and Evan Ingram is open, but he doesn't fight off Julian Love. 3 picks for Love. Babatunde leads Indy out of deep in their own territory, and he hits a wide open pass to Michael Pittman Jr. for a huge gainer pushed out at the 2. They'd settle for 3 points. Jags go right back downfield, and T-Law finishes with a 7-yard touchdown to Christian Kirk. 3rd and 21 in dangerous territory, and it's John Franklin Myers bringing down Babatunde for a safety. That led to 3 more points, and Babatunde throws another INT to Marcus Peters, leading to 3 more. 49-27, and Babatunde finds Michael Pittman Jr. for a late Colts tutty, but Travis Etienne runs up the score with a touchdown of his own to send the Colts back to Indy with a 56-33 loss. Etienne went for 248 yards and 2 tutties on the ground. Jaguars pay a visit to Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams, and they got going early with this play fake from Stafford to Van Jefferson for the 24-yard touchdown. Christian Kirk was earning his money early on with a dangerous dolphin dive for a tying score from Trevor Lawrence. Later in the first, Rams up 10-7, but it's Marcus Peters o'clock for a house call, and the Jaguars lead. Next drive, 3rd and 9 for LA, and it's Allen Robinson down the left side of the field, which led to a short yardage strike from Stafford to Cooper Kupp. Next Rams possession, Kupp gets wide open and takes it down to the Jags 16. Rams later from the 1, Stafford's picked again. Foyesade Oloakin prevents points. Before the half, it's Stafford to Tyler Higbee to extend the Rams lead to 10. The Jags weren't done as Christian Kirk gets his second touchdown catch from Trevor Lawrence on the day, and the Jags cut it to 3 at the half. Travis Etienne takes a handoff and bowls the Rams defense over en route to the leading tutty to start the second half. And then Matthew Stafford is intercepted by Tyson Campbell on his first throw of the second half for another pick 6, and the Jags were suddenly up 11. Then, with the Rams driving again, Stafford is debated again. Terrell Burgess is in on the pick fest, and Lawrence finishes a long drive into the 4th quarter with a short strike to backup tight end Drew Sample. Touchdown scores were then traded back and forth throughout the 4th quarter, but it's the Jaguars who maintain the lead and came away victorious in Los Angeles by a score of 52-38. Trevor Lawrence with a rare 3-touchdown, 0-interception performance. That performance won Lawrence Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC, and Tyson Campbell's 12-tackle and interception for a touchdown got him a Defensive Player of the Week in the AFC. Jags go down to the Bayou to Hoot at Nation, and they grab an early lead on Nollins with this run by Travis Etienne sneaking into the end zone. Alvin Kamara evens the score with this red zone touchdown run, and then Saints' drive later is ended by a Jameis pick to Andre Cisco, and that drive was capped off by a Travis Etienne slithery touchdown run. Late third quarter, 17-16 Jags, and Tyson Campbell gets the best of Jameis Winston, preventing any scores. But later on, start of the fourth, they get the tutty anyway with Xander Horvath, a little fullback love. 2-point was good, and on the next drive, it's Lawrence getting pressured and throwing right into the arms of Marshawn Lattimore, leading to Jameis threading a tight one to C.J. Uzomah in the end zone for a 2-score Who-Dat lead. First pass of the next drive is thrown by Trevor Lawrence, and it's intercepted, this time by the Honey Badger Tyrann Mathieu. Sean Branch then takes a handoff and shimmy shakes his way across the plane to put Nollins up 21 points. A garbage time score to Alex O'Neal might soften the blow for some, but not for head coach FG, who slammed his clipboard in the 38-24 loss. Tyrann Mathieu had a couple of picks in the game. Marcus May joined as well. Safeties were killing it for the Saints. Jaguars hosting Pat Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, and KC had a drive going until Mahomes tries to do too much on 3rd and 14, and it ends up with Marcus Peters for an INT. Jags offense fails, and Mahomes driving again, and he's picked off again. This time it's Darius Williams. But Trevor Lawrence passes up two open guys to throw to a double-covered ETN, and he pays for it as Willie Gay makes the interception. But that's not all, folks. Order today and you get another Mahomes interception to Marcus Peters. On that drive, T-Law would find an open Evan Ingram on the deep stick and nod to the 2-yard line, pave the way for the tiny tutty pass to Alex O'Neal for the first score of the ball game. Mahomes drove a long way for a chance to tie, but it's another pick. Andre Cisco that time, and Pat Mahomes had 4 first-half interceptions. The Jags threaten at the end of the half, but this pass is tipped and intercepted, intended for Amon-Ra St. Brown, landing into Nick Bolton's hands. Later on, 7-3 in the third, and Pat Mahomes finds Noah Gray for the Chiefs' first touchdown and first lead of the ball game. Late third quarter, it's a 6-point game, but Trevor Lawrence is baited hard by Trent McDuffie, and he is gonna take it all the way to the house for a pick 6. Next drive, 3rd and 9, and McDuffie strikes again, covering Amon-Ra St. Brown like a blanket, and Edwards-Helaire takes advantage, scoring an easy short yardage touchdown. The Jags' answer for that one was a good drive that ends with another interception and a great return. The Chiefs tacked on another 3 points. Jags get a really short score from Trevor Lawrence to Drew Sample in garbage time, but it's too late, and the Chiefs finish off a 29-15 win on the road. Newsflash, folks, Madden 23 is in rough shape. 9 combined picks is not fun to watch. I don't like throwing 30 to 40 in a season, and I don't want to see Pat freaking Mahomes throw 4 in one half. If folks are really enjoying this series, it's the presentation and certainly not the gameplay that's doing it, so I'm trying something a little bit different here. Sim gameplay. Deshaun Watson leads his Cleveland Browns against our visiting Jaguars, and he tries to start the scoring early as he scrambles to his left and heads towards the corner of the end zone, but he fumbles, and it's recovered by outside linebacker Josh Allen. Jaguars take over, and Trevor Lawrence immediately hits a big pass 26 yards downfield to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and after 2 first downs, a long field goal is hit by Tyler Bass for the lead. Browns driving again when Nick Chubb puts the ball on the ground. Jags recover it. Later in the half, this throw from Watson to David Njoku puts the Browns in position for an easy tying field goal. Second half, lots of punt tennis, but the Jags had a 4th down and tossed it to ETN, and he didn't get there. Jags get the football back with good defense, but Trevor Lawrence under pressure is picked off by Jock, and the Browns were in good position. But Deshaun Watson's throw is cut off and intercepted by Tyson Campbell, who would go all the way back to the house untouched like a 10-year-old's messy playroom for the Jaguars' lead. Next drive, Lawrence is aided by a hold at right tackle, but he's picked off anyways by Jock for the 2nd time. The Browns get more good field position, but they're faced with a 4th and 5, and Watson launches one downfield and out of bounds for a turnover on downs. Lawrence takes a shot downfield, and he hits Evan Ingram at the Browns' 25. setting up a wonderful run by Travis Etienne to make it a 9-point lead, which would hold the rest of the way for a Jags 17-6 win on the road in a very defensive game. All defensive players on this graphic as stars of the game. After changing some sliders, we're going to try hands-on gameplay one more time in a game hosting the Bucs on Sunday Night Football with their new quarterback, Akura Koala, the rookie. First drive led to a field goal attempt, and it was blocked by Gregory Jr., but the ensuing Jaguars drive yields a big 3rd and long, and Lawrence is picked by Whitfield, leading to a red zone appearance for the Bucs, and Koala is intercepted by Darius Williams. But there were no points, and a play action later by Koala and a big throw downfield to Mike Evans for a first down at the 21 leads to a Bucs field goal. Next drive, it's Lawrence again, trying to put on a Brett Favre impression, fitting it into tight windows, and he fails as Antoine Winfield Jr. takes the cookies. But Koala sent it right back with this pick to Gregory Jr., who's having a wonderful game. Then it's Trevor Lawrence launching one into the end zone for Alex O'Neal, and he hauls it in for the score. Penalty is pass interference on the defense declined. TD stands. After a couple of turnovers, Koala gets one to Cade Otton for a touchdown, and the Bucs lead. These are the same sliders Mr. Hurricane uses for Matt 10 on Operation Sports, and yet it's a pick from T-Law. Interception from Akura Koala, and another pick from Trevor Lawrence, leading to this final grab for a catch and run by rookie channel member wideout A.J. Chambers for a touchdown. After an actual punt, it was Chambers striking again down the right sideline, setting up 3 before half for Tampa. An opening kickoff of the second half sees Alex O'Neal returning and fumbling, and the Bucs take over with the football in scoring range. And score they did with a short pass from Koala to Mike Evans. Touchdown. The response from Trevor Lawrence was this beauty to Amon-Ra St. Brown for 6 to cut the lead to 14 points. First play of the ensuing Bucs drive is a gift from Koala to Marcus Peters, and the Jags offense put up 3. Bucs were then driving when Koala did it again for another INT for the Jags defense. Tyson Campbell to the house for 6 points. The 2-point conversion was good, and suddenly it was a 3-point ball game. Bucs then in enemy territory when Akura Koala throws it right to Chad Muma for another turnover, just baking him out here. Good thing for the Bucs, they got pressure on Trevor Lawrence, and he throws one up, picked off by Carlton Davis III. Bucs get the ball back. The Jags force a real punt and roll it downfield for Travis Etienne to finish off the leading tutty. And it's 25 unanswered for Jacksonville. Bucs trying to roll downfield again, and Koala has a man, but can't get it over Gregory Jr. Huge game by Jr. And after some tough ETN running, Tyler Bass hits a field goal, and it was a 7-point game. Last chance for Koala and the Bucs is a complete failure, and the Jags complete their huge comeback. Down 28-7, they win it 35-28, but Madden 23 clearly in a rough slider spot. Far too many interceptions, 13 combined in this contest, and I think I'll be sticking with sim play going forward. My disdain for the sliders or settings in this game has zero to do with the results, as I feel like our record is fine to our talent level. The game results individually are good. I have issues with the way the game comes to these conclusions and all the interceptions and turnovers happening throughout the game. I've tried it all, and it's becoming very unfun to play. So, if the game gets patched going forward, maybe I can return to regular gameplay, but it's zero fun to actually play right now and very frustrating. So my solution going forward is going to be to move with slow sim gameplay a la Mr. Hurricane's current Vikings franchise on his second channel. What I mean by that is that you should expect me to sim out every single game and continue to create highlights packages like these, but the games will just be in the style of the Browns game in this episode. Hopefully you're down for that. If so, keep supporting the series and I'll keep posting it. We have 5 of our last 6 games of the season being divisional, and it could really affect our playoff positioning and outcome, so I'm excited to see how that plays out, and you should be too. Jaguars host the rival Texans, and they came into the building hot with Davis Mills hitting Brandon Cooks down to the 1, and the drive is finished by Dameon Pierce for a lead. Later, lead is 10-0 Houston when Lawrence is hit in the pocket by Al-Shahir, and the ball comes out and it's recovered by him. Texans ball. Texans cap that drive off with a Ronald Jones rushing touchdown for a 17-point lead. But Snoop Connor gets the answer to bring the deficit back to 10. And then it's Josh Allen in coverage with an interception taken all the way back to the house. Later, a tie game when Davis Mills goes down, loses the football, recovered by Jacksonville, which led to a field goal. Jags led by 3 in the fourth quarter when Mills hit a wide-open man in channel member tight end Christoph Hornsworth II, and he went right back to him for the leading touchdown. Lawrence is pressured on 3rd and 6 near the end zone and completes a 4th and 6 for a new set of downs. However, 3rd and goal is unsuccessful, and they settle for 3 points, making it a 1-point game. Texans later add a field goal, and it's 4th and 5. Trevor Lawrence, long pass, incomplete, turnover on down. Texans take over. It's Davis Mills hitting an easy money pass to Mecole Hardman for an 11-point lead, which is answered with a great throw by Trevor Lawrence. The onside kick is no good, and the Jags fall at home to Houston, 31-34. Mecole Hardman torched the defense despite Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence playing fairly well today. Falcons host our Jags in the ATL with Desmond Ridder off to a hot start on the season. Can we cool off his finish? Didn't look likely early as he hits Drake London, who turns and rolls downfield for a huge gainer, setting up an early field goal. Then Trevor Lawrence from his own 32 checks one short to Christian Kirk, but he's stopped and the ball is punched out and recovered by Dre Greenlaw. Jags D holds the Falcons to 3 points, but then Trevor is intercepted by A.J. Terrell, and he has a wide open path for a pick 6, extending the lead to 13 points. Ridder hits a big 3rd and long pass to former Raider Brian Edwards, and then he hits a big pass to Kyle Pitts inside the 10, which led to 3 more. Falcons with the ball again, but Ridder forces one to Kyle Pitts, and it's picked off this time by Andre Sisco. Trevor Lawrence and the offense take advantage with this beauty to Evan Ingram to get Jacksonville on the scoreboard finally. Coming out of halftime, Lawrence is intercepted again, setting up Atlanta for this Ridder to Kyle Pitts TD. 2-point no good, 15-point game, but T-Law's garbage throw is potpourri for A.J. Terrell as he takes it all the way the other way for 6 more points. Later in the quarter, Ridder finds Brian Edwards for yet another tutty, and the Falcons go on to blow the Jags out 43-14. Ridder played okay, but he was really aided by his defense, who picked off Trevor Lawrence 5 times in the game, and A.J. Terrell's 2 picks went for touchdowns. The silver lining in that game defensively, even though 43 points were scored, is that Trayvon Walker has a chance to become the superstar the Jaguars thought he would be when he was drafted number 1 overall. Colts Part 2 is in Indy, and rookie channel member Saint Roma is having an expectedly rough rookie year, but he does lead a nice opening drive, which is capped off by Jonathan Taylor for the early lead. Jags run a nice opening drive as well, and Travis Etienne does some tough running for the score and the tie. Second quarter, Babatunde rifles one over to Michael Pittman Jr. for a tutty to grab the lead right back. And 57 seconds until halftime, Babatunde again launches one into the end zone, and it's caught. Another Colts TD. After a Jacksonville field goal, Jonathan Taylor takes this handoff and goes for a 76-yard touchdown scamper, untouched like the hoopty in your driveway, to extend the lead to 28-10 Indy. Jaguars were looking to start a comeback, but Darius Leonard put a pin in that balloon, and a beauty from Saint Roma to Zach Pascal put the game out of reach as the Colts defend their turf 35-10. Babatunde Saint Roma with 3 touchdown passes. With Trayvon Walker's nice performance, though, he increases his development to superstar, and we have really high hopes for him. in the future. First of two Titans matchups at the end of this season, and in a tie game, Derrick Henry is gang tackled and he loses the football, recovered by Josh Allen. That leads to a fullback dive for backup tight end Luke Farrell. Touchdown Jags. Later second quarter, Jags up 13 points. Titans threaten, but they're held in a goal-to-go situation and forced to take 3. 1:07 to go in the half. Empty back set. Easy score from Lawrence to the rookie, Alex O'Neal, to extend the lead. Lots of field goals before Travis Etienne puts the finishing touches on this ball game with a short yardage touchdown run. And the Jags win it at home 33-15 as the Titans just could not get the ball in the end zone when they needed to. Jags get their shot at redemption on the road week 17 versus the Texans, and things went okay with Lawrence throwing a deep shot to the rookie Alex O'Neal for a big first down. But Amon-Ra St. Brown makes a nice grab and loses the football into the hands of Edwards for Houston. Davis Mills hits a deep pass of his own to Paris Campbell, and the drive is finished by Ronald Jones for the game's first score. Next Texans drive, Davis Mills is picked off by the Hawk, Marcus Peters, and Trevor Lawrence takes advantage with a great throw to Alex O'Neal for the tie. Second half, Jags up 13-7, and on second and goal from the 8, Mills is chased and he's sacked. There's Trayvon Walker, and they'll have to settle for 3. Next Jags possession, a toss to Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he loses the ball again. Texans get 3 out of that one, and they'll tie the game. In the fourth, the Jags are up 19-16 when Trevor Lawrence lets one loose to a wide-open Alex O'Neal. New Texans coach Mike Tomlin dejected. Jags hold on 29-19 for a big win as the rookie Alex O'Neal led the way offensively, and Trayvon Walker locking it down on defense. Jaguars visit the Titans to close season 2, and Derrick Henry looked to lead the way, but we saw more of the same from the other game as he fumbles the football and the Jags take over. Later on, Travis Etienne seemingly stuffed in the backfield, but he pushes through to the end zone. What a run. Jags score first. Jags driving again late first quarter, but the spin throw from Trevor Lawrence is picked off by Roger McCreary. Second quarter, a sharp throw from Lawrence to Christian Kirk helped set up a chip shot field goal that extended the lead. And in the second half, Jaguars up 16-6. Tannehill surveys, dumps to Henry on third down, doesn't get there. Titans settle for 3 more. Last play of the third quarter, Derrick Henry shows up finally with a beastly run to the end zone to get the game into the fourth quarter, tied at 16. Ensuing possession for Jacksonville, and it's an underthrown deep ball by Lawrence, intercepted by Roger McCreary again. That led to a Titan lead, chance to tie from 54 yards out, and it's no good. Doink off the upright, and off the miss momentum, Tannehill finds Austin Hooper to extend the Titan lead to 10. What a comeback for Tennessee, winning at home 26-16 as Tannehill got it done when they needed to, and McCreary had a defensive eye for the ball today. Final standings on the season, Ravens win the AFC North at 11-6 with the Bengals nabbing a wild card at 10-7. Jaguars win the South at 10-7. Dolphins win the East at 12-5, and the Chiefs win the West with home field in the AFC at 13-4, while the Chargers make a wild card at 12-5, and the Raiders nab the last playoff spot at 9-8. For the NFC, it's the Packers winning the North almost by default. 3 playoff teams in the South, with the Panthers as the 1 seed at 12-5, Bucks at 11-6, and the Falcons at 10-7. Giants and Eagles make it out of the East at 11-6 and 10-7 respectively, and it's the Rams at 9-8, winning the West in a really tight race. Falcons will visit the Giants. Packers will host the Eagles. Bucks visiting the Rams. Dolphins hosting the Raiders. Bengals visit the Ravens. And our Jaguars will host the Chargers in the wildcard round. We will do so without Brandon Scherf, John Franklin Myers, and Dark Specta. The Los Angeles Chargers went 12-5 on the season, but they will visit our 10-7 AFC South winning Jaguars. And the playoff butterflies strike early as Justin Herbert was intercepted by Darius Williams, taken all the way back to the house for the lead. At 7-3, Travis Etienne shows his talents on this wonderful 40-yard touchdown run to extend that lead to 11 points. Then, next Jags possession, Trevor Lawrence and Alex O'Neal were in sync, and Lawrence had a nice first down scramble to the 3-yard line before hitting Christian Kirk finally in the end zone for the score. Later in the first half, Herbert makes a brilliant throw to Mike Williams down to the 1-yard line, and then it's Austin Eckler doing the rest to cut the Jags' halftime lead to 8 points. In the second half, LA was pinned on a Jacksonville punt. Khalil Mack went to the locker room with an injury. Another great punt by the Jags was overcome with a nice Charger drive that ended with a turnover on downs, and later another punt inside the 20 led to the Jaguars winning the field position battle and fumbling in the red zone. Another LA failed fourth down deep in Jags territory adds insult to injury, literally. And to make matters worse, a red zone interception of Trevor Lawrence resulted in a long Chargers drive, capped off with this touchdown pass to Keenan Allen. But the tying 2-point conversion fails miserably, and the Jaguars get an upset win, proving sometimes you'd rather be lucky than good. Travis Etienne led the way with 126 yards and a touchdown. Other games on Wild Card Weekend, in order of playtime, Eagles at Packers. The Packers get a 22-20 win behind Aaron Rodgers' 2 touchdowns. Bucks end up winning 38-21. Quarterback Akira Kawala, 5 TDs. What a rookie. Dolphins get a 27-24 win as they sneak away behind Alex Anzalone's 2 sacks. Falcons go to New Jersey and beat the Giants 28-13 behind Desmond Ritter's 3 touchdown passes. And in overtime, the Bengals get a road win against the Ravens behind Joe Burrow's 2 scores. In the divisional round, the Jaguars travel to Hard Rock Stadium for a date with the number 2 seed Miami Dolphins, and the tone was set early as a fumbled opening kickoff by Miami turned into an easy Trevor Lawrence to Evan Ingram score. Tua, who had a very good season for the Fins, was already behind the 8 ball, but this toss to Foster Moreau is taken all the way in for a tying touchdown. Late in the first, Tua checking down to Kareem Hunt, and he's picked off by Foye Oluokun, and he takes it to the crib to regain the Jaguar lead. After a Jacksonville field goal, Tua is smacked and fumbles, and it's Lorenzo Fatukasi with the recovery for the Jags. But Jacksonville stuffed on a 4th down rushing attempt by Drew Sample as acting fullback. And late in the half, the Jags get back in position and finish the drive that time with Travis Etienne. In the second half, Trevor Lawrence extends the play nicely to allow himself to hit Luke Farrell for another Jag touchdown. And Travis Etienne put the game far out of reach with this red zone touchdown run as the Jags smoke the Fins with a huge road upset 41-10 behind Travis Etienne's 189 and 2 touchdowns. Other scores, again in order, Bucks at the Packers in the Pack get a 35-18 win behind Rashawn Gary's forced fumble and recovery. Bengals go into Arrowhead and get smoked by the Chiefs behind Pat Mahomes' 406 and 3 touchdowns. And Desmond Ridder continues it again for the Falcons, beating the number 1 seed Panthers on the road 28-25 behind Desmond Ridder's 3 touchdowns. After beating the Chargers and the Dolphins, the Jags were severe underdogs in Arrowhead against the top-seeded Chiefs. And Pat Mahomes, who threw 44 touchdowns this season, while T-Law threw 45 interceptions. However, down 3-0 early, and Mahomes is selling. Interception by Darius Williams is returned a la casa, and the Jags with an early 10-point lead. Later in the first, Mahomes throwing to his left, and he's picked again. Tyson Campbell returns it to the 21, and then this beautiful throw from Trevor Lawrence to Evan Ingram in the back of the end zone extends that Jaguar lead to 17. After the Jacksonville Jaguars tack on a field goal, the Chiefs offense finally comes alive, and Pat Mahomes ends a drive with a tutty pass to Juju Smith-Schuster. Then it goes right back to him late in the half for another Chiefs score to cut the Jaguar lead down to 6. However, Mahomes makes another error with 23 seconds to go in the half, with a pick by Gregory Jr. inside the Chiefs' 10. But instead of 6 for the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence returns the favor with a pick to Trent McDuffie, who's a dog in Madden 23, by the way, as he takes it all the way back as time expires in the half to send the Chiefs in the locker room with a 1-point lead. Third quarter begins with the Jags taking back the lead on a Drew Sample fullback dive, followed by an Evan Ingram grab for the 2-point conversion. Pat Mahomes' first throw of the half sails on him, and it's intercepted by safety Terrell Burgess. Off the pick, backup running backs roll downfield, starting with this screen to Javian Hawkins all the way down to the 2-yard line. And the finish 2 plays later by Snoop Connor, with the Jags leading 14 points. Mahomes had a shot to get the Chiefs within 1 score, but he's intercepted by Darius Williams. He would later ice the game with yet another interception that he took to the house to cement a Jaguars upset at Arrowhead Stadium by a score of 45-21. With his 2-touchdown, 6-interception performance, Pat Mahomes ended with 10 picks in 2 games against this Jaguar defense this year. Darius Williams was the catalyst with 3 interceptions and 2 touchdowns. What a game. NFC title game was the Packers holding off the Cinderella Falcons 31-17 behind Aaron Rodgers' 3 touchdown strikes. The list of Pro Bowl players comes out, but since the Jaguars somehow made the Super Bowl, talk about Cinderella, no players from the squad will be playing in it. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow wins league MVP. Matt Rule is channel member Christian Horn's favorite coach of all time, so he should be glad to hear he's coach of the year over Jags coach FG. Travis Etienne wins offensive player of the year. Marcus Peters wins defensive player of the year for the AFC. What do you know? Not only does Mr. Horn get a Matt Rule coach of the year award, but his man Christoph Hornsworth III is offensive rookie of the year over Alex O'Neal in the AFC. Lots of subscribers here on the channel are listed in these rookie lists. Is your player there? Travis Etienne wins best running back. Marcus Peters wins best DB, with Darius Williams and Tyson Campbell in 2nd and 3rd place. Tyler Bass wins best kicker. After what seems to be a Cinderella run through the postseason, the Jaguars find themselves as the home team in the Super Bowl against none other than Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. The Super Bowl in Las Vegas, Nevada was definitely one to remember. Rodgers struck first, moving methodically down the field and hitting O.J. the Juice Man Howard for an opening score. Trevor Lawrence came to play too as he connects with Christian Kirk from 40 yards out to tie the ball game up. Big play after big play. It's Aaron Rodgers deep down the right sideline to Allen the Lizard Lazard for a 56-yard touchdown strike. Next Jacksonville possession ends with a punt, but the return man is swarmed and he coughs it up. Chad Muma scoops it and scores, and it was knotted up all over again. First Rodgers throw, after that caught by O.J. Howard, and it's fumbled. Jags ball, and they would get a field goal for a lead. Second quarter now, 3rd and 5, and Rodgers hits Will Fuller down the left side all the way to the Jaguars' 10-yard line to set up another lead change on a touchdown pass to O.J. the Juice Man Howard yet again. Then after Jair Alexander makes a huge interception to stop a solid Jags drive, Rodgers puts the ball right on Will Fuller, who does the rest for a 2-score lead. Into the second half, an Aaron Rodgers interception leads to 3. We have a 2-point Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers throws another pick his next drive out as Darius Williams is having a great postseason. Then it's a huge catch from Christian Kirk, giving Jacksonville the opportunity to take a lead. And after the quarter change, Drew Sample on the fullback dive. Jags lead by 5. Rodgers then leads the Packers with a strike in the back of the end zone to Tyler Johnson for yet another lead change. 3:05 to play, and T-Law launches one up, hauled in by the rookie speedster Alex O'Neal for a huge Jaguars touchdown. But we all know 2 minutes can be a lot for Aaron Rodgers as he finds O.J. the Juice Man for 18, Juice Man Howard again for a 14-yard gain, another 14-yard completion, and then Will Fuller from the 19 to the 4, making this Aaron Jones touchdown reception, the leading score on a beautiful 2-minute drill Super Bowl drive. Jacksonville had just under a minute with 3 timeouts, but Trevor Lawrence is smothered for a 10-yard loss. And after this nice pass to Evan Ingram and getting out of bounds, leaving a 3rd and 4, Trevor Lawrence goes for a chunk of field left side. It's tipped up and it's intercepted by Eric Stokes. And to make matters worse, it is returned all the way back to the crib for a pick 6 with very little time remaining. And the Packers come away victorious by a score of 50-40 in the Super Bowl. What an exhilarating Super Bowl. One of the best of all time, if I do say so myself. And Aaron Rodgers will win his 2nd Lombardi Trophy. Aaron Rodgers finishes the game with 444 yards, 6 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. The Packers win their 5th Super Bowl, and Eric Stokes takes home the MVP somehow, despite Aaron Rodgers throwing 6 TDs. Marcus Peters wins the league's Defensive Player of the Year award. The season stats are disgusting for Trevor Lawrence at 22 touchdowns and 45 picks. Travis Etienne hard carried the offense with 1,903 yards and 17 scores. Evan Ingram was the leading receiver for the 2nd straight season, but only had 2 touchdowns, while Alex O'Neal took over as a rookie with 836 yards and 8 touchdowns. Jawan Taylor gave up 11 sacks, probably the one spot on the offensive line I'd really like to improve upon. Foye Oloakin had 159 tackles. Trayvon Walker had 14.5 sacks and started showing the potential we all know he has. Marcus Peters had 16 interceptions, while Darius Williams added 10. Just ridiculous. Tyler Bass missed just 1 field goal and 1 extra point, and Alex O'Neal was beast returning with 2 touchdowns on kickoffs, 2 touchdowns on punts, and over 2,000 total return yards. Now, we look ahead to the offseason. We're obviously not going to have a great pick in the first round, so getting impact players could be tough. Marcus Peters' contract is up. He's probably our biggest impact player who's an impending free agent. Starting safety Terrell Burgess isn't far behind there. The Jacksonville Jaguars offseason started by getting word that backup quarterback Tyrod Taylor was retiring from the league. Other notable retirements included kicker Matt Prater from the Houston Texans, tackle Taylor Lewan from the Tennessee Titans, both in our division, former Jaguar defensive end Calais Campbell, and guard Kevin Zeitler of the Ravens. For a team that was just in the Super Bowl, it sure seemed like nobody wanted to re-sign with the Jaguars, as cornerback Marcus Peters, wide receiver Isaiah Walker, defensive end Clark Bush, and free safety Terrell Burgess all declined contract offers to stay with the team. In free agency, Isaiah Walker was the first to receive an offer, but to make any more, we had to make some moves. Zay Jones was out, and the Pats sent young wideout David Bognasty and a 6th-round pick back for him. Then, Cam Robinson and his $22 million salary for the season was out the door with a 5th-round pick to bring in a 2nd-rounder from the New York Jets. That gave Jacksonville the ability to offer Hollywood Brown and Mekhi Becton offers. But the largest offer went to corner Trayvon Diggs, who would be the 3rd different CB1 in as many seasons for the team should he sign. And he did. 5 years, $32.5 million with $27.5 million in bonus money. Then Isaiah Rodgers was offered a 5-year deal as well that he accepted right away to join Trayvon Diggs in the secondary. That meant that Darius Williams was expendable and out the door, with 2 7th-rounders for a 2nd-rounder from the Detroit Lions to save $10 million and try to bring in a big lineman in Tristan Wirfs. Safety John Johnson III was also sent an offer to join the squad, but he joined the New York Jets instead, and it was time for Terrell Burgess to get an offer to rejoin the Jaguars. Kirk Cousins was offered the backup quarterback gig now that Tyrod was retired, and voila! Burgess and Cousins signed, as well as Isaiah Walker. In another attempt to save money, John Franklin Myers was sent to Atlanta with a 6th-rounder to grab the 29th overall pick and save Jacksonville about $12-13 million, leading into cheap contract offers Jaguars for Yetur Gross-Matos, Ross Blacklock, Jamar Johnson, and DeAndre Swift, whom no team was attempting to sign. The Bengals were offering Daxton Hill for Christian Kirk, so it was Daxton Hill and a third-rounder coming in for the most overpriced wide receiver in recent memory. The money saved there allowed the Jaguars to pick up Trevor Lawrence's fifth option, but they had zero plans in picking up Travis Etienne Jr.'s. Not because he's bad, but he's a running back, and they got one of those really cheap. DeAndre Swift signs for 7 years, $10.5 million, and zero bonus dollars. That meant that Etienne would get shipped, and the Giants offered Kayvon Thibodeau, which sparked a crazy run, as Etienne was shipped for Thibodeau and a fourth-round pick, which meant that Odafe Owe could be shipped in the last year of his deal, along with a second and a sixth to get defensive tackle R.L. Richards, who's a channel member, and he came with 2 skill points, by the way, and was signed for the next 3 seasons. Getting Richards, though, meant that Fadukasi could go as well, and he was in the final year of his contract, and he was sent with a 4th and a 7th for Ekwonu of the Panthers, effectively upgrading Cam Robinson at the position. So far, the Jags were upgraded. Trayvon Diggs over Darius Williams, Marquise Brown over Christian Kirk, DeAndre Swift at least equals Etienne, R.L. Richards over Folorunzu Fadukasi, Ekwonu over Robinson, and Thibodeau's at least even with Owe, so it was going well. Big signings around the league: Justin Herbert to the New York Giants, Jalen Hurts to the Detroit Lions, Cam Akers to the Commanders, Clyde Edwards-Helaire to the Dolphins, T. Higgins to the Ravens, Darren Waller to the division rival Titans, Jedrick Wills, Tristan Wirfs both joined the Bears, Cameron Jordan is the newest Bengal for 1 season, Nick Bosa also joins the Bears in a big money spending offseason for them, Rashawn Gary to the Jets to join John Johnson, Darius Slay to the Broncos, while X-Factor Chidobe Awuzie joins the Saints, and the Bengals replace Awuzie with Kenny Moore II. Antoine Winfield Jr. is yet another huge Bears signing, and Jeremy Chin goes to the Lions. Time for the draft, and with the first overall pick, the New York Jets select quarterback Bo Reynolds. The Jaguars tried frantically to trade up to pick number 9, and the Cowboys just would not budge. So it was an interdivision deal with the Colts that landed the Jaguars pick number 10 and tackle Terry Anderson, who looks to be a really nice offensive lineman. After that draft day trade of Little to the Panthers, netted a second-round pick, and in an attempt to trade up with the Rams for tight end Maurice Hurst, that was not happening. So a bit later in the round, a smaller trade up with the other LA team, the Chargers, and Jacksonville had another tackle on their hands, DeMarcus Broyles, who looked amazing. That move sparked the trade of Jawan Taylor to the Seahawks for a third-rounder, and Brandon Scherf to the Pats for a host of draft picks as well. Jags then traded pick number 33 down with the Browns, only to trade pick 50 up with the Cardinals for 40 and give up a 6th and 7th. With that selection, it was a third straight lineman tackle, more specifically an Alan Hannon, who the team was eyeing all along. Then, after another trade down within the second round with the Falcons, the next Jaguar rookie would be tight end Chris Maddox. Then Jacksonville saw themselves the ability to double down on tight end by taking Jared Knox with their next selection, and those two guys should do a nice job of replacing Evan Ingram down the line. Next, it was middle linebacker out of Texas A&M Tramon Harris with the hidden dev. There were some trade downs through the rest of the draft, but the Jags ultimately selected another hidden dev player in defensive end Courtney Rhodes, another tackle in Theodore Reeves, running back Deontay Bates, linebacker Nick Wilson, and their final pick, hidden development safety Gabe Boykin. All in all, a wonderful draft by Jacksonville, doubling, even tripling down on positions of need like offensive line and tight end, while also grabbing high potential, high development players at key spots like middle linebacker, defensive end, and safety that could set the team up to be good for a long time. Big money saving offseason, and I feel like the team did improve greatly. What grade would you give the Jaguars draft, and how do you feel about the offseason? Tell me in the comments section. User players added into the franchise. Channel member Timmy Klink will quarterback the Vikings this year as a starter. Wide receiver Malcolm Proctor is a Bronco. Darrell Law will play corner in Tampa. AJ Jefferson will be a wideout for the Pats. Peace Piper will be a Raiders tight end. Our division will see channel member edge rusher Chad Powers, who should be a dominant force for the Titans. And the New York Jets will welcome wideout Jared Seibel. Preseason additions included running back J.K. Dobbins, wide receiver Johnny Telfer, guard Emmett Purcell, center Derek Black, guard Tyler Wise, tackle Josh Peterson, defensive tackle Avery Dupree, linebackers Kelvin Shepard and Demarius Van Buren, cornerback DeAndre Spence, and safeties Randy Ali and Kendall Dobson, as well as channel member kicker Calvin Mentor, who I just could not stand to see sitting in free agency. Before preseason got started, the Jaguars had to make a couple of tough moves as Jay Tufele gets traded to the San Francisco 49ers for a 4th-round pick, and then the big one, Foyesade Oloakin, going back where he came from, the Atlanta Falcons, for a 2nd and 5th round draft choice. Preseason highlights, Jags at 49ers, and we wouldn't normally start here, but that's a 61-yard field goal just drained by Calvin Mentor for the early lead. Later on, 3rd and 18, short pass to J.K. Dobbins, who has it ripped away, and it's scooped up by Jimmy Ward, who takes it untouched to the house for a Niners touchdown. Before the first quarter is over, T-Law runs the offense downfield and hits new target Marquise Hollywood Brown to regain the lead. Then, after a 49er missed field goal, Kirk Cousins takes a shot after this throw for a 15-yard roughing the passer by Justin Hollins to set up Jacksonville nicely in the red zone, but Cousins is picked off on a 3rd and 1 by guess who? Justin Hollins, who makes up for it. But late in the first half, it's the rookie Deontay Bates with the short yardage touchdown to extend the Jaguar lead to 10. The half wasn't over yet, and Isaiah Rodgers, the new signing, making his presence known with a scoop and score of his own to make it a 24-7 ball game. Out of the half, quick goal line pass from Cousins to David Bognasty for a touchdown. And Cousins later found Albert O for another score, and then even the fullback got in on the action, as it was Brian Dawson with a short yardage score, and the Jaguars get a 48-7 road blowout win to begin the preseason. Beautiful preseason night in Jacksonville. Rams visit the Jaguars. Alex Ingold gets the Rams side of the scoreboard, lighting up early with a short tutty, and then he struck again in the second quarter with a fullback dive to give the Rams a 14-0 lead. Fourth quarter, and it's third-string quarterback John Simpson trying to lead the charge with a terrific throw to Zach Hackett to give the Jaguars their first lead of the day. But it's Jimmy Thompson for the Rams with a 42-yard rocket to Tutu Atwell to get the Rams the lead right back on a beautiful pass. But Simpson wasn't done. 42 seconds left, and he takes off scrambling for a first down to the 15-yard line. That was followed by this 1st and 10 strike to Alberto in the end zone, and the Jags had the lead again. Final attempt for Jimmy Thompson off his back foot, and it's short and intercepted to end the ball game. Jaguars get a 24-21 comeback win in front of the home fans. Final preseason game for the Jags at the Commanders, and Kirk Cousins scrambling, fumbling, and it's William Jackson III scooping it and going untouched like that room your mama has been telling you over and over again to clean. Commanders lead 7-0. Second quarter, Sam Darnold gets a short touchdown pass to Logan Thomas, and then later, a longer one to Chris McDonald for a 21-0 lead as the Commanders command the Jaguars. 3 field goals were enough to finish the Jaguars off by a score of 30-0. Now, John Simpson outplayed Kirk Cousins in the preseason, and it was nice to see Isaiah Walker and David Bognasty show out at wide receiver. Bo Melton and Albert O used their opportunities well, and on defense, Tremont Harris and Dark Specta led the youth movement with 1.5 sacks apiece. But it was time to make some really tough decisions, and I'm honestly not sure how I feel about them going forward. Alberto's value was high, so he was shipped off to Miami for a 3rd-round pick. Devin Lloyd had a really quiet preseason. With Tremont Harris's play, the Jags decided on moving him to Chicago for a 4th and a 7th-round pick. Javian Hawkins is in the final year of his contract, and he wasn't making the top 3 rushers, so he was sent to Buffalo for a 6th-round pick. Bo Melton never never really seems to fit into the season plans, even though I love him. Oh, he was shipped to Arizona for a 6th-rounder as well. Jamar Johnson had his spot taken by the rookie Gabe Boykin, so he wanted out, and his request was granted. He was moved to Seattle for yet another 6th-round pick. In looking at the final depth chart, I'm hoping the team is destined for great things. Trevor Lawrence has ample weapons to get the job done with DeAndre Swift, Hollywood Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Alex O'Neal, even David Bognasty and Isaiah Walker can get the job done at receiver. And then there's Evan Ingram at tight end with a couple of rookies as well. The offensive line is a little more raw than in previous years, but I feel it has way more potential. Aquanu, Westbrook, Santos, Broyles, and Anderson are all very talented. The pass rush should be great with Trayvon Walker, Dark Specta, R.L. Richards, Josh Allen, and Kayvon Thibodeau all rushing in. Chad Muma is going to have to prove himself, replacing Foyesade Oloakin as the starting middle linebacker. And I feel that Tremont Harris can really help him at that middle linebacker position. And Trayvon Diggs should be an upgrade over any CB1 the Jags have had thus far in the series, which means he should probably break the pick record. Add Daxton Hill and the returning Andre Sisco, and this team should be ready to give another Super Bowl run a go. Jacksonville will open the season at home against the high-powered Buffalo Bills. Then 5 of their next 7 games will be divisional, with 2 versus the Titans and the Texans, and 1 more with the Colts. They will also have rematches later in the season with the Dolphins, who they beat in the divisional round of the playoffs last year, the Chiefs, who they beat in the AFC title game, and the Packers, who they lost the Super Bowl to. The Jaguars open their season at home, hosting Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. On the first play of the year from scrimmage is Josh Allen picked off by the rookie Tremont Harris. Trevor Lawrence turns that into a touchdown pass to his new target, Marquise Hollywood Brown. And then Josh Allen is strip sacked, recovered by the Jaguars, and Allen looks to be hurt a little bit. Jaguars get 3 there, but later on, DeAndre Swift, first touchdown as a Jaguar, and it's 17-zip. Second quarter, Allen play fakes, gets smothered, loses the football for the second time, and it's recovered by R.L. Richards. After the turnover, DeAndre Swift strikes again with another trip to pay dirt, and just when Allen and the Bills were in the red zone, he's intercepted by Isaiah Rodgers, and he turns on the Jets all the way back to the house for Grandma's Cookies to make this one a laugher. Right before the half, Hollywood Brown gets free for a 39-yard strike from Lawrence. The Bills won the second half, but it was still a 50-20 victory for Coach FG and the Jacksonville Jaguars with a dominant home opening win. Hollywood Brown opens his Jags career with 126 yards and 2 scores. Tannehill and the Titans hosting the Jaguars, and I know, first highlight, a punt, but check it out. Out at the 5. And then 3rd and 9, Trevor Lawrence is sacked for a safety by Jeffrey Simmons. The safety punt is then returned and fumbled, and it's Jaguars football in Titans territory, which led to a leading field goal. Until Ryan Tannehill from his own 39 throws off his back foot, 50-50 ball. Traylon Burks makes the grab and takes it into the end zone for 6. Late in the first half, Tannehill's pass is cut off and intercepted by Tyson Campbell, who would go all the way back to the house. Second half, Trevor Lawrence is cut off and intercepted as well. That's an open house for Christian Fulton for the 4th lead change of the game. 4 lead changes, how about pick 6 number 3? Tannehill pays no attention to Terrell Burgess, who housed that one. A short DeAndre Swift rushing touchdown put the Jags in front before Tannehill found Robert Woods in the corner of the end zone to tie the game up going into the 4th. Titans get the go-ahead score on a pass that could have been picked off, but it's Tannehill to Burks for the second time in the lead instead. Later in the 4th, this long throw leads to DPI on Christian Fulton and a field goal for the Jags to get within 1 point. He would have a chance, but the defense could not get off the field when they needed to the most. And Coach FG is not happy with a 1-point loss to a rival. Shout out to Chad Muma and Tremont Harris for each getting 20 tackles in a very physical game where Derrick Henry had 34 carries. Trevon Diggs had 2 interceptions on Tannehill, and that led to a breakout opportunity for him. If the defense could hold the Vikings to less than 100 passing yards or force 3 turnovers, or he personally had another amazing game. No more Kirk Cousins, it's Timmy Klink time in Minnesota hosting the Jaguars. Welcome to the NFL, Timmy Klink, as he is smacked by Chad Muma. Ball pops out into the arms of Kayvon Thibodeau for a scoop and score. Then Vikes elect to go for a 4th and inches, and the play call is this deep pass that Klink throws out of bounds. Trevor Lawrence takes advantage of good field position. Things got worse for Klink as he threw this pass right to Trevon Diggs for a pick that led to 3 more Jaguar points. After that, he goes long, looking end zone underthrown, and Andre Cisco's in on the action with a pick. Long 89-yard drive after that pick is capped off by this DeAndre Swift rushing touchdown. It got bad for Minnesota. Coming out of the half, Lawrence hits tight end Evan Ingram, who has gone under the radar this season. And it's a long run, finally brought down at the 3-yard line. And then you guessed it, DeAndre Swift capping that one off with another short run to pay dirt. Timmy Klink getting aggressive again and going for the end zone. It's another interception for Trevon Diggs, leading to another Jaguar touchdown. This one from Trevor Lawrence to Evan Ingram. And the route ends in a 51-10 Jaguars victory, behind Trevor Lawrence 2 touchdowns and DeAndre Swift's 2 touchdowns. Those who might have been upset at the Jags for getting rid of Darius Williams since he somehow was an X-Factor need to fear not, because Trevon Diggs has completed his development upgrade with 2 interceptions, and he is now an X-Factor. Jacksonville, Thursday Night Football, Titans-Jags for the second time in 3 games, and a little deja vu with the Titans up 3. It's Tannehill intercepted and taken aback to the house for another pick 6 on him. This time it's Andre Cisco. Late in the first half, Tannehill gets the Titans a new lead, hitting free agent signing Darren Waller for a score. Short slant pass from Tannehill to Robert Woods extended the Titan lead to 10 points, and a 4th down attempt from Lawrence is broken up in the end zone for a turnover on downs. Then after a Titan field goal ensuing kickoff, Alex O'Neal takes it up the right side of the field, sideline, gone like all my hopes and dreams. Touchdown Jaguars, back in the game. After a field goal, it made it 26-20. Lawrence launched the ball into the end zone, drawing a pass interference on Caleb Farley. And on 3rd and goal, it was Evan Ingram on the receiving end of the go-ahead touchdown from Trevor Lawrence. Titans ball with 50 seconds to go. It's 3rd and 1. It's completed to the 46. Then Derrick Henry will take the ball into enemy territory on 1st down, using Tennessee's 2nd timeout. Their final timeout comes on the next play, 4 yards short of the sticks, and they elect to kick the leading field goal with just 11 seconds remaining. The final play for Lawrence is a complete embarrassment and a joke, and the Jaguars go down to Tennessee again, losing both matchups by a combined 3 points, as this one is a final Titans 29, Jaguars 27. Derrick Henry again with 30-plus carries and over 100 yards. Texans host the Jaguars with their battle red attire, and Jacksonville off to an early start with this short Amon-Ra St. Brown touchdown. And on their second possession, it's deja vu with another Amon-Ra St. Brown score and a 14-0 lead. Second quarter, Davis Mills is in danger and loses the football, only to be picked up by a lineman and go for a safety anyway. Add in the obligatory DeAndre Swift punch-in from short yardage, and a nice thread of the needle from T-Law to Evan Ingram. And the Jaguars go on to win 30-10 in Houston behind Trayvon Walker's big day and Amon-Ra's 2 TDs. Chad Muma's been playing well, justifying the decision to move on from Foyesade Loikin, and he can make it a little bit better and sweeter by completing his breakout chance in the upcoming game. Jaguars host Babatunde St. Roma and the Colts in the rain, and this big connection from Trevor Lawrence to Marquise Brown down to the 1-yard line set up the short yardage touchdown run by Deontay Bates, the first of his career. But second-year quarterback Babatunde St. Roma throws a gorgeous pass to Cameron Mathis in the end zone to even the score. Later in the quarter, it's too easy for St. Roma, hitting Jonathan McGee for the go-ahead score. That was later evened up by Deontay Bates with his second rushing touchdown of the day. Coming out at halftime, T-Law made a panic throw under pressure, and it was picked off by Kawan Williams, who had nothing but green in front of him to extend the lead to 10 points. Later, Babatunde hits Mathis for the second time in the back left corner of the end zone to all but close the game out. But if it wasn't done there, it sure was here, as Lawrence was intercepted in the red zone in garbage time to be sure that the Colts took home a dub 34-17 with 150 yards from Jonathan Taylor in addition to Cameron Mathis's great game. Unfortunately, Chad Muma did not get his development trade upgrade with that poor defensive performance versus the Colts, and we've rolled through 4 of our divisional games already, and we're 1-3 in them. Not looking great with the Titans at 4-1, having beaten our Jags twice, and the Colts at 3-3 with the early leg up on us. We need that win at home against the Texans in Week 8 before the Ravens and Chiefs hit our schedule. But first, we got to focus on the 4-2 Jets, who do not look like slouches themselves this year. We know they loaded up in free agency. Big news, Jaguars fans. Big contract extensions were reached with cornerback Tyson Campbell, who's had a solid career so far, and he was re-signed for 7 years at a relatively team-friendly deal, making less money than even Isaiah Rodgers, who was signed in free agency. The other big signing is Andre Sisco, who took a 7-year deal to continue his Jaguars career. Another team-friendly deal for Jacksonville, as the new regime is making far more frugal use of the salary cap dollars than the previous one, thank God. The only somewhat big money spent was the cash doled out to channel member kicker Calvin Mentor to keep him a Jaguar until he's 28 years old. The Jaguars go to MetLife Stadium to face number 1 overall pick Bo Reynolds and the new-look New York Jets, and the impact of their signings are felt quickly with John Johnson III intercepting a Trevor Lawrence pass for the early lead. But the Jags got Zach Wilson back with a crazy pressure, resulting in an odd interception by Trayvon Walker, taken all the way back to the house for a Jags lead. Then pressure again near the goal line, and it looked like a safety, but it wasn't called one. Good field goal position for Jacksonville is ruined by a Trevor Lawrence interception, and Davin Hamilton goes to the locker room injured. Bo Reynolds, then with the rookie growing pains, is picked off by Daxton Hill with an easy walk-in pick 6 to get the Jaguars lead to 10. Stood that way with a flurry of back-and-forth field goals, and in the 4th, Bo is chased back, hit, fumbles, ball jumped on in the end zone by New York, and it is a safety. The ensuing drive was capped by a toss to Deontay Bates from 3 yards out for the touchdown, and the Jags go on to win 32-13 as they remained undefeated outside the AFC South. Number 1 overall pick Bo Reynolds had 62 passing attempts and was picked off 4 times while fumbling twice. Jaguars hosting the rival Texans in their 5th divisional game, and they need the win. T-Law off to a good start with a short touchdown pass to Evan Engram late in the first quarter. Then it's Davis Mills to Mecole Hardman for a long tying touchdown. Late stages of the first half, Lawrence launches one to David Bognasty on a 3rd down to set up a short Deontay Bates rushing score for the lead again. Jaguars' chance to extend the lead before the half is thwarted with a Texans forced fumble and recovery, and in the second half, the Jags end a Texans threat with an Andre Sisco interception. Unfortunately, Trevor Lawrence unravels later in the quarter with an easy pick 6 thrown right at Derek Stingley Jr. for a tying score. In the 4th, horrible blitz pickup by Deontay Bates leads to T-Law going down in the end zone for a Texans leading safety. With under 4 minutes to go, this beautiful strike from Davis Mills to Nico Collins in the end zone extends that Texans lead. Jags go down at home 26-14 and continue their poor record within the AFC South, but the Texans defense did dominate this one. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens play host to our Jaguars, and it's a 9-0 lead for the visitors before Tyrion Davis-Price scores from a yard out to put the Ravens on the board. After that, right before halftime, Trevor Lawrence throws one up to former Raven Hollywood Brown who makes the grab to regain the 9-point lead, and you know he loves that. Jags don't look back, and they win it 22-10 in a game with very little highlight plays, as the season remains strange for the Jaguars, winning every game outside of their own division. Hollywood Brown ends with 108 and a touchdown to show off against his former squad. Amon-Ra St. Brown had a decent 100-yard game as well, and it leads to a breakout opportunity for him in his contract season. So if he gets it, we may need to consider signing him to a long-term contract. AFC title game rematch, Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs visiting our Jaguars, and he has been on fire the first half of this year. He had the offense rolling early as well, finishing a drive off with a short touchdown pass to Juju Smith-Schuster. Second Chiefs drive, right back to Juju he goes for a second touchdown pass on a play that was reviewed and confirmed in the booth. Going for a third touchdown of the quarter, but this one is picked off by Tyson Campbell, and it is taken all the way to the house to cut the lead in half. But the Chiefs then extend the lead back to 14 anyway, again with a Mahomes strike to ex-Jaguar this time, Laviska Shenault Jr. Fourth quarter, Pat Mahomes calls game with this touchdown strike as Josh Allen is called for roughing. That obviously ended up getting declined. Chiefs go on to win by a score of 48-16 as Pat Mahomes goes for 527 and 6 touchdown passes. Unfortunately, Amon-Ra St. Brown did not complete his breakout, but at least there's no pressure to get a deal done with him in that case. Jaguars host the Dolphins in a divisional round rematch, and with a 3-0 lead, Trevor Lawrence finds Alex O'Neal at the 2-yard line to make way for a short pass to rookie tight end Chris Maddox, first one of his career. Next Miami drive, and Tua throws a contested pass that is picked off by Isaiah Rodgers as he earns that extension with a return to the house to extend the Jaguars' lead to 17 points. Tua then hits Cedric Wilson for a short touchdown pass to get Miami back in it. And then fullback Brian Dawson finds the end zone on the opposite end to get it back to a 17-point game. Trevor Lawrence ices this game with a short touchdown pass to Alex O'Neal as he did the rest for that other Jaguar score. And a garbage time Dolphin touchdown made the final 31-17 as both quarterbacks ended up going for 2 TDs and 3 picks apiece. Andre Sisco has had a nice year, and now he's going to get his chance to officially become a superstar after we've given him his contract extension already, so it could really be beneficial for both sides should he complete this. It's the Jaguars' final division game of the season against quarterback Babatunde St. Roma and the Indianapolis Colts. The Jags need this game just to go 2-4 in the division on the season. And early on, questionable decision to go for it on 4th and 2. Brian Dawson is stuffed, and it's a turnover on downs. Next possession, long throw from Trevor Lawrence to Alex O'Neal for a big first down. Flag on the play is interference, which is declined, and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown with the day's first touchdown, giving the Jags a 10-0 lead. Colts then looking to get their first points, but Babatunde is intercepted by the X-Factor himself, Trayvon Diggs, and he's taken all the way to the crib like taking candy from a widow baby to extend the Jacksonville advantage to 17. Evan Ingram's on the receiving end of a short physical touchdown pass, and then Deontay Bates makes a beastly cutback on 3rd and 1, pushing his way into the end zone to make it a rout as the Jags go on to win this one 37-14 to improve to 7-5 on the year and 2-4 in the division. Trevor Lawrence throws for 302 touchdowns. Unfortunately, Andre Sisco's breakout opportunity was another failure, but the good news is that we are 7-5 with no more divisional games left on the schedule in our final 5, and all of our wins have been by double-digit points. But we did just win back-to-back games for the first time, and losing to the Chiefs means we lost our first out-of-division game all year. Now we're going into New England next week before a bye week, before coming home for the Lions and the Giants, and then visiting the Bears at Soldier Field before we finally get to host the Packers in a Super Bowl rematch to close the season. With 5 regular season games left, Trevor Lawrence has a 14 touchdown, 21 INT ratio. Rushing's a nice balance with 682 for Swift and 245 for Bates with 11 combined touchdowns between them. Hollywood Brown leads in receiving with 851. Ingram's been quietly the number 2 target this year. Alex O'Neal's outperforming Amon-Ra in yards, but not TDs. Defensively, Tremont Harris might pass 200 tackles on the year. Trayvon Walker has 12.5 sacks with Josh Allen at 10.5. Trayvon Diggs is sitting at 9 interceptions, and he would need 1 in each remaining game to tie Night Train Lane's record of 14. Jaguars visit the Pats at Gillette Stadium, and a Mac Jones strike to subscriber wideout A.J. Jefferson gives New England an early lead. Mac Jones later tosses one over the middle, picked off by Trayvon Diggs, and that would lead to a field goal. Before halftime, Mac makes it up with a short tutty to Hunter Henry to extend the Pat lead. And Amon-Ra St. Brown breaks free down the left sideline for Jacksonville to set up another field goal. Then it's Ramondre Stevenson from short yardage for a 21-point Patriot lead. But Trevor Lawrence scrambles for a huge 20-yard gain on the ground to set up this short touchdown run for DeAndre Swift. Later on, it's a touchdown pass to Amon-Ra St. Brown again to make it a game. But the last chance for the Jags comes in the form of a punt return, and Alex O'Neal fair catches it to end the game. Disappointing performance for most of the game by the Jags offense, and they go down 27-20 on the road and are dumped to 7-6. Lions come into TIAA Bank Field with Jalen Hurts at the helm now, and he had them up 3 points and added more with this handoff to former Jag James Robinson for 6. Trevor Lawrence hands one to DeAndre Swift, who gets really good blocking to get to the right sideline and burn the Detroit defense for a huge gain. So why not go right back to him for a slashing score to get the Jacksonville crowd back into this? DeAndre Swift continued his hot start into the second quarter, scoring from 5 yards out to give the Jags their first lead of the ball game. However, fourth quarter, Jags up 7. He's hit and loses the football, recovered by Leki Fotu to give the Lions a chance. But on third down, Hurts is hit as he throws and winds up incomplete as the Jags go on to win the ball game 26-16 in front of the home crowd and behind DeAndre Swift's 100-yard game and 2 touchdowns. Monday Night Football, Giants and Jaguars, and Justin Herbert's is hot for the New York Football Giants. However, his supporting cast not helping early as Kenny Golladay is smacked off the football, fumbles it, recovers by Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence has all day, but he can't find an open man, takes off, and he fumbles. Recovered by Troy Anderson, and that is scooped and taken all the way back to the casa for the game's first touchdown. And then Justin Herbert caught some fire. This sick launch downfield to Kadarius Toney set up a Giants field goal, and then this 34-yard toss to Toney later set up a wide-open touchdown toss to Jersey native Mike Gesicki to extend that Giant lead to 17. Later on, Giants up 20 points as Herbert gets a check down to Saquon, who's smacked, loses the football to be recovered by rookie linebacker Tramon Harris. The Jags take advantage with a DeAndre Swift touchdown and cut the lead to 13 points. After the half, Lawrence is rolling right. He finds Alex O'Neal for a touchdown to make it a ball game, but Saquon gets a short yardage score on the next Giant drive to make it 14 even at 28-14. In the fourth quarter, the Jags are down 17 points when Lawrence lets one rip into the end zone. What a throw and catch by Marquise Brown, but it's not enough. The Giants get the win on Monday Night Football 34-21 behind Herbert's 434 yards passing. Justin Fields and the Bears welcome the Jags to Soldier Field, and they held a 3-point lead until Deontay Bates scores from 2 yards out to give Jacksonville a lead. Then it's a short yardage touchdown toss to Amon-Ra St. Brown to extend the Jaguar lead. And after that, Amon-Ra runs a nice slant for another score and a 21-3 lead. Other side of the half, it's Amon-Ra again with another short touchdown grab to go up 25. Big third and goal, but it's a wide open Kai Turner for the first Bear touchdown of the day. And then later, Fields lets one loose, and it's complete down to the Jaguar 14, which set up this throw from Fields to Malik Elam. for another Bears touchdown. Ensuing Jags possession, it's Lawrence looking to scramble. He's hit, he fumbles, and it's scooped up by Jaquan Brisker as he takes that all the way back for a Bears touchdown to get them within just one score. And looking to avoid the 28-3 curse, Lawrence gives it to DeAndre Swift, who picks up the first down to get Jacksonville into victory formation and come away with a 7-point win on the road behind T-Law's 3 touchdown tosses to Amon-Ra St. Brown. We're heading into a big showdown in the final game of the year, which will be important for postseason seeding, and we do so without Evan Ingram, Josh Allen, or rookie tackle Terry Anderson. Super Bowl rematch, same unis, different stadium as the Jags have home field now, but the Pack led it 9-6 in the second quarter when Aaron Rodgers finds new Packer Rondale Moore for a 72-yard bomb and the game's first touchdown. Jags then get a field goal after halftime, and the ensuing kickoff is fumbled, and it's recovered by Tramon Harris. Jags are in business with a short score from the goal line back Deontay Bates to tie the game at 16. Next Jacksonville possession, Trevor Lawrence is roughed at the end of this throw by Quay Walker, and that sets up the Jaguars for this quick pass from T-Law to Hollywood Brown for Jacksonville's first lead of the day. And they did not look back as DeAndre Swift hits pay dirt to answer a Green Bay field goal. And then on a great Aaron Jones carry, this ball is ripped out of his hands, and it is recovered by Chad Muma, who goes down the sideline all the way back to the end zone for a scoop and score. Then Alex O'Neal catches a touchdown pass to add insult to injury, as there's no love lost for these two teams as the Jags get their revenge by a score of 44-19. The Packers will miss the postseason at 6-11. Into the regular season, and the Bengals win the AFC North at 12-5, with the Browns and the Ravens both getting wild cards. Titans win the conference with a bye, and the Jaguars will get the final wild card in the AFC. Bills win the AFC East at 11-6, and the Broncos win the AFC West at 10-7. In the NFC, the Bears will win the North at 10-7, while the Lions sneak into the playoffs at 8-9. Panthers, the Falcons, and the Bucks will all make the playoffs from the South with some pretty good records, while the Cowboys will win the East at 10-7. The Seahawks will win the West at 9-8. So it'll be Ravens at Bengals, Jaguars at Bills, and the Browns at the Broncos in the AFC wildcard games, while in the NFC, it'll be Lions at Bears, nice divisional matchup, Bucks at Cowboys, and Falcons at Seahawks. Jaguars visiting the Bills on wildcard weekend. Jags up 3-0, but Josh Allen threatens, and he is picked off by Trayvon Diggs, the league's leader in interceptions this year. That drive would lead to a little fullback love, with Brian Dawson scoring the game's first touchdown. But the Bills are looking to make it a game, and it's Emmett Clements with the short score. Jags say anything you can do, I can do better, with Chris Maddox scoring on the other end, another tight end score. And later in the half, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown having a solid contract year with a tutty. But he was not done, as he gets another one on the other side of halftime. And the Bills trying to make it a game. Josh Allen finds Tommy Tremble for 6. Two-pointer was good afterward, and Josh Allen midway through the fourth quarter finds Chase Claypool to make it a one-score game. And then really late in the game, he hits Stephon Diggs to get within 2 points. But that two-point conversion is stopped in the clutch by Chad Muma's pass rush, and the Jaguars are able to pick up the first down that they would need to barely hang on in this game, 31-29, after leading it 31-7. Josh Allen did all he could do, but the Jaguars will move on to the divisional round, 31-29. The wild card round, the 7-seeded Ravens get past the Bengals, Broncos sneak by the Browns, the Bears pound the Lions, the Cowboys barely get past the Buccaneers. Falcons beat up on the Seahawks, so it will be the Panthers hosting the Falcons in a little divisional love, Bears hosting the Cowboys, Titans will host the Ravens, and our Jags will travel to Denver, Colorado. Jaguars visit the Broncos in the divisional round with an early 3-0 lead. Russell Wilson is smacked in the end zone, loses the football, and recovers in the end zone for a safety. So the Jags with an 8-point lead T-Law finds Alex O'Neal in tight coverage for the game's first touchdown, a 15-0 lead. In the third quarter, the Broncos finally strike with a short Javonte Williams tutty, and the Jaguars would match that late in the quarter with a 1-yard pass to DeAndre Swift. Then after a Denver field goal, Lawrence play fakes and lets one loose down the left side of the field to Hollywood Brown, who's wide open for a bomb touchdown. As the Jags, learning from Wild Card Weekend, they don't want to let the Broncos back in it. Russ gets a little dangerous over the middle, and he's intercepted by Trevon Diggs. That leads to DeAndre Swift finding the end zone again to make it a rout. And as the Broncos get stuffed on fourth down, Lawrence then hits Amon-Ra for another touchdown strike to win the game 43-10 behind his 4 touchdown passes. It was another seeding upset in Tennessee as the Ravens take care of the Titans in a big way for us. The NFC is as expected with the Panthers and the Bears both victorious in 41-35 games. Odd. So it will be the 2 lowest seeds in the AFC and the 2 highest seeds in the NFC. Let's get it. Jaguars get to host the Ravens in the AFC Championship game, down 3-0 early, but Trevor Lawrence finds Hollywood Brown on an easy slant route for the game's first touchdown and the 7-3 lead. Second quarter, it's Deontay Bates with a short yardage touchdown to extend the Jag lead to 11. And on the next Jaguars drive, deja vu as Bates finds his way in for another one. Late in the half, a toss to Deontay Bates will get him the edge and the 3rd rushing touchdown of the day, give the Jacksonville Jaguars a dreaded 28-3 lead. Ravens get 3 before the half, but Deontay Bates gets touchdown number 4 on the other side of the break, and the Ravens need a big play. So Ravens fans' prayers were then answered as Lamar Jackson takes that read option right side of the field and just races past everyone on the Jaguars defense for an 87-yard touchdown run. Next Jaguars drive stalls, but on the punt, it is a fumble, and Chad Muma scoops it, scores it for a Jacksonville touchdown. Fourth quarter, Deontay Bates scores his 5th touchdown of the day. And after adding a couple of field goals, John Harbaugh is not happy as his Ravens get embarrassed 55-16 by basically just the 2 Jaguars running backs. DeAndre Swift, 174 on the ground, 48 in the air, but he had no touchdowns as Deontay Bates had 5 on 5 carries. So for a second straight season, no Jaguar players in the Pro Bowl as they'll be in the Super Bowl instead. The only things really worth pointing out here is that subscriber quarterback Akura Koala and strong safety Morgan Money, the subscriber players, will be in the Pro Bowl. Bears defense shuts the Panthers down, and they will be our opposition this time. 2 straight NFC North teams taking on our Jaguars in the Super Bowl in consecutive seasons. I hope you're ready for the second Super Bowl of this series. It's time to officially end Season 3 of the Jaguars franchise today at the Super Bowl. Second straight appearance for the Jaguars after losing to the Green Bay Packers last season in an action-packed game. This year it will be another NFC North foe in the Chicago Bears, whom the Jaguars did beat this regular season. Justin Fields and the Bears start with it, and he takes it right side off of a read option, but he's stuffed. Jaguars get the ball and are equally stuffed on a 3rd down of their own. Next possession for the Bears, and Justin Fields makes a nice 3rd down throw, but on the next set of downs is rushed on 3rd and taken down by Trayvon Walker. Jaguars start to move the ball as Trevor Lawrence finds Alex O'Neal and then tight end Evan Ingram before a play fake on 3rd and 1 gets a wide open man for another 1st down. 2nd and goal, and it's Deontay Bates with the power for the first score of the game. Justin Fields with it, and he is intercepted by the league's leader in interceptions, Trevon Diggs. Bears defense holds to a Calvin Mentor field goal attempt, which is good, 10-0 Jags. Trevor Lawrence completes a 3rd and 11 to Alex O'Neal to keep the Jags moving, and it's DeAndre Swift with the moves inside the 30. Lawrence then finds Marquise Brown to set up a 3rd and goal, where he goes back to him, but it's incomplete, and Calvin Mentor will tack on 3 more. First play from Fields on the next possession is a pick, and it's Diggs again. And on 3rd and 9, Lawrence hits Hollywood, but he can't get it to O'Neal on a 3rd and goal, and Mentor will have 3 more points. Justin Fields hits a really nice pass into Jaguar territory, trying to get some points before halftime, but it's Trevor Diggs with another interception, his 3rd of the day, as he takes it back to Bears territory. That ends up leading to 3 more on the leg of Calvin Mentor. Jaguars ball with 42 seconds in the half. Big T-Law pass for a 1st in Bears territory, and then Amon-Ra St. Brown takes it to the 25 before number 25. Calvin Mentor adds yet another field goal before the half. 22-0 Jaguars at the half. They're dominating. Can they hang on? Lawrence throws a rocket downfield to Alex O'Neal, setting up a 3rd and goal, and he goes down, leading to another Mentor kick for a 25-point lead. Next Bear possession, Fields completes, but the ball is ripped from the receiver and recovered by the Jaguars. Good thing the Bears defense and Robert Quinn steps up with a sack to lead the Jaguars to a punt. Jags get the ball back later and have a big screen pickup by DeAndre Swift, which leads to another big leg kick by Mentor. Bears move the ball nicely with a big David Montgomery run into enemy territory, and then this pretty throw from Fields to an open Dawson Knox. However, on 4th and goal, it's knocked away in the corner of the end zone by Tremon Harris. What a season for the rookie. Jags ball. Jags do nothing with the football, and the Bears got a 4th and 17, and what a throw from Justin Fields. This is the Fields we expected all day as he hits DJ Chark in the back of the end zone. However, the onside kick is no good, and the Jaguars move it downfield to add this short throw from Lawrence to backup tight end Chris Maddox. Last play of the game, Justin Fields hits the short slant route, but it is short of the goal line, and that's going to do it. The Jacksonville Jaguars have done it. They win their return trip to the Super Bowl after a heartbreaking loss last season, and they take down Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears 35-7 to earn their first Super Bowl victory in team history. The Lombardi is in Duval County. Trevor Diggs gets honored with the Super Bowl MVP for his 3 interceptions in the game. And Trevor Lawrence played well all postseason, and he did it again in this game. Trayvon Walker was hurt during the game, but he did have 2 sacks. And we can't forget Calvin Mentor's 7 field goals. Season stats, Trevor Lawrence ends the year with 4,500 yards passing, 22 touchdowns, and 21 picks. DeAndre Swift gets 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns on the year, while Deontay Bates has a nice rookie season with 307 and 8 tutties. Hollywood Brown gets 1,169 nice yards with 6 touchdowns. Evan Ingram with a very quiet 901 and 5. Alex O'Neal with 842 and 3, and Amon-Ra gets 837 and 7. Nice spread on the ball to all the weapons. 2 guys get over 200 tackles with Tremon Harris and Chad Muma. Trayvon Walker with 17.5 sacks, 32 TFLs, and Josh Allen with 12 sacks and 33 TFLs. Then, of course, Trevor Diggs with 16 interceptions, the new NFL record in a season. Calvin Mentor goes 40 of 47 on field goal, and Alex O'Neal did have a kick return touchdown this year. Subscriber player Akura Koala wins the league MVP for the Buccaneers. Trevor Diggs barely beats teammate Trayvon Walker for Defensive Player of the Year in the AFC. AFC Offensive Rookie of the Year, subscriber AJ Jefferson. Tremon Harris wins the AFC Defensive Rookie of the Year. Alex Santos takes home Best Offensive Lineman. Trayvon Walker for Defensive Lineman, and Trevor Diggs for Defensive Back. Recap screen, we got the Jaguars as the Super Bowl champions. 35-7 win over the Bears. Diggs, obviously the Super Bowl MVP. League MVP is Akura Koala. Arthur Smith wins Coach of the Year. Offensive Player of the Year for the whole league goes to Zeke Elliott. Trayvon Diggs, the league's best defensive player. AJ Jefferson takes home Offensive Rookie, and Morgan Money, another subscriber, wins Defensive Rookie of the Year over Tremon Harris. Checking out some subscriber stats, Akura Koala led the league in passing yards with 55-18 and had 46 touchdowns to 10 picks. Timmy Klink finished his rookie campaign with 43-22, 19 TDs, and 16 picks. Not bad considering we destroyed his confidence early in the year. Babatunde St. Roma had 36.94 with 31 TDs and 10 picks, not bad at all. A.J. Jefferson had 85 catches for 12.01 and 7 touchdowns, while A.J. Chambers had 96 catches for 11.02 and 14 TDs. Tim Tejada had 135 tackles and a pick. Morgan Money had 107 tackles, 3 interceptions this year, while our boy General Manager Matthew Hackett had 61 tackles, 2 interceptions, and 4 pass deflections. Getting ready for the offseason, some notable retirements are Harrison Smith and Adam Thielen both leaving the Vikings, Mario Davis retiring from the Saints, Aaron Rodgers hangs it up after 20 years with the Packers, C.J. Mosley is leaving the Jets, Jordan Poyer and Lane Johnson both retiring off the Eagles, Levante David will retire from the Broncos, and Robert Quinn will retire from the NFC champion Bears. Notable contract negotiations include fullback Brian Dawson, wideout Amon-Ra St. Brown, backup safety Terrell Burgess, and backup quarterback Kirk Cousins. Not a ton for a Super Bowl champion. How will we retool this team in the offseason? The Jacksonville Jaguars ended Season 3 of this franchise mode by taking home the Lombardi Trophy in emphatic fashion over the Chicago Bears. This upcoming season will be another opportunity to get that done in repeat style before Trevor Lawrence takes his massive money contract extension, making winning a whole lot tougher. This offseason was rather tame, as Jaguars brass, aka me, did not want to dole out a ton of cash to any impending free agents or current free agents with that big money quarterback extension looming. This would be an offseason of trying to run it back while replacing our losses with drafted talent. We did get free safety Randy Ali to re-sign at basically a league minimum contract for the rest of his career, should we so choose to keep him that long. And in free agency, not only did we not want to spend a ton, but we were hit with yet another EA glitch that showed that we were already over the allotted negotiations with 7 out of 5 somehow, despite offering to nobody just yet. Good thing we didn't want much, and eventually we just signed wide receiver Tutu Atwell as the Amon-Ra St. Brown replacement, and fullback Quentin McLaughlin, who was a rookie last season. The 5th-year option for former first overall pick Trayvon Walker was picked up quite quickly. And then, due to the trade that was made with the Giants involving Kayvon Thibodeau, we were able to pick up his 5th-year option as well, and we did so. This year's free agency was tame overall, but Justin Fields became a Lion, Davis Mills a Raider, Zach Wilson an Eagle, and Trey Lance to the Saints. Chris Godwin goes to the Titans, Devontae Smith and Amon-Ra to the Colts, wonderful new opponents in our division. The Jags had a convoy of draft picks that included the final pick in the first round with 2 second-rounders, 2 third-rounders, 6 fourth-rounders, a 5th-rounder, and 4 6th-rounders with a 7th-round pick. The best course of action was to consolidate for better draft position and get quality rookies over quantity. Pick movement started by sending picks 32, 65, and 116 to the Lions for pick 19, and then picks 106, 110, and 155 were shipped to the Giants for pick 77. Picks 80, 98, and 223 were shipped to Denver for pick 58, and picks 64, 77, and the next year 6 made their way to Miami for picks 33 and 97. In the draft, with the 19th overall pick, middle linebacker Quincy Williams was selected, and he looked beastly. That made Chad Muma expendable, and he was shipped with a next year 7th-round pick for pick 67 and a next year 4th. With the first pick in the 2nd round, the Jaguars selected free safety Eddie Bonds, who may just get his chance to start immediately over Dax Hill, who is on an expiring deal this year. Then it was a trade up to 35 with the Philadelphia Eagles using picks 59 and 74 while getting pick 131 back along with pick 35. And with that selection, it was defensive tackle Darrell Betts, who became a Jaguar. The next selection of guard Dwayne Dent would help bolster the offensive line depth even more, while the pick after that, tight end Diego Yaramillo, looks to have a lot of potential to maybe even start this season. Center Carl Colombo had a nice combine and looked to be a wonderful pass blocker. And in the later rounds, it was linebacker Jazz Carmichael, who was at least athletic, and a corner in Titus Barker, who looked like a nice value for our final pick. He would later be renamed to a channel member. The team is only slightly different this season, with Alex O'Neal moving to 2nd wideout with Amon-Ra St. Brown gone, and David Bognasty will get his shot in the slot. Evan Ingram is gone, traded away for a third-round pick, and it's Diego Yaramillo taking over. The defense has slightly more change, with Quincy Williams being paired with Tremont Harris at inside linebacker this year, with Chad Muma traded away, and cornerback Colby Gaynor taking the slot corner spot from Isaiah Rodgers, and Eddie Bonds being a day one starter at free safety, making Dax Hill our third safety, backing up both the free and strong side. Schedule this season starts with our season opening Thursday night rivalry matchup at home against Babatunde and the Colts, followed by the West Coast swing to LA and Vegas before making the 49ers travel to TIAA Bank Stadium without the 100 citations and dead rats, and then going away for 3 straight in Atlanta, Indianapolis, Part Deuce, and Houston. Then it's home for the Titans on a Sunday night, taking care of 4 divisional games in 8 weeks. After that, we're in New England, home for the Seahawks on a Sunday night. In Arizona, a Week 12 bye, home on Monday night against the Chiefs, always fun. In LA for the Chargers in our second road trip to LA. Another Sunday night. Home for the Browns. In Tennessee on a Sunday night again before finishing the season at home against the Texans and the Broncos. 6 primetime battles for the Jaguars. How will we fare? The Jaguars begin the season hosting the rival Colts in the season opener on Thursday Night Football. From the Colts 13, it's Trevor Lawrence scrambling right and bowling over the defender for the touchdown of the early Jags lead. Then later, it's 10-0 Jags, and on a third and long, Babatunde St. Roma is picked off by Trayvon Diggs, who's going to take it all the way back to the house to extend the lead to 17. Colts trying to get the ground game going, but this fumble is scooped up by the rookie linebacker Quincy Williams and returned all the way to pay dirt. It was becoming a rout. The Colts finally get some points on the board when Trevor Lawrence is attacked late in the half for a safety. However, in the fourth quarter, Lawrence finds rookie tight end Diego Yaramillo, and he shocks the defense by turning on the Jets as he could go all the way to extend that Jaguars lead again as they get the opening day victory 31-8 at home to start their Super Bowl defense the right way. Week 2, and the Rams host our Jaguars at SoFi Stadium, and they start by doing what they do best, a Stafford to Cooper Kupp connection. No one gonna catch him. Touchdown Rams. A short yardage rushing touchdown by Deontay Bates for Jacksonville is then matched later on by the Rams' Jamie Iglesias on the opposite end. And late third quarter, it's a Trevor Lawrence scramble from the 4-yard line that gives the Jags their first lead of the day. Immediately after the touchdown, the Stafford to Kupp connection strikes again all the way down to the Jags 22, which makes it easy here for later in the drive, this Darnell Mooney touchdown catch to get the Rams that little lead back. Jacksonville took the lead with 2 field goals and then made this third down stop, followed by the more important stop on 4th down on a deep pass from Stafford to get the football back and drain the clock to a 26-24 win on the road to improve to 2-0 as DeAndre Swift consistently 8 yardage, leading to field goals to keep the Jags scoring points. It's a Week 3 matchup at Allegiant Stadium against new Raiders quarterback Davis Mills for our Jaguars. It was going well for the home team until Josh Jacobs fumbled the bag right to defensive tackle R.L. Richards. And the Jags took it over and went on a long drive, capped off by the newly signed fullback Quentin McLaughlin for the score. The Raiders got even with this strike from Mills to Devontae Adams for a tutty. And then, with a 10-7 lead later, their defense got after Trevor Lawrence for a brutal scoop and score to the house. Later, first half, it's Mills with a straight dime piece right to Devontae Adams for their second end zone connection. And in the second half, the Jags trying to turn the tide. It's a pass from Trevor Lawrence to a wide-open DeAndre Swift for a touchdown to get the game within 2 scores. 9:32 left in the game, a huge 3rd and 1. It's a sideline strike to the backup tight end Maddox, followed by a dime throw to Alex O'Neal for the tutty to get the game within 1 score. The defense held and the momentum continued as DeAndre Swift rolled into the end zone for a Jaguars lead with 4:27 left, which would prove not enough time for Vegas as the Jaguars come away with a 31-24 comeback win with 24 unanswered points to get to 3-0. The Jaguars are back home to host the 49ers and their new signal caller Colton Barkley. Early on, Barkley leads a drive capped by Elijah Mitchell for the early lead. Then the Jaguars are driving, but going forward on 4th and 3, and a pass headed for Marquise Brown is broken up for the turnover on downs. But next play, Barkley scrambles to his right, and he's hit, and he loses the football, scooped up by R.L. Richards, and the Jags are back in business. And it's an absolute dot from T-Law to Hollywood Brown for the tie ball game. Big third down late in the half, and Colton Barkley loses it again, scooped up by Josh Allen and taken all the way a la casa for 6. Third quarter, Trevor Lawrence rolls right and finds Alex O'Neal as he makes it look easy for the 14-point lead. The 49ers weren't going away easy. Colton Barkley shoves a short touchdown throw into Tyler Grant, and then a field goal got it right back within 4, but the ensuing kickoff went to the ever-dangerous Alex O'Neal, who showed the too fast, too furious speed all the way into the end zone for a heartbreaker to lead the Jaguars to a 34-20 victory at home to remain undefeated through the first 4 games. The Jaguars are off to a great start right now, but they will go on the road for 3 straight games next. Linebacker Josh Allen starts today's episode with a potential breakout opportunity if he can get 3 or more interceptions, forced fumbles, TFLs, and or sacks. Let's find out. Jaguars roll into the nest of the Dirty Birds in Atlanta, Georgia, and though the Falcons struck first up 3-0, Trevor Lawrence heaves one into the end zone to Marquise Hollywood Brown for a 7-3 Jag lead. Later in the first, Desmond Ridder makes a tight throw to Harry Stort III for a touchdown to get the lead back. Fast forward all the way to the third quarter at 16-13 Jags when Trevor Lawrence finds David Bognasty in the middle of the end zone for 6. And late in the game, Jags up 16 and Ridder playing for respect, he's batted down. And the Jaguars come away with a 29-13 road victory behind Trevor Lawrence's 449-yard day and Hollywood Brown's 11 catches for 183 and a score. After the game, Josh Allen was awarded X Factor for doing enough of the game to break out. We finally have that bona fide game changer on the squad. But then it was channel member Dark Specta who had his chance. The Jags just needed to hold the Colts under 75 yards rushing, or he needed to get 2 or more interceptions, forced fumbles, TFLs, and or sacks. Wait, another one. Also for the Colts game, it was Trevor Lawrence with a chance to hit X Factor if he could throw 1 or less picks and have 400 yards total or 4 TDs. Then it became just too much when Alex O'Neal also had an opportunity as well if he could amass 150 receiving yards. A lot riding on this Colts game. The Jacksonville Jaguars take their undefeated record into Lucas Oil Stadium to deal with Babatunde St. Roma and the rival Colts. Jaguars up 3-0 early, but it's Jonathan Taylor bowling over the defense en route to take the lead by hitting pay dirt for Indy. Colts then threatened in the second, but Josh Allen forces a fumble recovered by Rhodes for the turnover. Colts with a 4th and 3 from the 4 later on, and it's the fullback Ralston getting stuffed by the Jags D. No pause. First possession of the second half ends with this Trevor Lawrence 2-yard read option touchdown run to get the Jaguars on top again. But holy lead change, Batman. It's Babatunde finding Michael Pittman for the Colts to grab the lead right back. Jags' next play from scrimmage is this Trevor Lawrence pass to Hollywood Brown. He breaks a tackle, and he is off to the races. No one is going to catch him. Touchdown, and the lead changing hands quicker than Pete Davidson changes girlfriends. But that's not all. First and goal from the 4, and it's Jonathan Taylor's second rushing score of the day for a Colts lead one more time. Second and goal for the Jaguars, under 3 minutes to go. To the second effort, it works for Deontay Bates, and the Jags are up 3. 54 seconds to go on a 3rd and 16, and Babatunde finds Jonathan Taylor with a touchdown strike, and Trevor Lawrence's final heave is knocked to the ground, and the Colts will get the home win and hand the Jaguars their first loss of the season by a score of 28-24 behind Babatunde and Jonathan Taylor's big days. Not only did we drop our first game of the season to a divisional rival, but Specta, no breakout. Lawrence, no breakout, no dev upgrade. And Alex O'Neal, again, no breakout and no dev upgrade. We struck out on all of it, but fear not. There's another chance for Alex O'Neal. Same opportunity, and this time, it's Houston. The Houston Texans may be 1-5, but they're still rivals to our 5-1 Jaguars, looking to knock off Trevor Lawrence and company with new quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo. Houston struck first with 3 points, but then it was T-Law to Hollywood connection for a touchdown and the lead. Then a proper welcome to the division for Jimmy comes when R.L. Richards pops the ball loose for Trayvon Walker to scoop it and score it with a 14-3 lead. In the third, it's a Lawrence pass to Daniel Yaramillo, the rookie tight end, to extend that lead to 17 points. And on the ensuing Houston drive, Jimmy G is intercepted by Trayvon Diggs for his 6th of the year, and it looks like he's in for the touchdown, but refs, right? So Jacksonville just pounds it in on the next play with Deontay Bates. Touchdown. Jimmy got a garbage time touchdown strike. 31-10 was your final score at NRG Stadium as the Jags moved to 6-1. Some pretty sick defense on the day. Unfortunately, even with the big road division win, Alex O'Neal was still denied on his breakout chance. But again, a new chance would come up for defensive tackle R.L. Richards if he could get 3 or more interceptions, forced fumbles, TFLs, or sacks combined on our defense. Another division game, but Trevor Lawrence leads the team out at home on Sunday Night Football against the rival Titans. And Malik Willis rolled early, hitting a beauty of a pass to Robert Woods on the left sideline to set up a 9-yard strike right back to him for the opening score of the ballgame. Later in the quarter, from the 1-yard line, it's the King Henry, for the short yardage touchdown to extend that Titan lead. On the next Jaguars drive, Trevor Lawrence scrambles to the right, but he throws it across his body, and he's intercepted by Kevin Byard, who takes it back to the Jaguar 18. 2 plays later, it's then Malik Willis to Robert Woods part deuce for a 21-0 lead. Down 21 with just over a minute till halftime, Lawrence finds tight end Daniel Yaramillo to cut into the deficit. Then the Jags are able to get the ball back before half again, 15 seconds left, and Lawrence finds Yaramillo again. Then, first possession of the second half ends with a Deontay Bates short yardage touchdown to tie the ballgame at 24. What a comeback already. The Titans went down for 3 points to lead it again, and then Lawrence gets it away under pressure right to Byard again. That led to another Titan field goal. Now the Jags' next drive with Lawrence calling an audible, sending Swift to wide receiver, and the ball heads over to him. Touchdown, DeAndre Swift. And the Jags led by 1. Titans' next drive ends with a Malik Willis tutty pass to Deontay Hardy. And what a game. As the 2-point try is successful, we're tied. Jags driving, and Lawrence tries to escape pressure, but he's strip-sacked by Chad Powers, the channel member D-end. And DeAndre Swift will scoop it up, but the big loss led to just 3 points. Malik Willis then tries to scramble on 3rd down, but he is stopped. And on the first play for the Jaguars, Lawrence hits the tight end, Daniel Yaramillo, into the open field, and he is just tripped up at the 9-yard line. T-Law with all kinds of time on 1st and goal, and he finds David Bognasty for the touchdown. The Jags led by 3. A huge 4th and 5 is complete by Willis to extend their chances, and later on a 2nd and 10 from the Jags 44, it's a completion, a gang tackle, and the ball is loose, picked up by the rookie safety Eddie Bonds, who takes it all the way back to the house for a touchdown to end the Titans' hopes and dreams. Jags win the ball game 48-38 as Lawrence throws 4 touchdown passes to combat his 2 interceptions, and Daniel Yaramillo with 9 catches for 144 and 2 TDs. The bad news is another breakout fails, but the defending Super Bowl champion Jaguars are 7-1, With games against the Pats, Seahawks, Cardinals, Chiefs, and Chargers, Jaguars rookie safety Eddie Bonds has been balling out, and he has a chance to become a superstar in the league if he can help shut the Patriots down. Jaguars visit Foxborough looking to take down the Patriots, and Trevor Lawrence hits a 3rd and 8 downfield to Alex O'Neal to set up a field goal. Later on, Mac Jones is strip sacked, and it's scooped up by Josh Allen and taken all the way to the house untouched for 6 points. Jaguars led by 10, then it's Lawrence finding Alex O'Neal on 3rd down for a touchdown, and Mac Jones then later throws a strike to Tyquan Thornton to finally get the Pats on the board. And then, right before halftime, Mac Jones finds Isaiah McKenzie to get the game within 1 score. A perfect route run by Hunter Henry and a good throw from Mac Jones equals another Patriots touchdown and their first lead of the ball game. But with a small lead in the 4th, Lawrence launches one down the middle to the end zone. Hollywood Brown with the tutty. And the Jaguars would pile more on later with a Daniel Yaramillo score from T-Law to come away victorious 41-28 on the road behind Trevor Lawrence's 3 touchdown passes. Mac Jones threw for 431 and 4 touchdowns, but gets handed the L. Unfortunately, Eddie Bonds did not contribute enough to the win to take his place among superstar players. Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars host the Seattle Seahawks with Baker Mayfield as their starting quarterback. 3rd and 9, Baker throws a lollipop that gets picked off by Trayvon Diggs, and it goes the other way, all the way to the house with a broken tackle attempt by Baker himself for a pick 6. What a start. Later on, Lawrence has all day if he wants it. Easy to find DeAndre Swift down the right side of the field that sets up a field goal, a 10-point lead. Kenneth Walker on the carry later on, and he is stripped. Ball gets recovered by Dark Specta at the Seahawks 29, and that led to this beastly run by Deontay Bates for a 17-point lead. Shades of D. Henry. Second quarter, 20-3 now, and it's P.J. Hankins for some fullback love. Keep it within 2 scores. Seahawks get it to 7 points, but T-Law says not so fast with a strike to Daniel Yaramillo before halftime. The late 3rd quarter stages. Jags up 17 till Kenneth Walker trots in with an easy score. And then in the 4th quarter, it's Baker Mayfield to Noah Fant to get it within 3. Next Seattle possession is deja vu with yet another pass from Baker Mayfield to Noah Fant for 6 points, and this time it's for the lead. Shades of Thursday Night Football. The Jaguars had their chances as this 4th and 6 pass is tipped off the hands of Alex O'Neal, who does bring it in but out of bounds. And then after a Seahawks field goal, another chance with a Hail Mary heave to the end zone that draws a flag for defensive pass interference, which puts them at the 1-yard line for one final play. But Trevor Lawrence couldn't find anyone open, and his attempt to maybe run for it is thwarted as the Seahawks get the 37-30 road win in Jacksonville behind Noah Fant's 2 late touchdowns. Quincy Williams was the standout for the Jaguars with 14 tackles, 2 for loss, and 1.5 sacks. If Trevor Lawrence has an amazing game in the next one, he can make his way into the short list of elite players otherwise known as X Factors. The Jaguars head to Arizona to take on Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, and new signee Zach Moss takes the handoff for a big gain to set the Cards up with an early scoring drive, finished off by the toss to Trey McBride from Kyler Murray. Late 1st quarter, another short toss from Kyler, this time to Brian Edwards, as the Cardinals up 2 scores. But in the 3rd quarter, with the Jags down 8, Lawrence hits Hollywood Brown for a gain of 29, and then he goes right back to him for the short touchdown strike. However, the 2-point try, this run by Trevor Lawrence, was no good, and a short yardage Zach Moss touchdown later in the game sealed the deal, as the Cardinals won just their 2nd game of the season, 27-15 behind Kyler's 2 TDs and 5 team sacks. 2 for rookie Ladarius Compton and 3 for Jacob Martin, dumping 2 in a row for the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence unfortunately did not have a mind-blowing game, so no X Factor, but losing 2 games in a row is not fun either. Time for one of the classics of this franchise so far. The Chiefs visit our Jaguars, and they're already up 3 points when Trendon Richardson flies into the end zone for 6 more points. And then on a 3rd and 10 nearing the half, it is Juju Smith-Schuster mossing Tyson Campbell to make it a 14-point contest. Third quarter, looking for more. Mahomes with the short pass, and the ball is on the ground all of a sudden, scooped up by Andre Sisco and taken all the way to the house for 6 points. But wait a minute, it is ruled down after review, and the Chiefs get a field goal instead. Big swing. A fourth quarter tutty from Trevor Lawrence to Alex O'Neal just makes the game respectable, but the Chiefs get a dominating 23-13 win in a game that was quite a bit worse than the score would suggest. Malik Reed was all over Lawrence with 3 sacks, and there were 4 total receivers with 90-plus yards in the game, including Marquise Brown and Sky Moore. The Jaguars dropped 3 in a row to fall to the 5th seed in the AFC and would currently have to go into Indianapolis on Wild Card Weekend. Next episode will take us through the end of the regular season with games at the Chargers, home versus the Browns, at the Titans, and home versus the Texans. 2 divisional and all 4 games AFC conference matchups. They will be very important for the postseason seeding. How far do you think the Jaguars will go? Trevor Lawrence is, as most of you know, in the final year of his deal. So the Jaguars have made an attempt to sign him to a 7-year player-friendly deal worth a total of $322 million. He has declined the offer, citing a wish to test the free agent market. This organization will not allow that and would, for sure, use the franchise tag on him. This drama is worth looking out for when it comes time to re-sign players. The Jaguars visit LA to take on the Chargers on Sunday Night Football, and with Justin Herbert with the Giants, rookie Will Wise has become the new starter with a great throw for a Chargers touchdown early in the ballgame. And on a 3rd and goal for Jacksonville, it's converted by Deontay Bates for the short yardage score to tie the game back up. And then Will Wise will find his tight end in the end zone, Jared Buckley, for 6 points as the first half is winding down. Lawrence takes the Jags the other way and caps the drive off with a touchdown pass to DeAndre Swift. Chargers get a field goal back, and on the ensuing kickoff, it's taken by the speedy corner Isaiah Rodgers, who takes it right side of the field, all the way down the sideline and to the house for the halftime lead. However, late in the game, up 1 point, Isaiah Rodgers is called for a defensive pass interference on a 3rd down play to give the LA Chargers a chance. And Will Wise and the offense go to work. 1st down right there, and then a big run by Austin Eckler, followed by a short pass to Eckler, who spins his way down to the 1. And then why not finish it off all the way with Austin Eckler for the 34-27 win, as the Jaguars fans are heartbroken. Isaiah Rodgers had a crazy game. The DPI really killed the momentum, and the Jags will fall to 8-5. Looking to forget the loss in LA and the skid in general, the Jaguars returned home to host the Browns, and things start well as Deshaun Watson just hoists one up deep, and it's intercepted by Trevon Diggs. Trevor Lawrence then found his tight end, Daniel Jaramillo, who took the ball inside the 15-yard line, setting up an easy 3 points. Later, this pass to David Bognasty got them inside the 25-yard line for yet another field goal, and they would have a 9-point lead before Deshaun Watson finally completed a 3rd and 11 pass to the back left corner of the end zone to Amari Cooper for a Browns first score. Right before the half, Trevor Lawrence matched that with another touchdown pass of his own to Daniel Jaramillo. But the Browns would then find themselves in the lead after this pass to a wide-open Jacoby Myers. Lawrence went to work, though, with a long pass connecting with Hollywood Brown to get the Jags the leading field goal. It was then up to the defense, as Deshaun Watson trying to hit Jacoby Myers over the middle, and there is Trevon Diggs for the interception to seal the deal. Defensive stars came to ball, as Myles Garrett for the Browns had 5 TFLs and 1.5 sacks, and Trevon Diggs had 3 picks for Jacksonville to send both teams to a record of 9-5. 24-year-old free safety Matt Goldman was released off the practice squad to make room for the injured Nick Wilson to be moved to the practice squad. And he wasn't the only injured defensive end. Dark Specta has a torn labrum, sidelining him for 3 weeks. And Trayvon Walker dislocated his elbow. He'll be out 2 weeks himself. So with the Jags decimated at defensive end, it will be Yetur Gross-Matos leading the way, with Jazz Carmichael, who has changed his position from outside backer, and a new signing in Mike Dana. Daniel Jaramillo had such a great game last week that he actually has a chance to break out into being a superstar in this league with 3 touchdowns or 150 receiving yards in his next game. Divisional rivalry on Sunday Night Football for the Jaguars on the road against Malik Willis and the Tennessee Titans, but Trayvon Diggs is not scared as he intercepts the 3rd and 9 pass from Malik Willis. DeAndre Swift then gashed the Titans defense with a run nearing the 5-yard line. Channel member DN Chad Powers was injured on the play. Trevor Lawrence wasted no time taking advantage, getting the easy slant pass to Alex O'Neal, putting the Jaguars on top. Then the Titans answered with 3 points, but Trevor Lawrence responds to that by dropping this absolute rainbow pass right into Marquise Hollywood Brown for a long TD strike. Later on, it was a short diving touchdown run by DeAndre Swift, followed by a dime of a pass later on from T-Law to Daniel Jaramillo before hitting Marquise Brown for the second T-Law to Brown touchdown of the night for a 35-3 halftime lead. Lawrence to Brown for touchdown number 3. And then a little bit of fullback love with a 1-yard run for Quentin McLaughlin. Helped the Jaguars to a 52-10 rout of the Titans in Nashville. Lawrence and Brown were in perfect sync to get the Jaguars to 10-5 and stop a really rough patch for Jacksonville. Unfortunately, even though he did get a TD in the game, Jaramillo didn't do enough to break out, and there was clearly another superstar on the field. Last divisional matchup of the year as the Jaguars host the 2-13 Houston Texans. Davis Mills is immediately chased down by Josh Allen, who gets the strip sack. And it's Yetur Gross-Matos with the recovery. Not touchdown. He ends up getting up and taking it all the way to the house for a Jaguar touchdown. Jags up 10 later on, but Dameon Pierce cuts the lead with a diving score for Houston. Lawrence then takes a shot downfield, and Marquise Brown draws the interference call on Taron Johnson, leading to this touchdown pass on the slant to, well, Marquise Brown. Texans are forced to punt, but it's a fumble on the return, recovered and brought into the red zone by the reincarnation of Ray Lewis, it seems. That leads to this slithery touchdown run by Ronald Jones later in the drive, and the Texans are hanging around. Lawrence, though, finds David Bognasty for 6 to get the lead back to 10 points. And then, before the half, it's an absolute cannon yeet by Lawrence to Alex O'Neal to get a 17-point lead heading into the half. Fresh in the second half, Davis Mills trying, but he throws one right to Trayvon Diggs. Pick 6, and it is getting out of hand for Houston. Mills on a 3rd and 19 just chucks up a prayer, and it is John Mechie who comes down with it for him. Walks it in for 6 points. But later on, a toss to DeAndre Swift gets the Jaguars an easy answering touchdown, but a fumble by David Bognasty is scooped up by Derek Stingley Jr. and returned all the way to the house as the Texans just would not go away. They're like cockroaches. Late in the game, Davis Mills throws a touchdown pass with plenty of time in the pocket, but at that point it's better late than never, and they can't make a comeback as the Jaguars hold on 48-35 at a shootout at home behind Josh Allen's 4 sacks and Trayvon Diggs' 2 interceptions, if that makes any sense. Kayvon Thibodeau is added to the injury report with broken ribs, keeping him out 4 weeks. The good news is that it appears Trayvon Walker, Eric Westbrook, and Tony Anderson will be able to return to the lineup. Final game of the regular season here in season number 4 is the Jags host the 8-8 Broncos in a rainy forecast. Russell Wilson strikes first with a short score to his tight end Greg Dulcich. Start of the second quarter, Broncos up 10 points when DeAndre Swift finds pay dirt to cut the deficit to 3. Late in the second quarter, Jags lead by 3, and Russell Wilson is attacked on a beeline by Gross-Matos. Ball is loose and recovered by Trayvon Walker. That turnover led to this short touchdown pass to David Bognasty at the pylon for 6 points. Jags up 13 in the third quarter, and Trevor Diggs with an acrobatic interception. And that leads to all kinds of time for Trevor Lawrence in the pocket to find Daniel Jaramillo to put this game out of reach with a tutty. And the Jags take it in the rain, 31-10 to finish the season at 12-5. Are you ready for the postseason? Injury report shakes up as we got some guys like Walker and Westbrook back, but Andre Cisco and Alex O'Neal as well as DeMarcus Broyles will now miss time heading into postseason play. The Steelers end up winning the North, and the Browns will get a wild card spot. Colts get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, sending our Jags into the wild card round. And the Bills win the East, as the Pats will also get a wild card spot. The Chiefs at 9-8 are the weakest division winner. Never mind that they beat us earlier in the season. The Bears get home field advantage throughout the NFC at 13-4 as they'll look to get to another Super Bowl. The Bucks win the South, and that holds 2 wild cards in the Panthers and the Falcons. The Cowboys win the East, with the Commanders taking a wild card spot, and the Seahawks are the West champion. Your bracket coming. But first, we have stats. Trevor Lawrence throws for 5,000 yards, completing 64% of his passes with a 32-2 touchdown interception ratio. Really good season in a contract year. DeAndre Swift ran for 1,700 yards and 4 touchdowns, while Trevor Lawrence added 207 touchdowns himself. Hollywood Brown caught 90 passes for 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns to lead us. Alex O'Neal and Daniel Jaramillo both broke 80 catches for 1,000 yards each, with 6 and 9 touchdowns respectively. Tremont Harris and Quincy Williams both had 200-plus tackles. Our sack leader was Josh Allen with 13, while Thibodeau, Walker, and Gross Matos all had 6+ each. The only player to intercept a single pass on this team was Trevor Diggs, and he had a record-breaking 20 interceptions, 3 of them going for touchdowns. Calvin Mentor made 42 out of 54 field goals. What the heck? With that, we are ready for the playoffs. It's the wildcard round, and the Jaguars head to Arrowhead Stadium in the snow to take on a 9-8 Chiefs team who beat them earlier this season. Pat Mahomes was picking apart the Jaguars defense, which was down Kayvon Thibodeau and Andre Cisco. Nonetheless, Mahomes was a surgeon on drive number 1 until this goal line throw was cut off by guess who? Trevor Diggs, the man with 20 picks on the regular season. Trevor Lawrence went the other way with a nice throw to Isaiah Walker, and then backup tight end Maddox with an incredible toe drag catch. What a catch, Chris. The Jags even needed to pick up a 4th and inches inside the 10 to lead to this Lawrence to David Bognasty touchdown pass for the early lead. Pat Mahomes completes a slant on 4th and 2 to keep the drive rolling until Trendon Richardson finds Pater with a 1-yard score. T-Law hits a big 3rd and 7, pass falling away to Daniel Jaramillo. Drive ends with the screen pass to DeAndre Swift to the end zone for 6. The Jags are back on top. Mahomes completes a 3rd and 5 to Sky Moore inside the Jags 30, and the Chiefs get 3 points. Lawrence the other way to Bognasty, who fumbles the football, picked up by Trent McDuffie, and the Chiefs had a 1:25 left. Mahomes with a big pass down the middle to Juju, and then the sideline throw for another 1st down before he came right back to Juju in the end zone to take a halftime lead. Lawrence twirls away from the rush to pick up a 3rd down to Hollywood Brown, and then he finishes the drive with a running jump into the end zone away from pressure, and we had a real slobber knocker going. Next drive, Mahomes gets one to his favorite target, Travis Kelce, down into the red zone, and then rolling right to the end zone to Kelce, and it's Trevor Diggs again. This guy is insane. The pick then leads to this short tutty pass to Daniel Jaramillo to get the Jags up 11 points, and then Mahomes on 4th and 8 sails a pass over everybody's head. The Jags would add 3 more points and make it a 31-17 final score, and moving to the divisional round behind Trevor Lawrence's 3 touchdown passes and Trevor Diggs' 2 red zone interceptions. The Browns upset the Bills 38-21. Steelers take care of the Patriots 31-21, sending our Jags to Pittsburgh, while the Browns will visit our rivals, the Colts, in the divisional round. In the NFC, the Commanders upset the Buccaneers 31-24, Falcons upset the Cowboys 20-17, and the Seahawks take care of the Panthers 31-24 to set up Commanders at Bears, Falcons at Seahawks in the divisional round. To Acrisure Stadium we go, divisional round, Steelers hosting our Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence sidesteps the rush on third down for a big first down to enemy territory, but another offensive lineman goes down. The Jags settle for 3 points, and for the Steelers, Kenny Pickett has a third down pass knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and they line up to go for 3. They're going for a fake, and it fails miserably. The Jags drive stalls, but they're able to tack on 3 more points, and later, a beauty of a run after the catch by Daniel Jaramillo leads to another field goal. Out of halftime, it's a nice first down to Marquise Brown to set up the Jags for a 12-point lead. First play of the next drive, it's Pickett to KJ Hamler, who makes a man miss, and he is off to the races all the way down to the Jaguars' 14-yard line, but they only get 3 points. And the Jags on the other end cap off a long, methodical drive with a DeAndre Swift 1-yard touchdown run. Then more first play of the drive magic as it's Pickett bombing one out to guess who? KJ Hamler again. Huge catch, and this time it leads to more than 3 points as Pickett ends up going right back to Hamler for the touchdown. Steelers down 16 points late, though, and Kenny Pickett gets the short yardage touchdown pass. And then the 2-point conversion pass is good as well. We got a 1-score game. The onside kick is taken by David Bognasty, who does not fumble, thank God. But the Jags elect to try a 62-yard field goal on 4th down, which is short, and that'll give the Steelers a shot. 2nd down, 20 seconds left, and Pickett is just launching nukes already to the end zone. It falls to the ground, but there is a flag. Pass interference on our rookie safety, Eddie Bonds. Steelers get the football at the 1. And on the next play, it's KJ Hamler wide open in the end zone for a touchdown. 2-point conversion. Kenny Pickett gets his man, Alan Lazard, and the game is tied. Jaguars run the ball with Swift, content to go to overtime, but not only does he get a first down, but Miles Jack is called for a face mask on the play, which set the Jaguars and kicker Calvin Mentor up with another 62-yard try, this time for the win. Up and no good. We're going to overtime. In overtime, Pickett was rushed on 3rd and long, and he threw an errant pass incomplete, so the Jaguars took over. Trevor Lawrence with a big pass completion to Daniel Jaramillo. That's the last yard they'd get on the drive, and it'd be a 61-yard field goal try by Mentor after missing 2 62-yarders in a row. It is up, and it is drilled. The Jags will go to the AFC Championship game on the leg of Mentor in a 29-26 overtime win. Trayvon Diggs with 2 more interceptions to help counteract Kenny Pickett's rapport with KJ Hamler on the day. Post-game injury report has us down 2 offensive linemen, Alex O'Neal, and hopefully Thibodeau will be back for the title game. Speaking of the title game, the 7th-seeded Browns knocked off the top-seeded Colts 21-17, so it won't be a rivalry matchup, but a home AFC title game against the Brownies. In the NFC, the Bears and the Seahawks take care of the Commanders and Falcons, respectively, in close games to match up with each other in the NFC title. Could it be another Jags-Bears Super Bowl like last year? First, we got some work to do. Home AFC Championship game versus the Browns. Can the Jags win their 3rd AFC Championship in a row? Lots of punt tennis early in this game, but this first down to Njoku got 3 points for Cleveland. Later on, it's a big throw down the middle by Watson, and eventually this sideline scramble by him deep into Jaguars territory that sets up a handoff to fullback Michael Burton for the game's first touchdown, and the Browns led by 10. Lawrence stepped on the gas a little bit, hitting Daniel Jaramillo deep in the red zone before going right back to him for a Jaguars tutty. A 3-and-out by the Browns led to this Trevor Lawrence scramble and allowed the Jaguars to tie the ball game, while the next 3-and-out led to a long surgical drive and this throw after the 2-minute warning from T-Law to Isaiah Walker for his first career touchdown. Browns yet again went 3 and out, and Lawrence took advantage with this dime piece to Daniel Jaramillo down the right sideline to the 1-yard line. Jags took a Mentor field goal to go from down 10 to up 10 at the half. Second half, and Lawrence from his own 47-yard line hands to DeAndre Swift, who bobs and weaves through traffic with barely a slap from the defense as he is off to the races for a Jaguars touchdown. Tiny bit of punt tennis, then eventually lands the ball in Lawrence's hands for this dime to Marquise Brown in the back of the end zone. And what was a 10-point deficit was suddenly a 24-point lead. Brown's offensive failures led to more Jacksonville points with another DeAndre Swift touchdown run, and the Jags poured it on, resulting in a 44-10 blowout of the Browns. And the Jaguars will be in their third straight Super Bowl thanks to Trevor Lawrence's passing and DeAndre Swift's running, as Lawrence was over 300 with 3 touchdowns and Swift over 200 yards rushing. The Jags get back to the Super Bowl, but unfortunately for the Bears, they fell at home to the Seahawks 21-28. So we get a new opponent in the big game. Obviously, we have no Pro Bowler since we're going to be in a much better game. But some shout-outs to user players. Quarterback Akura Koala of the Bucs is QB1 in the NFC. Wide receiver A.J. Chambers of the Bucs is wide receiver 3 in the NFC. And cornerback Vladimir Klink is CB2 in the NFC. Yearly stats were last episode, but here we have some awards, and Josh Allen is the league's MVP. Trevor Lawrence finishes 4th place. Offensive Player of the Year is Lamar Jackson. Defensive Player of the Year is Trayvon Diggs. Daniel Jaramillo gets Offensive Rookie of the Year. Defensive Rookie of the Year goes to the Bills' Nasir Brown. And Quincy Williams places 3rd. Lamar Jackson also wins Best Quarterback, with Lawrence placing 3rd. Best Running Back Najee Harris. Swift finishes in 6th. Best Offensive Lineman is David Andrews, with Alex Santos in 6th place. Myles Garrett wins Best D Lineman. Best Linebacker goes to Max Crosby, with Josh Allen in 3rd. And the Best DB is obviously Trayvon Diggs. And Best Kicker is Matt Gay. And hey, Coach FG wins Coach of the Year. Let's go. Baker Mayfield, Kenneth Walker, and the Seattle Seahawks take on Trevor Lawrence, Marquise Brown, and the Jacksonville Jaguars for one of the most coveted trophies in sports, the Lombardi Trophy. Who will prevail? Baker Mayfield with it first, and a good year for him. 37 touchdowns, 11 picks, and nearly 5,000 yards. 2nd and 5, Mayfield hits Tyler Lockett down the right sideline into Jags territory for 23 yards. 3rd and 6, Baker comes up with a great throw to Cedric Wilson for the first down. Kenneth Walker takes a handoff on 2nd and 4 and makes his way down to the Jags 18 for a first down. A short pass to Noah Fent sets up a 1st and goal for Seattle, and it's converted for a touchdown on the fullback dive by P.J. Hankins, who also scored on the Jaguars earlier this season. Next up is Trevor Lawrence, who threw for over 5,000 yards, 32 touchdowns, and only 2 interceptions all year. Down 7-0, it was 2 straight DeAndre Swift runs, this second one for a first down. First Trevor Lawrence throw of the day is off of play action to a wide-open Chris Maddox, the backup tight end, for a gain of 31 yards. 2nd and 12 after a negative run play, and Lawrence is smacked for a sack by Adafe Owe, setting up 3rd and 20. Lawrence feels the pressure on 3rd down and gets it away into a pile of Seahawks as he gets lucky. That should have been picked off. Instead, it's a 52-yard field goal try for Calvin Mentor, who hits it, and the Seahawks lead 7-3. Baker Mayfield to DK Metcalf on a slant for a tight first down, and then a throw to a wide-open Tyler Lockett into Jaguars territory at the 31. Another short throw to Tyler Lockett finds space to run down to the 10, and it set up an easy field goal to extend the Seattle lead back to 10. Next Jags drive, 3rd and 8. Lawrence goes downfield, and welcome back Alex O'Neal, who worked really hard to get back for this very game. First down. Another Jacksonville 3rd down, play fake by Lawrence, and he finds O'Neal again down to the 16. 3rd and inches from the 7, and Lawrence is blindsided Jamal Adams for the sack, forces the Jaguars to take a field goal and remain 4 down. 2nd and 5, Mayfield hands to Kenneth Walker, tough running for a fresh set of downs. Then it's Baker throwing a slant to Cedric Wilson to move the sticks yet again. And on 3rd and 12, the Seahawks fail to set up a solid screen, and the ball goes back to the hands of Trevor Lawrence, who goes play action to hit DeAndre Swift for a short first down. Then on 3rd and 9, Lawrence gets away from from some pressure, but it's an inaccurate pass off of a Seattle defender and back to the Seahawks. They face a 3rd and 2 and give it to Walker, who is stuffed by the Jags D. No pause. R.L. Richards giving him the business. 3rd and 4, more pressure. Lawrence steps up and launches it out of bounds. 3rd and 6 for Seattle. The corner blitz gets home. It's Isaiah Rodgers who gets to Baker to keep the punt tennis going. Determined to stop these shenanigans, Lawrence finds David Bognasty for a nice first down. And then he hits Daniel Jaramillo down to the Seattle 5. But on 3rd and goal, a dumb play action call leads to an Odafe Owe sack, his 2nd of the day. Jags get 3 points. On 3rd and 2, Baker finds an open man to convert and keep the ball moving. Then Baker Mayfield launched one downfield to Tyler Lockett, who catches it, fumbles the football. Jags recover. However, the booth calls for a review, and the knee was down. Back to Seattle, who for some reason with 16 seconds left decided to take the field goal on 1st down. They would go into the half up 13-9. Coming out of the half on 3rd down, Lawrence elects to take a deep shot downfield to Alex O'Neal. Off his hands, incomplete. 3rd and long for Mayfield, who had all day to eat 3 square meals and still throws it off Keister. Incomplete. On 3rd and 1 for Jacksonville, it's a handoff for a 1st down and more by DeAndre Swift. And then another run by Swift puts the Jags in scoring range, but Trevor Lawrence again chooses to go deep. His pass is off. Jags get 3. Mayfield takes a page out of T-Law's book, but completes his to DK Metcalf on 3rd down. And Kenneth Walker gashes the Jaguars on a draw play down to the 29-yard line. Off of a play fake, it's Baker Mayfield launching to Lockett down to the 1-yard line. Looked like he might have got in. Next play, it's right back to Lockett, though, and the Seahawks extend their lead to 8 points. Lawrence goes to work then, completing 3rd and short to David Bognasty, and then a 2nd and short to Alex O'Neal in double coverage. 3rd and short, Lawrence completes to the reliable Daniel Jaramillo, but on 3rd and 11, he does it again, taking a shot to O'Neal off his hands, nearly picked off by Jamal Adams. Jags get a field goal. On 3rd down, it's a screen for Seattle, stopped in its tracks. But Trevor Lawrence then buying time meant absolutely nothing with an inaccurate pass headed at Marquise Brown. Mayfield wants to put the game away, and DK Metcalf goes up and gets it. On the next play, though, Mayfield is chased, and Josh Allen and Trayvon Walker wreaking havoc together. What a duo on the sandwich. That led to a 3rd and 17 where Isaiah Rodgers almost came up with a pick. Trevor Lawrence couldn't find anyone open on 3rd down, and he slides after a short scramble. So back to Seattle, where Mayfield faces pressure up the middle right away on the next play, and R.L. Richards is there. Fumble. It's in the hands of Trayvon Walker, and the Jaguars are inside the 10. Right away, Lawrence to the middle of the end zone. Hollywood Brown, touchdown. The Jaguars lead the game, going for 2 now to DeAndre Swift. It is good. Jags lead it by 3, 23-20. Seahawks start with a great run by Kenneth Walker for a 1st down, but it's pressure on 3rd down that forces Mayfield to check it down, and the Seahawks punt it away. Jaguars got to play keep away. It's Jaramillo on the catch for a 1st down. Then on 2nd and 1, Alex O'Neal gets open for a 1st down into Seahawks territory. But when Seattle needs it the most, they get the stop on 3rd and 11 near midfield on a pass that could have been picked off. Owe gets hurt on the play. 3:12 to play, and Mayfield hits a 1st down pass to start the drive off. But on 3rd and long, it's a jailbreak, and Dark Spectre flattens Baker, forcing a 4th and 19. Baker drops back and launches it right side, and there is Trayvon Diggs. Interception, and the Jags just gotta hang on. Big 3rd down, and Lawrence finds Hollywood Brown sitting in the zone, and that should get it done. Calvin Mentor adds 3 more for some Dr. Disrespect, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have won their 2nd straight Super Bowl. 26-20 this time over the Seattle Seahawks. Trevor Lawrence, with 2 Super Bowl rings, has become one of the best young quarterbacks in football, if not the best. We've got to find a way to pay the man. He goes for 273 with a touchdown on the win. Trayvon Diggs with a huge interception to seal the deal for us. The Jacksonville Jaguars are coming off of their second straight Super Bowl championship, with Trevor Lawrence taking home MVP honors. And now it's time to go full GM mode in this series. First came the issue of Trevor Lawrence's contract. We couldn't let a 26-year-old quarterback with 2 rings hit the market. But it appears that's exactly what he wants to do. So we were forced to use a $50 million franchise tag on the man. I was contemplating not bringing Ekwonu back, but I offered him a fair deal, and he went ahead and accepted. Then we brought back Eddie Macklin as part of 3 players that are fighting for roster spots. They're very cuttable, the others being Tremaine Wilkins and Justin Credible. No other players would sign, the most disappointing being Daxton Hill, who would indeed hit the market and be a top free agent. Retirements have a couple of Texans and Titans hanging up the cleats, as well as Chandler Jones, Fletcher Cox, Teron Armstead, Darius Slay, Von Miller, and Kirk Cousins, among many others. The free agency glitch was back, showing that we are over-negotiating, even though I didn't send any offers out to anyone yet. So most of the good players were scooped up early, but I did make offers trying to get another star receiver to group with Hollywood Brown and Alex O'Neal, and Drake London was a part of those that I made runs at. I also sent an offer to Chris Olave. Then we also needed a punter, and I attempted to bring in AJ Cole, the best one free agency had to offer. Speaking of Alex O'Neal, we definitely picked up his 5th-year option to keep those negotiations at bay. In free agency, Russell Wilson signs with the Rams, Derek Carr goes to Pittsburgh while Kenny Pickett heads to Washington, Drake London spurns us, goes back to the Falcons and brings Juju Smith-Schuster with him, while Chris Olave and Corey Davis head to Chicago together. Ex-Jag Evan Ingram heads to the rival Colts, while David Ajabo and DJ Edwards bolster the Titans' linebacking core. Ex-Jaguar safety Dax Hill joins the Ravens, and AJ Cole spurns us for the 49ers. In a small trade-up, the Jaguars trade 3 4th-round selections to the Minnesota Vikings for the best pick, number 69. Nice. It was a strange draft, as I really didn't fall in love with any players in it, but we traded out of the first round to save a little bit of money and draft a backup quarterback in Jimmy Morant with the 3rd pick in the 2nd round. He has a huge arm and no insane weaknesses, so hopefully he can develop in case T-Law never does sign that long-term deal. Next, it was new wideout in James Rankin, another pick with no glaring weaknesses, and he's known for his hands and his 6'4", 225 frame. Our big body guy for sure. With our 2nd rounder, pick 64, we got guard Jerry Freeney. Him I really did like, and I was right about him being pretty solid. His issue, though, is power and general blocking technique, but he is super athletic and strong, fits our scheme well. First 3rd rounder was used on Carlos Bayless, the cornerback. Not the best in coverage, but he's known as a ball hawk, and we're hoping that he'll make some good plays should he get his chance to do so. Next up, free safety Jeremy Quinn with the 15th pick in the 3rd round. Needing some better safety depth without Dax Hill, that's exactly what Quinn is. Depth. Center Ed Strickland became pick number 96, and I thought he'd be better, honestly. His pass blocking leaves a good bit to be desired, and his technique lacks severely. With pick 97, we took a flyer on corner William Nix, and he surprised us. He's athletic with good hands, and he tackles better than some of the corners that I've seen out here. Gotta get that coverage up, though. 5th round, 3rd pick, punter Chris Huntington. Simply put, it was a need, so we took who we liked the most, and he's got okay power and very good kick accuracy. Also speedy for all those fakes we're about to run. Wink, wink. With the last pick in the 5th round, why not a flyer on another wide receiver? I know, I'm like Mr. Hurricane with running backs, only it's me and wideouts. But Von Strickland's fast, and I like speed. He surprisingly does better in traffic and spec catch than regular catching, too. And our final pick was tackle Terrence Pleasant in the 6th round, but he really is just depth, and he might even find himself on the practice squad. The top pick of the draft went to the Texans for quarterback Brendan Little, and he looks solid. There weren't many better players in the draft than him, so my speculation on this being a weaker class was correct. Houston gets a quarterback and a center, and Tennessee gets a linebacker and a safety. The Colts, they get a tackle, I guess. Hopefully that's it, and none of the other players develop into much of anything. A lot of guys on the practice squad were picked up by other teams like Tremaine Wilkins and Justin Credible, who I just mentioned earlier. We were ready to ride into the season with our starting players. Trevor Lawrence at quarterback, DeAndre Swift at running back with Deontay Bates, Hollywood Brown, Alex O'Neal, Bognasty, Walker, Strickland, and Rankin as all of our wideouts, Yaramillo and Maddox as the tight ends, O-line being Ekwonu, Westbrook, Santos, Broyles, and Hannon, no change there, Walker and Specht on the edge, Richards up the middle, Thibodeau, Harris, Williams, and Allen the backers, no changes so far, Diggs, Campbell, Gaynor, and Rogers at corner. We're going to play Gaynor in that third spot. Cisco and Bonds at safety, Mentor kicking, Huntington punting, and O'Neal returning kicks again. We were scheduled for 8 primetime games, including the opening Thursday nighter, obviously at home against the Colts for the second straight year. The NFC East and AFC North would be on our schedule this season as well. How would it go? Well, we started 2-0 with wins against the Colts and the Texans, but lost at home to the Packers in Week 3. And we beat the Ravens on the road before dropping a game at home to the Patriots to be 3-2 before our bye in Week 6, another early bye. Came off the bye with a loss in Denver on Monday night, a win in Tennessee to go 3-0 in division. Then we lost to the Bengals on Sunday night before beating the Texans on Thursday Night Football in a very short week and the Giants the next Sunday after that. We lost by 1 point in Dallas on Thanksgiving, and it started a derailment as we lost our first division game by 21 points, our worst loss all year at home to the Titans. And that was followed by another bad loss by 19 in Cleveland before we finally won a game in Philly by 4 points on Monday Night Football. At 7-7, we lost on Sunday night to the freaking Commanders to go 2-2 versus the NFC East, and we lost by 34 in Indy to go 4-2 in division and drop to 7-9 on the season before finally winning at home over Pittsburgh and Derek Carr to finish 8-9. The Browns won the AFC home field advantage with the Ravens and Bengals taking 2 of 3 wild cards. Titans go to 10-7 and they take the South as we finish in second place, giving up 490 points on the year. Dolphins and Jets make it out of the East, and the Chiefs win the West quite easily yet again. In the NFC North, it's the Packers and the Vikings. The South sends the Panthers and the Bucks, Cowboys and Commanders in the East, and finally the 49ers in the West. So both the Jags and the Seahawks do miss the playoffs, last year's Super Bowl participants. Trevor Lawrence had a solid year with 4,700 yards, 44 touchdowns, and 18 picks. Swift goes for nearly 1,200 yards and 4 touchdowns, while Bates gets 9 scores. Alex O'Neal and Hollywood Brown go over 1K with 10 TDs, and David Bognasty has a 10 TD year as well with 942 yards. Daniel Yaramillo goes for 798 and 9 touchdowns at the tight end spot. The line did well as nobody gave up more than 9 sacks. Defensively, we were underwhelming. We had 2 guys with 200 tackles last year, not now. 15.5 sacks for Walker and 13 for Allen is nice though. 5 picks for Trayvon Diggs certainly isn't 20 like last year, and the only other picks were the 2 by Campbell. Mentor was 11 out of 15, not 44 out of 52, and Huntington was fine, and O'Neal, 0 return touchdowns, a rarity. Playoff matchups: Jets at Dolphins, Bengals at Chiefs, Ravens at Titans, Vikings at Panthers, Bucks at Niners, and Commanders at Packers. We skip ahead. Jets not only beat the Fins, but they take out the top-seeded Browns. Bengals and Ravens meet with the Bengals throttling their division rivals to meet the Jets for the AFC title. In the NFC, Panthers take care of business against the Vikes, but they get beat by the Commanders, who upset the Packers. The Bucks then upset the Niners, and they get beat by the top-seeded Cowboys, so it'll be Cowboys-Commanders in the NFC, a nice rivalry matchup. Since the Jags have made 3 straight Super Bowls, it's been a while since they've had a Pro Bowler. So who made it this time? Hollywood Brown, Alex O'Neal, Daniel Yaramillo, Trayvon Walker, and Trayvon Diggs. Shoutouts to Safety Beast, D-Tackle Chris P. Bacon, tight end Rigoberto Ramirez Jr., and wide receiver AJ Chambers for making the Pro Bowl as subscriber players. An epic game in Cincy sees the Bengals pull out a 51-43 win to get to the big game over the Jets and meet the Commanders, who end up upsetting the Cowboys 24-16. 2 8-point games. Wow. And the Bengals are Super Bowl champions for the first time ever with a 26-24 win over the Commanders. Kenny Moore II, the MVP of the Super Bowl. Joe Burr, the MVP of the league. Mike McCarthy wins Coach of the Year for the Cowboys. Cooper Kupp, Offensive Player of the Year. DeForest Buckner for Defensive Player Player of the Year, and watch out, Brendan Whittle gets Offensive Rookie for Houston, while the Saints defensive end Jamarcus Samuels is Defensive Rookie of the Year. After the Bengals won Super Bowl 61 over the Commanders with Joe Burrow winning the MVP and a Texans quarterback winning Offensive Rookie of the Year, it was time to retool. Huge retirements were announced, like the Titans losing Kyle Juszczyk, Grady Jarrett, and Derrick Henry. Nice. Bobby Wagner, Stephon Gilmore, Mike Evans, Tyron Smith, Micah Hyde, Lael Collins, and the homie Blake Bortles all retired as well. First thing to do was to bring back Trevor Lawrence, and the Jags were able to do so on a 7-year lucrative contract. Next was Trayvon Walker, but he unfortunately declined what I thought was a very nice deal, but don't worry, he was immediately franchise tagged. R.L. Richards was offered a very fair 4-year contract to remain our superstar nose tackle, and he accepted. Unfortunately, Alex Santos declined a fair contract, but guard Eric Westbrook was signed to a long-term deal. Then it was Dark Specta getting paid for the next 5 seasons to remain a Jaguar. A big re-signing period that forced us to dole out money to guys that are staples in our organization. We tried to do that with Kayvon Thibodeau. He wanted to test the market. Speaking of the market, channel member and our only general manager here on the channel, Matthew Hackett, hits the market at 26 years old, along with Devontae Adams, Aaron Donald, and Cooper Kupp. But the damn glitch will not let me offer to anybody yet again. However, I will take this time to shout out Matthew Hackett and all of the channel members for keeping the dream alive with their above and beyond support. He, along with the special shout outs to franchise QBs T-Clink24, Rigoberto Ramirez, Christian Horn, Hobie Gaynor, and Troy Gordon, as they make this content truly possible to keep pumping out. Channel members do get automatic players in every series I do, so make sure to check out the join button below if you'd like to support the channel even more. Anyway, after the first eval period, I have been able to make 1 offer with this glitch. Not 5, but Hackett is already a Bronco. Damn it. Sorry, Matt. Trades. First, third-string tight end Knox was sent to the Saints for their 3rd rounder this year and 6th rounder next year. Then backup tight end Chris Maddox went to the Vikings for their 2nd round pick in this draft. And after that, it was tackle Terry Anderson, who was never really a scheme fit for us. We sent him to the Bucs for their 2nd round pick next year. Yetur Gross-Matos was sent away with a next year 7th round pick to the Cardinals for their 2nd round pick this year. The 5th-year option for right tackle DeMarcus Broyles was indeed picked up to keep him around for another year guaranteed. And we checked the free agency recap. Rams got a new starting quarterback, and Justin Arth is a Chief. Devontae Adams is a Raider again. Kupp is a Cowboy. Amon-Ra, the former Jag, is a Cardinal. And Chenault, former Jag, is a Dolphin. He tried to get Cody James, but he's a Steeler. And also, D-Bog-Nasty leaves us for the Vikings. Darren Waller goes to the Panthers. Our center, Alex Santos, was scooped up by the Cowboys. Aaron Donald's a 49er now. And former Jaguar Kayvon Thibodeau joins Matthew Hackett in Denver. As for us, we signed corner Bankroll Beasley, who I believe is a subscriber, for depth. And since we traded 2 tight ends, we signed 1 in free agency and might be looking to draft 1 more. Draft time, with the 15th overall pick, the Jags select left outside linebacker Teron Whitfield, who had an okay combine with A pursuit and B tackle, not to mention hidden development. Speedy guy to fit that speed rushing right outside linebacker role, as we may move Josh Allen to take over for Thibodeau. 2nd round pick 9, it's tackle Alejandro Colon, who looks skillful and had a really nice combine outside of his bench reps. We got hidden dev out of him as well. Then pick 15 in the 2nd round, Jags looked at free safety Sam Burrell with B hit power, tackling, and zone coverage, and a nice combine, top 5 in every drill. Hidden dev yet again. Still, 2nd round, 19th pick, looking at a tight end, and Dalton Vogt had a great combine, but was our first normal dev selection, but he still looks very athletic. 3rd round, pick 3, we try to replace Alex Santos with the terrific combine of Robbie Walton, and we get back in the hidden dev train. 3rd round, pick 15, it's defensive tackle Quincy Harris, who again had a nice combine, and the hidden dev train continues. After that, though, our luck was over with 4th rounders DJ Wilburn, a left guard, defensive tackle Devonta Farrell in the 5th round, middle linebacker Dante Weathers, and right outside linebacker Marcus Thompson in the 6th round. Draft recap. For the Jaguars, it looks like a game-changing draft. Whitfield, 76 hidden. Cologne's a 73 hidden. Burrell, 74 hidden. Walton's a 72 hidden, and Harris a 71 hidden. This draft will be interesting, though, as 7 quarterbacks went in the first round. Do the Saints, Rams, Steelers, Eagles, Titans, Dolphins, or Commanders have their franchise guys? Our South Division saw the Colts get a nice receiver who I was interested in. The Texans had a really nice draft, even though Hubbard doesn't look to be worthy of the number 2 overall pick. And the Titans hope that McDonald will be their franchise quarterback, but Skinner is a heck of a corner in the middle of the second round. Our depth chart going into the new season still has the staples of Lawrence at quarterback, Swift and Bates as the runners, Hollywood Brown and Alex O'Neal as main wideouts, with Isaiah Walker getting his chance at wideout number 3. Yaramilo still a boss at tight end, with the O-line being Ekwonu, Westbrook, Dent, Broyles, and Hannon. D-line is Walker, Specta, and R.L. Richards, with the linebackers being Josh Allen, Harris, Williams, and Whitfield. Corners are Diggs, Campbell, Colby Gaynor, Isaiah Rodgers, and Bankroll Beasley, with Burrell starting at free safety and Cisco at strong safety. Mentor the kicker, and Huntington the punter, with O'Neal returning the kicks. Our new schedule starts in Tennessee before home games against the Texans, Panthers, and Dolphins, and we go to Buffalo before returning home again for the Colts, Titans, and Falcons. 4 divisional games in 7 weeks. We then finish a 4-game homestand with the Ravens before going on the road for 4 weeks straight in Vegas, Indy, New Orleans, and Houston, ending our divisional matchups before our bye week in Week 14. The end of the season has us at home versus the Pats before the final 3 on the road against Arizona, New York, and Tampa. Seems tough. Can we get it done? It started amazing, winning our first 6 games before taking slim losses at home to the Titans, Falcons, and Ravens, and another 1-score loss on the road in Vegas. Then we went on a coaster ride, blowing the Colts out, losing a tight one in New Orleans, and blowing the Texans out before the bye. We came out of the bye with a big win over the Pats, slim win in Arizona, and a big win over the Jets on the road before heading to Tampa and losing the last game of the season by double digits. The Browns won the North, while the Steelers and Ravens got wild cards. Our Jaguars won the AFC South with home field advantage throughout at 11-6, odd. Jets win the East, and the Chiefs win the West, with the Raiders sneaking in the playoffs. In the NFC, it's the Bears winning the NFC, with the Lions sneaking in the playoffs. Falcons win the South. Commanders win the East, with the Eagles sneaking in with a tie. And the 49ers win the West. The Jags shall have the luxury of sitting as the 1 seed, while the Chiefs and Browns get divisional opponents. In the NFC, Washington gets Philly for another divisional battle. Trevor Lawrence threw for nearly 4,400 yards this year, 35 touchdowns, 14 picks. DeAndre Swift goes for near 1,200 on the ground with 11 touchdowns, while Bates steals 9 touchdowns. 3 1,000-yard receivers in Hollywood Brown, who had 11 scores, Alex O'Neal with 5, and Daniel Yaramilo, who had 10 himself. Isaiah Walker had a nice little 700-yard 5-touchdown year as the 4th option. The line held up well, allowing just 20 total sacks, and no lineman had more than 7. Tremont Harris led us in tackles, while Josh Allen had 15.5 sacks, Trayvon Walker had 14, and R.L. Richards with 13, while Dark Specta had 7. Trayvon Diggs led us with 5 interceptions. Calvin Mentor was 18 for 23 without missing an extra point. Huntington punted well, but O'Neal had no return scores. Jaguars hosted the Jets in the divisional round as the 1 seed, going up against Bo Reynolds, who had a 38-touchdown, 10-pick year. He got started immediately in this game, launching a nuke to the end zone past Trayvon Diggs to Jared Seibel for a touchdown. Could Trevor Lawrence match him? DeAndre Swift with a nice run to try and help, but he ends up actually hurting the team with a fumble that goes right to New York. Then later, screen from Lawrence to Swift, trying to get that first down, but he loses it again, and Sauce Gardner's there for the recovery. That drive ends with Bo's 2nd touchdown of the game, this one to Elijah Moore. The same play works again later as Bo hits Elijah Moore again for a 21-0 Jet lead. In the second half, Lawrence trying to bring the Jaguars back with a nice throw to Hollywood Brown for the touchdown, but it wasn't enough as Bo Reynolds just kept launching nukes, including this one far down the right sideline, and he drew a roughing the passer call on the play, which resulted in a Jets field goal. Jaguar offense goes stagnant again, and it's Bo Reynolds again, this time bombing one to Jared Seibel, hitting him in stride, and no one could get him. Touchdown, and the Jets hand the Jaguars a rare playoff loss as the 1 seed goes down immediately, 34-13. Jags beat the Jets in the regular season, could not outdo the combo of Bo Reynolds and Jared Seibel in this game. The Jets would move on to take on the Browns after Cleveland upset Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs 31-17. In the NFC, the top-seeded Bears squeaked out a win over the 7-seeded Seahawks, and the Eagles won by a score over the Lions. Jets' luck ran out as they fall to the Browns despite Bo Reynolds actually throwing 2 touchdowns to no interceptions. The Bears then take out the Eagles behind Jalen Hurts' 4 touchdown passes against his former team, starting rookie quarterback Ben Singer. Browns, Bears for the Super Bowl. Who would prevail? But first, Pro Bowlers. Our guys can indeed make it this year. And Marquise Brown, Daniel Jaramillo, Trayvon Walker, R.L. Richards, and Trayvon Diggs were the 5 players who did. A.J. Chambers was the only subscriber that I recognized on these rosters, though. Let me know if you see any others. The Super Bowl was won by the Browns, 35-21 over the Bears, who have now lost 2 Super Bowls in this series. No Jaguars won yearly awards. As we head into the 2028 season with the Browns coming off their first Super Bowl, let's look back at the past winners. The Browns and Bengals have won back-to-back chips for the AFC North. Before that, the Jaguars won 2 in a row over the Seahawks and Bears after losing in a fireworks show to the Packers. And in the first of the series, it was Brady's Bucks over the Bengals. Huge retirement year as Laramie Tunsil and Brandon Cooks leave the Texans. Thank you. Kevin Byard leaves the Titans. Dalvin Cook, Marcus Peters, Tyrann Mathieu, Russell Wilson, Johnny Hecker, former Jaguar Olorunzo Fatukasi, Jadeveon Clowney, Khalil Mack, Stephon Diggs, and OBJ highlight the rest of those hanging up the cleats. Re-signing time and priority number 1 was bringing back Trayvon Walker to a 5-year deal worth $115 million, which he accepted. Then we needed to bring back Alex O'Neal and signed him to a 4-year, $54 million deal. Tremont Harris was another young player who would receive a big deal at 6 years, $57 million. Alan Hannon received a 5-year, $27.5 million deal to remain with the team, which I thought was cheap. And running back Deontay Bates and strong safety Gabe Boykin were players that wanted to test the market. In free agency, again, the game-breaking glitch not allowing us to compete on the first run-through. Annoying, EA. Can you fix your damn game? It's January, you bums. So, some trades. Tackle Raider Bear is in his final contract year, and the Panthers gave us their early second-rounder for him. Deal. Den had his year to start, but again, expiring contract, and the Bucks offered second-rounder for next season, so done. The Giants took Isaiah Rodgers' deal off our hands with a 6th and next year's 7th to bring back their 2nd and 5th this year. Early 2nd, too. Then I was hoping Eddie Bonds would blossom, but with Burrow's play, we moved on. Bonds, a 5th and a 6th for the first pick in the 2nd round from the Arizona Cardinals. We wish him well. The Vikings sent us their next year's 2nd for backup defensive tackle Betts to end this flurry of trades. Quincy Williams had his 5th-year option picked up because we didn't want to deal with his contract right away. And free agency recap, Tua stays with Miami, Saquon to the Pats, gross, and former Jaguars receivers Laviska Shenault and David Bognasty find new homes again. Shenault with the Bears and Bognasty back in the AFC South again with our rivals, the Texans. Cowboys get a new safety tandem in Jesse Bates and Grant Delpit, and our haul consists of re-signing Deontay Bates and Gabe Boykin and bringing in cornerback Jerome Levine for depth and free safety Sheldon Campbell as a backup. Before the draft, I'd like to take this time to shout out all of the channel members for keeping the dream alive here with their above and beyond support. General Manager Matthew Hackett, along with franchise QBs T-Cling24, Rigoberto Ramirez, Christian Horn, Colby Gaynor, and Troy Gordon truly make this content possible to keep pumping out. Channel members do get automatic players in every series I do, so be sure to check out the join button below if you'd like to support the channel some more. In the draft, at the 28th overall pick, the Jaguars look at power rushing right outside linebacker DeAndre Crowther, who may have been just a little bit worse than his projection, but he had really good pursuit, block shedding, and tackling skills with a couple of nice combine drills, and he was athletic enough at 6'4", 260 with hidden development. Good pick. Right end Dalton Griffith was the pick at 33rd overall, with excellent block shedding and tackling at 6'5", 316. He looked like a nice run stopper, but was unfortunately just normal dev. Doesn't mean he can't play though. With the 5th pick in round 2, another run stopper came aboard in D-tackle Sean, Sean Posey. He wasn't scouted well, but he had top-tier tackling and 40 bench reps at his pro day. He ended up being really strong, as expected, and a hidden dev. With the very next pick in the draft, center Bryce Halen is a really solid blocker, but his power style doesn't quite fit the scheme of our offensive line. But with a combine like that and hidden dev, we're going to see if we can make it work anyway. Pick number 10, still second round, we're going to go with power rushing defensive tackle DeMarcus Henry, who figures to play left end for us in our scheme. Wonderful power moves and good finesse moves, as well as an excellent combine. And he has hidden dev. What a beast. 28th pick of the second round, the pick was 21-year-old Jamal Evans, who looked really skilled and solidly athletic, but he had normal development. Left outside linebacker Rashad Anderson and wide receiver D. Bradford were later round shots in the dark and are likely depth or practice squad players for us. Recapping the draft, it looks like all of our picks were really solid overall-wise, and all should be able to contribute in some way, with Posey being far better than even I expected. The Cardinals took wideout Dennis Adams first overall, and check out the Chargers, taking a 66 overall quarterback at pick 13. They should know better. As a Rutgers fan, I know they don't produce quarterbacks. Come on, dummies. Dallas looks like they get their quarterback of the future at pick 17 in Blair Rose, though. Chargers looking dumb. The Colts have a nice draft, as you should, at pick 7. Texans got a solid tight end, but no real steals in their class. And the Titans get a really solid first 3 picks, all on the offensive front. They got them hogs. With how well our draft went, we thought we could part with DeMarcus Broyles and send him along with a 6th-round pick to Buffalo for one of the best young corners in the league in Nasir Brown. With Brown on the squad, it was time for Trayvon Diggs to depart us. We sent him and a 4th-round pick to Arizona for the 1st overall selection. Dennis Adams, Devontae's baby cousin, was ours. The team figured to be more offensive this year, with Trevor Lawrence still at the helm, DeAndre Swift running with new rookie Jamal Evans, and a receiving core of Marquise Brown, Alex O'Neal, number 1 overall pick, and Devontae's baby cousin, Dennis Adams. Not to mention rising superstar tight end Daniel Yaramilo. The O-line had some changes, with Aquanu, Westbrook, Walton, Freeney, and Hannon starting. That's 2 new starters. Trayvon Walker, Dark Specta, and R.L. Richards remain the defensive anchors on the line, with Josh Allen helping rookie Crowther along, Tremont Harris and Quincy Williams still in the middle, and Teron Whitfield all at linebacker. Corners, we had some change, as Tyson Campbell was the new number 1 without Diggs. Nasir Brown, Colby Gaynor, Bankroll Beasley, and Jerome Levine filled it out. Sam Burrell starting at free safety, and Andre Sisco still there at strong safety. No change on special teams, with Mentor kicking, Huntington punting, and O'Neal kick returning. The NFL saddled us with the opening Thursday night game in Cleveland against the defending Super Bowl champion Browns. Then we had 2 home games, Commanders and Chargers, before road games in Green Bay and Las Vegas. And it's flip-flop, home versus Colts, at the Titans, home versus the Bears, heading into a Week 9 bye. Then we were in Denver, home for the Texans, and in Detroit for a Thanksgiving game with the Lions. Long layoff till the next Monday night in Houston for 4 straight home games against the Jets, Chiefs, Vikings, and Titans before finally closing the year in Indy. That's an interesting schedule. Can we prevail? Well, our Jaguars started the season 6-0 with a couple of blowout wins over the Browns, a little bit of a surprise there, and the Chargers, with, I'm assuming, the 66 overall rookie quarterback from Rutgers playing maybe. But our luck ran out in Tennessee, and we lost 2 straight into the bye week. Coming out of it, we ripped a 35-0 shutout win in Denver before beating the Texans and the Lions on Thanksgiving. But the season flip-flopped from there, going loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. Trevor Lawrence finished the year 22 yards shy of 5K with 43 touchdowns and 17 picks. DeAndre Swift ran for 1,200 yards and 13 TDs. Receiving saw 3 nearly 4 1K totals, with Yaramilo and 11 touchdowns, O'Neal with 10 touchdowns, and Hollywood with 4 touchdowns. The rookie Dennis Adams had 985 yards and 10 touchdowns himself. Sacks allowed were up this year, though, at 27, with Aquanu giving up 11 of them. Harris and Williams were a tackle apart at the top, while Trayvon Walker had a 15-sack year. Josh Allen had 13, Specta with 12, and R.L. Richards with 9. What a D-line. Without Diggs, our top pick leader was Tyson Campbell with 3. Mentor was 10 of 15, hitting all of his extra points. It was an average year for Huntington, and no return touchdowns for O'Neal again. The entire AFC North made the postseason, and the Browns won 11-5 after getting blown out by us. Good for them. Jags had the 1 seed at 12-5. Pats won the East, Chiefs won the West, and in the NFC, the Bears, Vikings, Jags and Packers all made it from the North. Falcons won the South, Cowboys, the 1 seed, winning the East, and the Seahawks won the West. 49ers got in the wild card. Jaguars sit back and watch the Steelers host the Bengals, Pats host the Ravens, and Chiefs host the Browns. In the NFC, the Cowboys are going to sit to watch the Falcons hosting the Packers, the Bears hosting the Vikings, and the Seahawks hosting the Niners. Bengals go on to upset the Steelers. Pats take care of the Ravens, and the Browns slightly upset the Chiefs to send the Bengals to Jacksonville and the Browns to Foxborough. In the NFC, the Falcons and Bears take care of business, while the 49ers beat the rival Seahawks, sending them to Dallas, while the Bears will go to Atlanta. Jaguars host the 7-seed Bengals in the divisional round, and we're off to a hot start with a short 1-yard touchdown by the rookie Jamal Evans. Later, DeAndre Swift wanted in on the action too with a short touchdown of his own. And on the ensuing kickoff, it's stripped and taken away by Bankroll Beasley for an easy scoop and score. Second quarter, it's Lawrence showing the arm talent with a rocket right into the breadbasket of Alex O'Neal, as the Jags were running the Bengals out of town. First Jaguar possession of the second half ends with a sizable pass from Lawrence to Hollywood Brown for a touchdown, and then later a short strike to the rookie Dennis Adams to help the Jags to victory by a score of 58-35, as both quarterbacks went over 400 yards with 3 touchdowns in this contest with absolutely no defense. With that blowout, the Jags would host the Pats, as they were able to take care of the Browns. In the NFC, 2 upsets, with the 49ers blowing the Cowboys out, and the Bears beating the Falcons by 2 scores. Jaguars hosting the Patriots for the right to go to the Super Bowl. AFC title on the line, and it's Mac Jones finding subscriber wideout A.J. Jefferson for the game's first tutty to lead 7-3. Pats later up 13-12, and the give is to Saquon up the middle, and nobody is home. He is off to the races. Gone like the bag of Reese's Cups my sister got me for Christmas. In the fourth quarter, the Pats had increased the lead to 11, but Trevor Lawrence finds Daniel Jaramillo for a 37-yard score to keep Jacksonville in the fight. However, the Pats get that tutty back with a short Saquon carry for his second touchdown of the day. Jags get the field goal back and have very little time, but this huge pass gave them one final play, and it's Trevor Lawrence to the back of the end zone, complete for the touchdown, and we have overtime. Jacoby Myers is stopped short of the marker on 3rd and 5, and the Patriots punt. Jags' possession is going well, but Lawrence wanted to end it quickly with a strike to Hollywood Brown. Touchdown, what a game, what a comeback, and the Jags win it 36-30. Trevor Lawrence with a clutch performance in a 421-yard, 3-touchdown game, negating Saquon's big day for New England. 49ers sneak past the Bears in a very defensive battle. The Jaguars shall play their 4th different team in the big game for a chance at Trevor Lawrence's 3rd ring. We obviously have no Pro Bowlers this year being in the Super Bowl, but we have AJ Chambers and Vladimir Klenk as channel member prospects who made it, so congrats to them. Also, Alex Santos, our old center, is also a Pro Bowler. And as always, let me know if you see any more subscribers or relevant information in this Pro Bowl list. The Jaguars and 49ers meet in the Super Bowl in Minnesota's US Bank Stadium. A battle of good signal callers in Colton Barkley for the 49ers and Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars. T-Law completes a big pass down the middle to Alex O'Neal. That leads to the short yardage touchdown score by DeAndre Swift. Colton Barkley rolls right back down the field and finishes with this pass to Tutu Atwell for 6. Jags led by 3 when the 49ers get creative. Kittle on the tight end jet toss to the end zone for a 49er lead. Jags go for a 4th and inches in the red zone, and it's complete to Devontae's baby cousin inside the 5 and finished off on this short pass from Trevor Lawrence to Alex O'Neal. 49ers were forced to punt, and Trev hit this beautiful strike to Marquise Brown with the first half clock expired as the Jags led by 10 into halftime. Jags get a goal line touchdown to backup tight end Dalton Vogt to extend the lead, and somehow the 49ers still had a chance at the end as Colton Barkley gets it to George Kittle, but that is it. The Jaguars defeat the 49ers by a score of 34-27 and win their 3rd Super Bowl in 4 trips in this series. And we are really close to doing exactly what we meant to do in this series. Trevor Lawrence is why I chose the Jaguars to take him from bust to Hall of Famer, and he played great. 461 yards, 3 touchdowns to outduel Colton Barkley, who had 306 and 3 touchdowns himself. The Jags do not win this game without Trevor Lawrence or Alex O'Neal, who had 10 catches for 143 and a score, or Marquise Brown, who had 9 catches for 167 and a score. Trevor Lawrence wins Super Bowl MVP for the second time in 3 wins, and he is well on his way to the Hall of Fame. Apparently, when you win the Super Bowl, your coordinators leave, so we had to hire Matthew Hamilton and Floyd Brewer to join the staff as brand new coordinators. Retirements. Former Jag Foye Oluokun calls it quits, as does Justin Simmons, who is currently playing for the Titans, so goodbye to him. Shaq Thompson, TJ Watt, Kenny Moore, Eddie Jackson, Alvin Kamara, former Jaguar Shaq Griffin, Jonathan Allen, Ronnie Stanley, Mike Williams, Shaq Barrett, Devontae Adams, baby cuz ain't gonna like that, Adrian Amos, Aaron Donald, Matt Milano, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Zeke Elliott, Chris Jones, Xavier Howard, Amari Cooper, Joe Mixon, and so many more. Jimmy G, Mitch Trubisky, Jacoby Brisket, all of them are gone. What a long list. Lots of guys left, now free agents. Ooh, Jalen Waddle. Too bad there's a game-breaking glitch, EA Sports. So instead, we have trades. Marquise Brown started to decline, and it's time to send him to the Cardinals for their 2nd and 4th round picks to make up for stealing Devontae's baby cuz. So then it's Quincy Williams being sent to the Rams with a 4th this year and next for their 2nd and 3rd round picks. Free agency recap, important notes. Waddle went to the Colts, so we hate him now. And I think my boy Kaz Cray, check his channel out, made Javier Harewood. He's a Panther now. And we made one signing on our team, keeping Calvin Mentor for eternity. In the draft, we obviously had the 32nd pick. We tried to replace Tremont Harris with Jonathan Hicks. It looked like we did just that with his normal dev. Boo. In round 2, we started with a receiver to replace Hollywood. I went with Will McKee. He's a big body guy with some speed, but he got shafted with dev again. I think he'll work out. So I double dip with the next selection, and I brought in Zach Chapman, who did have hidden dev. Thank God. Max Divins looked really solid in skills, and he fit our scheme, but again, normal dev. Then there's center Johnny Hepner, where, as the game said, Jags, this guy's for you. And I fell for their crap yet again. But again, double dip, Levi Boren, and again, game said we fit, and lo and behold, holy crap, hidden dev. I can complain about development all day, but ultimately we got some solid players, and most of them have good overalls. Chapman was the most bust-like overall at a nice 69, and he's one of 2 hidden devs, so what do you know? But cool story. I considered moving into the top 5 for guys like Moss, who is incredible, or even Overton or Brown, but I thought it wouldn't be worth it, and I wanted a linebacker. The one thing in this series I almost never look at is quarterback. Well, my video here only gets to show pick 26 on screen, and at pick 29, the most ridiculous player ever got selected. You'll meet him at the end of the video. The Colts get a nice center, defensive end, and tight end. The Texans take a solid tackle, safety, and linebacker. And the Titans get an underwhelming top 10 D-end and another tackle, really building that O-line from last year. Our depth chart this season had Trevor Lawrence and DeAndre Swift reprising their roles again. Alex O'Neal was now wide receiver number 1 with Baby Adams at number 2 and the rookie McKee at 3. Yaramilo was getting to be a real boss at tight end. O-line was exactly the same. Aquanu, Westbrook, Walton, Freeney, and Hannon. Walker, Specta, and Richards were running it back again and getting dynamic. Slight linebacker change with Allen, Harris, and Whitfield welcoming new rookie Jonathan Hicks to the group. At corner, it's Campbell and Brown. They were looking like a fine duo, and Levine took his spot in the ranks. We did lose channel member Colby Gaynor to the Packers. Forgot to mention that. Sorry. Burrell at free safety. Cisco at strong. Mentor kicking. Huntington punting. And again, O'Neal kick returning. Schedule had the Steelers being our Thursday night opening game, and then a visit from the Colts. Then we went on the road Sunday night in Foxborough, and on the road to Tennessee. Home with the Chiefs, and in Houston would take us into the bye week before coming out with a home game against the Cardinals before 3 straight on the road. First 2 being primetime against the Seahawks, Bengals, and then the Browns. At home versus Houston, away in Atlanta before facing the 49ers, Titans, and Ravens at home. Super Bowl rematch coming up, and ending with 2 on the road in the Rams and the Colts. Lots of primetime games, lots of pressure. Can we repeat? We lost the opener by 6 to Pittsburgh before running off 5 straight heading into the bye week. We came out of the bye with a destruction of the Cardinals before crumbling like a stale cookie. We lost all 4 of our remaining primetime games. We're 3-8 after the bye for a record of 8-9. Now, we did play the monster AFC North division that sent 4 teams before and 3 this year. The Colts won our division by 2 games, meaning that the loss in Week 18 looms looms large. Jets win the East, Broncos win the West, with the Chiefs getting a wild card. In the NFC, the Bears win the North. Bucks get home field, winning the South, with the Falcons in. And the NFC East sends 3 teams, Eagles, Cowboys, and Giants. And the 49ers win the West. Trevor Lawrence has another solid year with 4,700 yards, 37 TDs, and 15 picks. Swift goes for 1,100 with 11 TDs. He stole 7. 3,000-yard catchers again. O'Neal with 1,189, 11 touchdowns. Yaramilo and Adams. McKee had a solid 855 and 4 scores as a rookie. The line holds up well again, allowing 20 total sacks. Tremont Harris had a ton of tackles, and Hicks filled in nicely. Trayvon Walker with a solid 14.5 sacks. Allen with 12.5. Richards with 10. And Specta with 9. Those guys are just nuts. Tremont Harris led us in picks with 4 this year. That's wild. Mentor was 13 for 16, missing 2 extra points. I just paid you, Calvin. Huntington punted really well, and O'Neal returned nothing for years now. Here's your opening playoff bracket, which doesn't include the Jags, and the results? All the higher seeds take care of business except the Eagles, who lost to the Falcons. Are we ready for the divisional? All the higher seeds take care of business again, except for the Ravens, who lose as the 1 seed to the Colts. Come on. Pro Bowl before we check anything else. The Jaguars send Yaramilo, Iquanu, Walker, Richards, and Josh Allen. Akura Koala, AJ Chambers, and Vladimir Klink are the subscriber or member players that I see here. Let me know if you see some others. What I do not see is Trevor Lawrence ever make the Pro Bowl, and he has great seasons. Or Matthew Hackett as our general manager, and he's like a 97. What the heck? Well, just because the game isn't respecting our channel members doesn't mean that we can't. I'd like to take this time to shout out all of the channel members for keeping the dream alive with their above and beyond support. General manager Matthew Hackett especially, along with franchise quarterbacks T-Clink24, Rigoberto Ramirez, Christian Horn, Colby Gaynor, and Troy Gordon. You guys make this truly possible, so thank you. Channel members do get automatic players in every series I do, so be sure to check out that join button below if you'd like to support even more. Anyway, more results. 2 upsets. The Colts sneak by Matthew Hackett and the Broncos 33-30 with subscriber quarterback Babatunde St. Roma, who we know so well. And the Bears sneak by the Bucks with this new guy, Derek Hill, who beasted the hell out. He's a rookie? Who is this man? Meet Derek Hill, the 6'3", 210-pound rookie quarterback from TCU. He's a 91 overall already. Why is he so good? 97 speed, 98 excel, 96 agility, 80 carry, 96 change of direction, 91 juke, 86 spin, and 98 injury. He's the fastest quarterback I've ever seen in my life, and you cannot hurt him. But that's not all. He can throw. 93 throw power. Accuracy is 82 deep, 92 mid, and 99 short, 87 aware, 93 throw on the run, 90 under pressure, and 94 break sack. Yeah, he's aided a little bit by morale, but only by 3. Holy wowzers. And he's the 29th overall pick. Oh yeah, he won the Super Bowl as a rookie, and he was Super Bowl MVP, and obviously Offensive Rookie of the Year. Ladies and gents, I don't think I can end this series until Derek Hill's done playing. I have to see what he ends up doing. After Derek Hill, superhuman quarterback of the Chicago Bears, won Rookie of the Year, the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl MVP, we knew we were going to have our work cut out for us. Retirements continued to be plentiful as the Titans lost a few guys, Chris Godwin included. Miles Jack, Hunter Renfrow, Ryan Ramczyk, Yannick Ngakoue, Chidobe Awuzie, Devin Singletary, and Austin Eckler. Hey, I was rated by Austin Eckler on Twitch once. Funny story. Go follow my Twitch if you haven't already. It's twitch.tv/FGstreams. Yeah, I stream. See you there. Back to the list. Adoree Jackson, former Jaguar Evan Ingram, Vita Vea, Portland Sutton, Trey White, Kyle Duggar, Dawson Knox, Deion Jones, Derek Carr, and Minshew Mania all leave the league. Re-signings, Jerry Freeney rejected my very good offer. How dare he? Chris Huntington rejected this, but it's okay. We're going to get him cheaper when nobody offers him. And then I basically offered this really terrible contract to Iquanu so I could franchise him immediately, and we're going to trade him away for value. So we did it. Chiefs, thanks for the 1st and 4th round picks. Then it was out with the Cologne. He and a 6th brought back an early 2nd from the Rams. Harris was a nice backup D tackle, but he's out for a 2nd and 4th from the Broncos. Tyson Campbell's contract year, he's getting a bit old, so we used him, a 2 and a 3, to get the 12th overall pick from Washington. And the final trade this year, backup tight end Vogt to the Bucks for pick 62 in the 2nd round. 5th year option for Teron Whitfield, absolutely accepted. Free agency, Tua changes teams, he's a Bronco. Hurts is a Dolphin. Kenneth Walker is a New York Giant, while subscriber St. Patrick is a Chief. Speaking of Saint, our guard Freeney is now a New Orleans Saint, and channel member Colby Gaynor is back with the pack. Speaking of channel members, shout out to all my channel members for keeping my dreams alive with their above and beyond support. Channel member Matthew Hackett, along with franchise QBs T-Clink24, Rigoberto Ramirez, Christian Horn, Colby Gaynor, and Troy Gordon make this content truly possible to keep pumping out. Channel members do get automatic players in every series, so be sure to check out the join button below this video if you'd like to support the channel even more. The draft wasn't deep, but it's a good thing we had good picks. All of our first and second round picks here are hidden dev guys. It looked like a very top-heavy draft as most of the picks are solid overalls. No busts really here, but later rounds suffered greatly. Somehow not for the Colts though, as they found Ridley in the 5th round. Jerks. However, the Texans and the Titans seemed to suffer a little bit as we did. After the draft, we traded Burrow, who was in the final year of his rookie deal, along with a 5th and a 6th for a first-round pick from the Chiefs, so Godspeed to him. Trevor Lawrence rolls into the season still with Swift, O'Neal, Adams, and McKee. Haaland starts at left tackle now without Aquanu, and rookie Jason Evans will start at right guard. Martin Flowers is going to start over Josh Allen at left outside linebacker for this season. Dockery is going to be our cornerback number 2 for the year, and Darrell Banfield will be our new starter at free safety. The rest remains unchanged. This year's schedule starts us home against the Colts before road games against the Jets and the Titans. We get 3 straight home games against the Commanders, Cowboys, and Lions with a bye in between. After that, it's a coaster ride. In Indy, home for the Chiefs, at the Giants, home for the Titans, at the Eagles, home for the Bills, 2 straight on the road for the Texans and the Browns, home for the Pats, in Miami, home for the Texans. Finally, we don't end with the Colts. Can we kick this schedule in the teeth? We kind of did. We won 3 straight out of the gate before losing a 1-score game to Washington. We beat the tar out of Dallas before the bye, and then lost to the Lions. But at least we pounded the Colts on Monday Night Football. Dropped a tight defensive game to the Chiefs, and a 9-point game to the Giants before rattling off wins in the final 8 games of the season to go 13-4. The AFC North was great again, sending 3 teams to the postseason. Our 13-4 record was not good enough for the bye. Dolphins were 13-4, no bye. Pats in the wild card. It's the Chiefs getting the bye at 13-4. They did beat us, so that's fair enough. NFC, the Vikings win the North. Packer in. Falcons win the South. Commanders, 14-3. Wow. Giants and them boys are in the playoffs, and the 49ers win the West. Jaguars as the 2 seed will host the Browns. Finns host the Pats. Bengals host the Steelers. The NFC has Vikings hosting the Packers, 49ers hosting Cowboys, and Falcons hosting Giants. Trevor Lawrence goes for 4,800 yards, 31 touchdowns, and only 7 picks. Swift misses the 1,000-yard mark, a rarity, but he has 8 scores, while Deontay Bates with the Jamal Williams-like 15 touchdowns. 4 1,000-yard receivers this year. Adams over 1,200 with 13 TDs. Yaramilo, 1,078 with 6. O'Neal, 1,066 with 5. And McKee, 1,026 with 7. Wow. The O-line does good enough, again, only allowing 26 sacks. Harris and Hicks over 100 tackles apiece again. Trayvon Walker with his best year yet, 18.5 sacks. 13 for Josh Allen, 7.5 for Richards, and only 5.5 for Specna. Tremont Harris leads us in picks yet again with 5. Mentor misses 1 field goal and 2 extra points all year. Huntington punts well, and O'Neal, still no touchdowns. Your Jacksonville Jaguars hosting the Cleveland Browns in the wildcard round with the Jags up 6-0. They get to Deshaun Watson, and the ball's on the ground, scooped up by R.L. Richards, and look at the big defensive tackle go. He is rumbling, stumbling, bumbling with a convoy all the way to the house. Check it out. Jags extend the lead. After another field goal, nearing halftime, it's Lawrence to the back corner of the end zone, and Daniel Yaramilo extends the lead again with a stellar grab. Another T-Law touchdown pass, this one to Dennis Adams, causes the Browns coach to rip his shirt or eat it. I don't know, not sure, as the Jaguars shut the Browns out 33-0 to move on to the divisional round. Swift racked up 160 yards on the ground, and Trayvon Walker beasted up front, 6 TFLs and 5.5 sacks. Yikes. Wildcard results have the Pats upset the Dolphins and the Steelers upset the Bengals, while in the NFC, Vikings took out the Pack, 49ers survived the Cowboys, and the Giants with a slight upset over the Falcons in a shootout. Chiefs host the Pats, we get the Steelers, Commanders, Giants, and the Vikings will host the Niners in the divisional. On to the divisional round highlights as our Jaguars host the Pittsburgh Steelers and their new-ish signal caller, Cam Brenner, who had a great year this year. He started this game off hot with this touchdown strike to Pat Freiermuth. for the early Steeler lead. Jags nearing an answer, but on the jet sweep, McKee puts the ball on the ground and the Steelers recover. But in an odd turn of events, Brenner is sandwiched, loses the ball, and R.L. Richards picks it up and steps in the end zone for his second scoop and score in as many games. Later, it's Lawrence with this pretty pass to Alex O'Neal for the Jags' first lead. 14-10, Jags lead later, and Lawrence taking a long shot downfield, and Will McKee with the leap ability for the catch and the finish to pay dirt for 6, and that is why I went with a big body wideout. Ensuing kickoff, and it's a fumble! Jags recover, and they get 3 more points. Late in the half, Brenner trying to make it a game again, and it's a gorgeous pitch and catch to Jamison Williams for the tutty. Steelers are hanging in there. But after halftime, check out the toe drag swag from the now third-string tight end, Devin Hurts, for the touchdown. Later, it's Jags for a field goal, but no, fake! And a shovel pass to Yaramilo for the first down, which led to Trevor Lawrence on the scramble. Look at him sneak into the end zone to put Pittsburgh away. Nighty-night, Steelers. Jaguars win at 41-20 to move on to the AFC title behind Trevor Lawrence's 301 and 3 touchdowns. He also had that rushing TD. Brenner played admirably, though, in the loss. Patriots upset the Chiefs, so the Jags get a home AFC title versus New England. Giants and Niners with upsets over the Commanders and Vikings. Can we get the job done? Patriots come in to visit our Jags with the AFC title on the line, and this game treats Mac Jones far too well. But in a tie game, he hits Sherrod Mixon in the end zone to give the Patriots the lead nearing halftime. After a touchdown was taken off the board, T-Law goes right back to the end zone to Dennis Adams to even the score back up. Later, Lawrence with a short pass to Adams, and he turns it upfield, breaks a tackle, and that is all she wrote. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove the Adams to the end zone. No, I don't think that's how the song goes, but the Jag lead it. Pats get a field goal, but play press coverage on Alex O'Neal. That's a mistake. It's a foot race, and he scores. Jags win it 30-22 after holding the supposedly wonderful Mac Jones. Lawrence with another fantastic game. Aside from our win, the 49ers blow the Giants the hell out to set up a rematch Super Bowl. For the Pro Bowl, obviously no Jaguars, but Klink of the Vikings makes it at QB. AJ Chambers seems to never miss at wideout, and all the way at the bottom, we see former Jaguar wide receiver Isaiah Walker making the Pro Bowl for punt returning. Nice. Las Vegas, Nevada is the site. Jaguars and 49ers will meet again in the Super Bowl, with Colton Barkley looking for a different result this time around. It started off really well for him with a first drive touchdown strike to LaMarcus Phillips. Then, after the Jaguars get 3, Barkley going right back to Phillips for a second touchdown as the 49ers start hot. From the 1, the Jags get one back with Deontay Bates doing work on the toss. No one's home. Alex O'Neal beats the press for a bomb from Trevor Lawrence, which ended up setting up a field goal to go into halftime down just 1 point. Quick slant to Alex O'Neal put the Jaguars on top for the first time all game. And later, with a chance to tie the game, it's a missed field goal for San Francisco. But the 49ers would get a chance once again, but they were pinned in their own end. Colton Barkley throws a nuke downfield and a big completion to the Jags 22 that led to a tie game. Lawrence with 2:20 to go on 3rd and 10 makes this wizard-like throw to Alex O'Neal to help set up a leading field goal from Calvin Mentor from 56 yards out, which he did drill. 49ers still had time, and Colton Barkley hits Brandon Ayuk sideline for a huge gain into Jags territory. But after that, 2nd and 10, in comes Trayvon Walker with a huge sack, no pause. Gets it to 4th and 21, but Colton Barkley drops an absolute dime piece to Brandon Ayuk. Long story short, here's the tying field goal to send the game to overtime, and it is good. Jags with it first, fadeaway bomb from Trevor Lawrence, and it is McKee with the snag. I knew getting a big body wide out would make a world of a difference. It's paying dividends. From there, Mentor would take the lead with this field goal, and the Jaguars would force a 4th and short on the 49er drive. Colton Barkley just cannot get it done. The 49ers are denied, and the Jaguars win the Super Bowl 29-26 in overtime. Trevor Lawrence cannot believe it, but you better believe it. You're a champion again, Trevor. The Jacksonville Jaguars are champions again. Lawrence and O'Neal connected often, and for the only Jaguars airstrike. All respect to Colton Barkley, though, who did all that he could in this game. We are up to 4 rings for Trevor Lawrence and 3 Super Bowl MVPs now. FG wins Coach of the Year again. 5 Super Bowl appearances and 4 rings make this one of my most successful in-game series of all time on the channel. Got any favorite players? The Jaguars are coming off their 4th Super Bowl championship and looking for more. The league is seeing many great talents retire, such as Marshawn Lattimore, Marlon Humphrey, Jalen Ramsey, Saquon Barkley, DJ Moore, Christian McCaffrey, Calvin Ridley, DeForest Buckner, former Jag Travis Etienne, Fred Warner, Jamal Adams, Darius Leonard, Roquan Smith, and many, many more. We were able to get R.L. Richards to sign a nice long-term extension to stay, but guys like Josh Allen, Eric Westbrook, and DeAndre Swift all declined and wanted to test the market. We brought Westbrook back on the franchise tag for $13.6 million. 5th-year option for Devontae's baby cousin Dennis Adams was picked up, as well as the one for outside backer DeAndre Crowther. Free agency glitch was added again, and Justin Herbert is now a Patriot, while both Kyler and Bo Reynolds are Cowboys on really cheap deals. Stupid game. Rada Bear is a Bengal, and Josh Allen is a Patriot. Andre Cisco goes to the Cowboys. We send Levine with pick 32 and 50 for pick 14 from the Chargers. Then it's picks 192, 213, and 224 for 148 from the Packers. And after that, pick 117, 128, and 160 sent to the Panthers to move up to 76. That put us in position at pick number 14 to retool the O-line with Brent Taff, the agile tackle with hidden development and a solid 88 strength rating. Pick number 27, why not bolster the D-line then? Bernard Skaggs looks like an absolute beast, and he had hidden dev also. Another first at pick 32, and went running back to help out Swift with Taj Washington. And he looks very athletic, and he fits us, but he only has normal dev. Later in the draft, more O-line with Johnny Clark, normal dev, and Dakota Lamb, who did have hidden. Solid backup there. During the season, we won our first 3 games all at home before losing our first 2 road games and winning 2 home divisional games to go 5-2 before dropping our first home game to Carolina. It was another loss in Atlanta before the Jags finally righted the ship with 2 wins into the bye week before coming out of that bye, slamming the Texans and Dolphins on the road. However, we would end 2-2 in the last 4 with 3 on the road to finish 11-6 and slot into the 5th seed in the AFC with a wild card game at Arrowhead Stadium. Jaguars visit the Chiefs in a wild card battle. Classic Mahomes and Lawrence matchup, both guys with 42 regular season touchdown passes. Who would prevail? Mahomes gets the first tutty with a throw to Bryan Edwards. What a beaut. And then DeAndre Swift finds his way to pay dirt to get that Jaguars lead right back, though. And then on the kickoff, it's a fumble. And Traymon Harris with the scoop and the score to extend that Jag lead. You can pin the Jaguars on a punt on their own end, but you cannot press Alex O'Neal. He's burning oil all the way to the house for a Jaguars touchdown. It gets worse for the Chiefs as Mahomes with a decent pass, but it's fumbled, and it's Nasir Brown on another scoop, and he's got the speed. He's going to go all the way. Jags make it 34-10. Trevor in the second half. Lawrence adds a short pass to Will McKee for a touchdown, and then later comes back with another one later with DeAndre Swift as the Chiefs just could not hold the Jags back. Jaguars 55, Chiefs 24, as Lawrence gets this playoff campaign off to a great start, and Swift was on fire himself. Bengals and Pats get upsets too, while the favorites mostly win in the NFC other than the Giants. Divisional round against the Patriots, and we gotta watch out for Justin Herbert in his first year with the Pats. But here's some more of Alex O'Neal burning guys like toast. Literally nobody home there. And after that, Baby Adams getting in on the action, making a guy miss for a score, and it looked bad for the Pats. And it was, as Lawrence goes back to Alex O'Neal for 3 first-half touchdown passes. And in the second half, T-Law isn't done, as here's another one to Baby Adams. 2 for each big-time wideouts. Oh, here's another to Adams for good measure, as the Jags rout the Patriots too by a score of 51-13 behind Lawrence's 5 touchdown passes to his 2 star wide receivers. Steelers took care of business, the Bucs upset the 49ers, and the Commanders get the win over the Giants. Heinz Field, F. Acrisure, for the AFC title game against the Steelers, and Cam Brenner, who is rising up the quarterback ranks. But he had his work cut out for him as Daniel Iarabilo gives the Jags an early 10-point lead. Then Dennis Adams runs a nice slant and makes the defense look silly for another tutty. But Cam Brenner finds his speedster Jamison Williams before the half to make it a game again. Dennis Adams in the back of the end zone with a brilliant catch makes it 27-10. Later on, there he is, Alex O'Neal with a knockout punch, as no one can catch this man. Jaguars take it 34-16 to go to yet another Super Bowl as Lawrence just stays hot. The Bucs upset the Commanders by a touchdown to get ready to challenge us in the Super Bowl. Buccaneers and Jags meet in Dallas, Texas for the Super Bowl title. Jaguars going for number 5 against a Koala who had nutty numbers on the season. Koala starts off the tutties with a short one to Max Wilcox to take a 10-3 lead. Jags could only muster field goals, and it would bite them early on as Koala finds his main target, A.J. Chambers, who takes a medium pass and makes it not so medium all the way in for 6 points. Jaguars still taking field goals and are within 9, but A.J. Chambers strikes again. Flag on the field, but he's easily going to go all the way to the house. Flag ends up being an interference, declined, touchdown Bucs. Jacksonville finally pounds in a touchdown with Deontay Bates to make it 30-22, but there's still work to do. Defense does that job, and it's Trevor Lawrence over the middle to Alfonso Allen, the backup tight end, for the touchdown. Big score there, and this pass to Daniel Iarabilo just as big for the 2-point conversion. Last play of regulation is a cannonball off the arm of Trevor Lawrence that finds the hands of Alfonso Allen, but for no touchdown. With no time left, it's overtime, where the Bucs are at the 1 on 4th down, and they're going to go for it. And Koala finds A.J. Chambers for the score. Bucs lead the game, but the Jags are going to get their chance. And Lawrence with a short pass to DeAndre Swift, but he loses the football, and it is picked up by Travis Harriott, who gets off the ground and takes it all the way back to the house for the game sealer. Ugly way to lose a Super Bowl, as the Bucs actually win it 43-30 in overtime. Such an odd score. Akura Koala is the Super Bowl champion with an MVP-type performance. He and Chambers should be proud. A.J. Chambers ties Jerry Rice for receiving touchdowns in a Super Bowl with 3. Rice did that twice. And he breaks Rice's record of 215 receiving yards in a Super Bowl with 285 himself. He also breaks James White's reception record for a Super Bowl game of 14 with his 16. And Koala's 455 yards would put him 3rd behind 2 Brady Super Bowl performances. Chambers breaking those records are the reason he takes home MVP over Koala, who was league MVP and played well enough for Super Bowl MVP. The Jaguars are coming off of a loss to the Bucs that made them 4-2 in Super Bowls. There weren't a ton of super important retirements, but subscriber running back St. Patrick called it quits. Dark Specta was looking to test free agency, but we said no way, Jose, and we tagged him instantly. Good thing we were able to re-sign Alex O'Neal to a 4-year contract. I wish I could say the same for left guard Eric Westbrook, outside linebacker Teron Whitfield, and defensive tackle Sean Posey. But we did pick up the 5th-year option for Jonathan Hicks before the trade flurry. Chapman was sent with a 7th and a 5th for pick 77 and 109 from the Saints. Hughes was sent to Buffalo for pick number 80. I love McKee, but he was sent to the Giants with pick 95 and a 6th for 26th overall. Hepner and pick number 127 brought back pick 32 from Tampa Bay. Crowther and that 32nd pick was then sent to Philly for a new corner in Hunter, who who is an X factor. Then we moved from 31 to 21 with the Bears by sending them pick number 80. We then sent 26 that we just got from the Giants, Bankroll Beasley, and pick 77 from the Saints for pick number 14. With that 14th pick, it was right tackle Maurice Moss, a pick that I was somewhat disappointed in. At number 21, it was O-line again with right guard Clay Radovich, who at least had hidden development. In the second round, we didn't want to let Edward Lennon fall to anyone else, so we jumped on the strong and hidden dev 21-year-old center. At that point, we made a draft day trade, and after finding no outside linebackers we liked, we moved left tackle Divins, pick 109, and a next year fourth to get Teron Whitfield back from Atlanta. After that, we picked another guard with Kenny Brewer, who looked like an athletic specimen. Last guy on our board was tight end Cam Thomas, who actually looked really good as well. We started the season 5-5 before winning 6 of our last 7, and that was only good enough to make the Jags a wildcard team, with the Colts winning the division. We've been here before. MetLife Stadium as the Jags battle the Jets in the wild card with Justin Fields at the helm for New York. Trevor Lawrence finds Alex O'Neal for the toe drag swag to go up 10 points, and then the Jaguars defense attacks Fields, forcing the fumble, and it's Teron Whitfield, brought back for good reason, paying dividends with the scoop and the score. Lawrence would later find David Bognasty for a wide-open touchdown strike as the Jags went up 24-zip, and Bognasty did it again on the next drive with a pass in the back of the end zone. We brought him back just to do things like that. Jags go on to win it 34-7 behind playoff Lawrence, who's just heating up. Jaguars were the only lower seed to win on wildcard weekend, forcing them to travel to the AFC's top seed. Jaguars go to LA to take on the Chargers in the divisional round, and their signal caller, Ted Croyle, was on fire this season. But the Jags struck first anyway, on 4th and goal with a TJ McDaniels rushing score. Fullback love. If it's not broke, you don't fix it, as the fullback McDaniels gets in again for another one. A short pass to Daniel Yaramillo goes for another tutty, making it 24-3, and then Deontay Bates finds pay dirt just before the half. It was smooth coasting the rest of the day as Trevor Lawrence takes one himself, and then later a bit of power running from him for his second rushing touchdown, as the Jaguars win it 45-23, with Lawrence still absolutely on fire. The NFC Championship will feature number 1 and number 2 in the NFC, and the Colts sneak by the Browns to force us to face channel member quarterback Babatunde St. Roma in the AFC title. Shout out to all the channel members for their support, including franchise QBs T-Clink24, Christian Horn, Colby Gaynor, Rigoberto Ramirez, Troy Gordon, and our newest, Casey Wood. Lucas Oil Stadium, bitter rivals, Jaguars at Colts for the AFC title. Babatunde putting up some of the best numbers of his entire career. The Jaguars strike first. Trevor Lawrence to Dennis Adams. What a grab. After a Colts field goal, Lawrence finishes the next drive with a touchdown to Daniel Yaramillo. And after another Indy 3 points, TJ McDaniels on another fullback dive tutty. Colts get 3 before and after the half, and after a fumble recovery, it's Sharif Bernard for 6 points. Bates then fumbles again on the next drive, back-to-back drives. The Colts would later take advantage with the leading field goal. Then the defense gets after Babatunde, recovering a fumble of their own. And that would lead to Lawrence having all kinds of time to find Adams in coverage. What a catch, what a play. Jags led, and on their next possession, it's Yaramillo to extend that lead with a touchdown. After a turnover on downs, Lawrence just throws to Alex O'Neal to put this game on ice, as the Jaguars go to the Super Bowl with a 41-22 win in Indy behind Trevor Lawrence and his 5 touchdown passes. The Bears beat the Falcons in Atlanta by 18 to set up a meeting with the generational quarterback Derek Hill in the Super Bowl. Oddly enough, Super Bowl in Atlanta, Georgia. Jaguars versus Bears and their amazing quarterback Derek Hill, who won it all as a rookie. Hill got no help from his running back early on, with this fumble giving it right to Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars as T-Law looks for ring number 5. He goes to Dennis Adams from 6 yards out for the game's first touchdown. The ensuing kickoff being returned is fumbled away by Chicago. And with that great field position, it's Deontay Bates slashing in for the 2-score lead. With 17-0 in the second, and Hill makes a beautiful throw to his man Joseph Allen to get the Bears on the board. But the Jags got 3 points, and then this short touchdown to Daniel Jaramillo, making it 27-7. Little time left in the first half, but it was enough for Hill, who drives the field and finds Joseph Allen again to keep it a 2-score game heading into the half. The teams trade field goals, and then Lawrence finds Adams again, as the 2-point conversion was no good. Bears finish a nice drive with this Morris Ewing touchdown run to keep the game 2 scores once again. And after 3 from the Jaguars, Hill takes this one himself to pay dirt. What a run. Not enough time on the clock for another possession, though, as the Jaguars take it 39-31 to win another Super Bowl, their 5th, with Trevor Lawrence hoisting that Lombardi. Lawrence had a wonderful postseason and a great Super Bowl with 3 touchdown strikes, helped by Dennis Adams and his 229 yards and 2 scores. That game from Adams was good enough to win him Super Bowl MVP. The Jaguars win their 5th Super Bowl in 7 tries. With the series winding down, can the Jaguars get more rings? The Jaguars won their 5th Super Bowl over the Bears 39-31 in the last episode, and now it is time for the final episode. Retirement time, as channel member Vladimir Klank retires, as does subscriber Owe Wolk. Other big retirements include Jalen Hurts, Myles Garrett, Asante Samuel Jr., Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, and more. I've been asked about career numbers, so here they are. Pat Mahomes, nearly 600 touchdowns. Trevor Lawrence having a very solid career, though. Jonathan Taylor blew Emmitt Smith away for sure at 21,000 rush yards. Justin Jefferson is likely not catching Jerry Rice, but he's really awesome. And Alex O'Neal is over 10K for his career with 75 touchdowns. Tremon Harris is up there in active tackle leaders, and Trayvon Walker is near 47.5 sacks shy of 200. Former Jag Trayvon Diggs has 80 career picks and has a chance to be number 1 all time. Trayvon Walker intended on hitting free agency. Daniel Jaramillo and Dennis Adams both re-signed with the squad. Nasir Brown and Dark Specta would be lost in free agency due to that crappy free agent glitch, but we were able to tag Trayvon Walker. He had a solid draft, nothing too crazy, but players that had chances to develop over time. We had a great season, going 12-5, including winning 4 of our last 5 games, which would be good enough for the 2 seed in the AFC. Jaguars host the Chiefs, which has been a classic matchup in this series, and it was a weird one, as the first touchdown came in the 3rd quarter to Alex O'Neal for a 7-3 Jag lead. Then this slashing run by Justin McMillan extended that lead to 2 scores. But with a couple of field goals, the Chiefs with a chance late as Mahomes finds Willie Hampton for a lead. 2-point conversion for an even 3-point lead is no good. What a tackle just in time. Under 30 seconds to go, Lawrence would find Dennis Adams downfield and get into field goal range. But for good measure, a shorter pass to Daniel Jaramillo takes it into the red zone, and he's hit late out of bounds. And that's a flag on a former Jaguar. Sam Burrell would set up an easy chip shot for Calvin Mentor for the win. Easy money for the goat of a kicker that he is. And the Jaguars escape with a tough win over Mahomes and company. The Bengals came to town for a divisional battle, and the Jaguars struck first with the old fullback dive for a tutty. After 3 points from Cincy, a 4th and 1 from the 1 is stuffed, and Cincy would go on to get 3 more. Later, a big 3rd down fumble by Joe Burrow is recovered by his O-lineman to give them a 3rd field goal and a lead. But Lawrence would find Alex O'Neal to get Jacksonville the lead back right before the half. And in the 4th, Burrow finds a wide open Austin Gibson for a touchdown. And unlike the Chiefs, the Bengals would get their 2-point conversion for a tie game. Trevor Lawrence completes a huge 3rd and 9 pass to Dennis Adams, who blows the defense away for the lead one more time. And later, Burrow did not need much time to find Ron Smith to tie the ball game right back up. A huge missed field goal by Cincinnati would give the Jaguars a chance, but with no timeouts after a huge completion, the game was going to overtime. McMillan picked up a 3rd and inches with a gashing run, but Trevor Lawrence would take a quarterback draw and fumble the ball right to the Bengals. But R.L. Richards and the Jags D got a huge stop on 3rd down to put the ball back in Trevor Lawrence's hands as he finds Mullins for a 1st down inside the 40. A A run by McMillan does not convert for a first down, though, so it would be Mentor from 49 yards out for the win, and it would never be a doubt. It's Calvin Mentor sending the Jaguars to the AFC title game one more time. The top two seeds would be facing off, Jets and Jaguars for the AFC title. Dennis Adams makes a ridiculous catch to set up Lawrence to go right back to him for the game's first touchdown. Breece Hall later as the ball is ripped away from him, and the Jags recover and go downfield with Justin McMillan taking the handoff from 14 yards out and scampering in untouched for the touchdown and a 2-score lead. But the Jets weren't backing down, and Breece Hall would find pay dirt to make it a 1-touchdown ball game. The Jaguars were looking to put it away when McMillan fumbles right to a New York Jet, but on a huge 4th down play, Lambert just throws it away. Rookie mistake, and the Jags will win another nail-biter in these playoffs to go to the Super Bowl. The Saints upset their way to the Super Bowl, taking out the 49ers and Bucs, who have both played Super Bowls against us. The Jags were happy that they wouldn't have to play against a Kurokawa again. The Super Bowl in Miami at Hard Rock Stadium, Jags and Saints, New Orleans would strike first. Look at this insane catch and run by Casey Henry, who made the Jaguars' secondary look silly for the game's first score. The Jags offense rolled anyways, and Alex O'Neal picked up a huge 3rd down play and then ran a perfect route to get open and get in for the tutty for Jacksonville. Later it was tied at 10, and it was Taj Washington taking the lead for the Jags. Then later, Yaramilo wide open to extend that lead after the Saints had a field goal. Coming out of the half, Alex O'Neal with his 2nd touchdown of the day, making it 31-16. With the Saints offense stalling all of a sudden, Lawrence adds this one to Yaramilo for his 2nd score of the day. The Saints weren't going away yet. A huge play from Glenn Roberts for a nice touchdown. And then, quarterback running it in himself for the 2-point conversion. Jags from the 1. Lawrence would find O'Neal for the 3rd time, and that would do it, putting a cap on the Super Bowl 48-27 Jaguars as Lawrence wins yet another ring. The Jaguars win their 6th Super Bowl in 8 trips. Trevor Lawrence is once again Super Bowl MVP. After that season, Justin Jefferson, former Jaguar Josh Allen, Justin Fields, Rigoberto Ramirez Jr., Micah Parsons, Jonathan Taylor, former Jags, Trayvon Diggs and Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kyler Murray, Jamar Chase were all among those retiring. The Jaguars would finish the next season 13-4, win a wild card game 24-19 over the 7-seeded Ravens, before going on to beat the Jets for a 2nd straight year, this time at home 49-35 in the divisional. Then they would take out the Bengals 38-24 at home in the AFC title to face the Seahawks, who defeated the Saints. Jags go for the 3-peat in Tampa, Florida against Seattle, and the Seahawks kicked a leading field goal late, forcing the Jags to go deep. But Trevor Lawrence would later hit his man Dennis Adams, who had no room to run in the open field, and the 3-peat would fail as the Seahawks win the game 16-13, winning Chris Hall his first Super Bowl and the MVP. Kurokawa wins another league MVP. FG wins another Coach of the Year. Trayvon Walker gets Defensive Player of the Year. Retirements then included Alex O'Neal, a legend, channel member Chad Powers, Breece Hall, Lamar Jackson, Jaguars subscriber David Bognasty, and Jaguars channel member R.L. Richards. Big retirements for the Jaguars didn't hurt them, as they still won a very poor AFC South at 9-8. They would beat the tar out of the Broncos 35-9 in the wild card, but lose to the Ravens in the divisional 24-35. Chargers and the Panthers would go on to make the Super Bowl. The Carolina Panthers would win their first ever Super Bowl, with Andrew Cox being Super Bowl MVP. Last year's Super Bowl MVP, Chris Allen of the Seahawks, won league MVP, and Jags corner Ramon Blackwell won Defensive Rookie of the Year. Retirements after that season included subscriber Tim Tejada, Javon Holland, former Jag Alex Santos, CeeDee Lamb, Colton Barkley, subscriber Justin Arth, former Jags Eric Westbrook and Kayvon Thibodeau, Kenneth Walker, channel member AJ Chambers, who's a GOAT wideout, you'll find out later, former Jaguar DeMarcus Broyles, and subscribers Cody James and Jared Seibel. Finally, channel member and former Jaguar Ray DeBear. You too could be a channel member and be guaranteed players in every series I do. Shout out to the franchise quarterbacks TKling24, Christian Horn, Colby Gainer, Rigoberto Ramirez, Troy Gordon, and Casey Wood. Love you guys. A 10-7 season won the South again for Jacksonville and resulted in a 35-28 wildcard win over the Bengals, followed by revenge on the Ravens with a 34-31 road win. After that, a 31-23 win over the rival Titans to face the Bucs yet again in the Super Bowl. Jaguars and Bucs played that Super Bowl in Santa Clara, California. The Jaguars were looking to come back from a 28-7 hole, but this 4th and goal was thrown through the back of the end zone, and later with another chance, and it being 4th down, a throw wide out of bounds handed the Bucs the 28-21 win and forced themselves to watch Akira Koala hoist another Lombardi trophy. He wins another Super Bowl MVP and league MVP, while FG did take home Coach of the Year again. Subscriber Jay Beast, former Jaguars Quincy Williams, Dax Hill, and Alan Hannon all retire that next season along with Joey Burrow. Another year, another Jaguars division title at 13-4, and they'd be the first seed in the AFC. They easily defeated the 7th-seeded Bills 48-10, but the easy game didn't have them ready for the Jets in the AFC title, and the Jets took it 20-17 for a little revenge for them. The Jets, though, would lose the Super Bowl to the Washington Commanders, who had a defensive end win Super Bowl MVP. FG did win another Coach of the Year, and former Jaguar Sean Posey won Defensive Player of the Year. Chris P. Bacon, the channel member player, retired, as did Trayvon Walker and Trevor Lawrence, as well as Pat Mahomes and channel member Dark Specta. So no more rings for Trevor Lawrence. Let's look at all the Super Bowl champions in this series, including a 10-year sim that I did after he retired. 2046 saw the Eagles defeat the Jets in the Super Bowl. 2045, Chargers over Seahawks. 2044, Broncos over Panthers. 2043, Eagles over Browns. 2042, Chiefs over Rams. 2041 was the Browns over the Bears. 2040 was the Bills over the Cowboys, revenge for the 1990s. 2039 was the Bears over the Dolphins, as former Jaguar Jonathan Hicks was the MVP. 2038 was the Packers over the Ravens, and Derek Hill won league MVP. You know, that GOAT quarterback from earlier. 2037, Commanders beat the Jets. 2036 was Bucs over Jags. 2035, Panthers over Chargers. 2034, Seahawks, ruining our three-peat. 2033, we beat the Saints. 2032, we beat the Bears. 2031, the Bucs kind of ruined us, getting a bunch in a row. 2030, Jaguars over the 49ers. 2029 was the Bears over the Colts. 2028, we beat the 49ers. 2027, Browns beat the Bears, which obviously they did 14 years later as well. 2026 was the Bengals over the Commanders. 2025, we beat the Seahawks. 2024, we beat the Bears. 2023, we lost to the Packers, and in the first year of this franchise, the Bucs beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl. NFL records: Matthew Stafford threw for 601 yards in a game. Akira Koala and Walker of the Ravens in 2037 did tie the 7-touchdown passing record. Rushing records for yards in a game and touchdowns also stood put. Receiving yards record stays too, but Christian Kirk for the Bengals in 2029 is on the list. Orison of the 49ers in 2039 tied the receiving touchdown in a game record with 5. Babber of the Chiefs in 2034 had an 18-reception game, and Hartman of the Rams in 2042 to put themselves in the receptions in a game list. Raymond for Miami in 2045 had a 6-sack game, and interceptions in a game is intact. Nobody touched that list. Season records in passing yardage is a total mess, but Chris Hall and Akira Koala dominate the list with Joe Burrow. Nice to see subscriber Zach Bopus up in that list, though. Chris Hall has the touchdown record with 57 in a season. Wow. Rushing yards are mostly unchanged. Zeke Elliott broke rushing touchdowns early in the franchise, and then Kenneth Walker came close a decade later. McMillan of the Bears in 2044 broke a decade-old record from Baber of the Chiefs with 2,283 yards. Both broke Jefferson and Cup records that passed the real-life Calvin Johnson record. Cup dominates the list, however. McMillan and A.J. Chambers dominate the touchdown list, but nobody was able to take away Randy Moss's record. Cup did tie it. Michael Thomas's 2019 record of 149 catches was shattered by Baber, who had 164 in 2034. McMillan had a 144 catch year, Cup with 139, and Chambers with 136. Sacks got wild with Burns nabbing the record and then Chase Young later breaking it in 2031. Myles Garrett really came close to it twice. Trayvon Diggs tied the interception record in 2024 before shattering it in 2025 with 20. As for career leaders all time, Koala ends 99 yards ahead of Mahomes, who shattered Brady's record. Trevor Lawrence does make it on the list with his 77,828 yards. Mahomes finishes 3 touchdowns ahead of Koala, however, with 786, 120 more than Brady. Lawrence with 575 makes the top 10 all time. Jonathan Taylor shatters the rushing record by nearly 5K. Najee Harris had the Emmitt Smith record before Taylor shattered it. Oh, and Taylor also shattered the rushing touchdown record by 36. No one came within 3K yards of breaking Rice's record, but AJ Chambers did come closest. He did get within 18 touchdowns of Rice, however, on the touchdown list. Daniel Jaramillo makes the list with 134 touchdowns. Best tight end ever. Kyle Pitts breaks the Jerry Rice reception record with AJ Chambers in 3rd, and Daniel Jaramillo in 5th. Myles Garrett tops the all-time sacks list with 243. Trayvon Walker does pass Bruce Smith for 2nd on the list. Trayvon Diggs holds the interception record by 2 with 83. Hall of Famers. I'm going to ultimately let you guys tell me who the legends are from this series in the comments, so please do that. But Coach FG finishes with 6 Super Bowls and 10 trips, and 7 Coach of the Year awards, topping John Madden by a lot. Akura Koala tops the quarterback list with 2 Super Bowls in 2 trips, and nearly 21 yearly awards. Chris Hall in 2nd, followed by Mahomes, Burrow, Brady, and Lawrence. Pretty good list. Top running back is Jonathan Taylor, obviously. Top wideout is and definitely should be AJ Chambers. Daniel Jaramillo is the top tight end in front of Pitts and Travis Kelce. Tyron Smith is the top left tackle. Quentin Nelson at left guard. Center is Smith, who I'm honestly not really sure who that is. Right guard, Zach Martin. Right tackle is Stanton. Again, not really sure who that is. Trayvon Walker is the top left end in history in front of Chase Young. Defensive tackle is Chris P. Bacon, followed by R.L. Richards. Right end is stacked with Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald, Von Miller, and Nick Bosa. Josh Allen finishes as the top left outside backer with 4 titles. Tramon Harris is the top inside linebacker. Roquan Smith, it looks like, is the top right outside linebacker with Khalil Mack. Trayvon Diggs, obviously the top corner. And Mullins is the top free safety. Scott, the top strong safety with Tyrann Mathieu, and I'm surprised not to see Matthew Hackett at free safety at all, though. Calvin Mentor, the goated kicker with 6 Super Bowls and 8 awards, with Brown being the top punter. You guys give me players that you feel should be channel legends forever in the comments section, and not just guys that really got it done here in the Dynasty. Who's your favorite players? Even maybe some unsung heroes.